Hello friends, how are you all? I hope you're all doing great. So we are back with an amazing series on what if Naruto had all dragon beast god seal. Check out description for quick series summary. But before we start, so make sure to subscribe our channel and like this video. Now without any further ado, let's begin the story. In an unknown universe. Sparkles of light lifted up to the heavens, the spectators below watched as the last of the dragons departed from this world. The orphan children of those the dragons raised as their own watched with tears as their parents found peace. The magnitude of colors rose, lights of fiery red, irony silver, sky blue, shadowy black and illuminating white. Unknown to observers below, a vortex opened up as the lights rose, one by one the dragon's souls entered, never to return to that world. Outskirts of Konoha. The yellow flash screamed in agony, battling the greatest foe he's ever faced. He knew without a shadow of doubt he would not survive, but in order to ensure his children's future he had no choice. "Ah! Kushina!" cried Minato, as his birthing wife had his hand in a death grip. "Fuck off Minato. I swear you are never going to lay hand on me again." His wife screamed, in rage and agony as the first of her babies started to come out. "Be a man Minato, you would have died long ago if you were in her shoes, but not us women, unlike men, we're strong." Bawako told the yondaime, giving him a look of disapproval. Looking back down she can see bit of yellow, red and orange. "I can see the head just a little more Kushina." "Push." She screamed and as told Kushina pushed with all her strength, eager to get this hell over with. "Ahhhhhh." She screamed one last time before, a look of almost pure bliss and relief crossed her face. "Oh thank Kami-sama it's over." She almost cried in happiness. Bawako put the baby to one side before she came back to attending Kushina. "Now for the other two." Crack. Went Minato's hand. "Oh fuck. Minato you are so dead. How dare you do this to me?" After another few minutes of death threats made in the thorns of pain, Kushina finally gave birth to her three beautiful children. Bawako scooped up the children who were wrapped in blankets. Bringing them over to their mother, Minato went up to retrieve his children. Bawako pulled the children away from him. "Oh no you don't, Ka-san's first, Tu-san's second." She glared at the Hokage, who only sagged in depression. "Damn right. After what I just fucking went through, I get first dibs." The redhead shouted, glaring at the man that put her through that pain and was formulating a plan to get back at him. But all thoughts of Minato's punishment left her mind for now anyway, as her three wonderful babies were given to her. "This one's the oldest," Bawako told her, handing her the one wrapped in orange blanket. She almost squealed as she saw the yellow hair of the boy's father and opened deep blue eyes looking at her. The boy gurgled happily as his eyes saw his mother for the first time. Kushina touched the boy's cheeks, he grabbed onto it, chewing it a bit as Kushina pulled him closer. When he saw her crimson hair he grabbed on it, tugging at it slightly. She knew the perfect name for her oldest. "Hello Naruto-chan." The baby looked at her as if he recognized that was now his name. Bawako handed her the second child. Unlike her brother, she was sleeping peacefully, though she would release a small whine every now and then as she moved not wanting to wake up. The girl had crimson hair like her mother, but her face was mixture of both hers and Minato's. Her eyes were sharper than Naruto's, but not by much, and though her face was round there was a slight sharpness to it. Kushina knew that she would become quite the looker when she grew up and that she would have a hell of a job keeping the boys away from her daughter. Okami she named her child, hugging her closer. The girl whined a bit as she started to wake up, but Naruto moved closer interested in his Amato. He hugged the girl who calmed down in her Ani-san's arms. Onari-chan's already acting like a big brother. She watched as Naruto curiosity inspected her daughter gently, who was leaning on him as she slept. She looked at Bawako who handed her last child. "And here's your youngest," she stated handing a crying baby. Kushina smiled, trying to calm down her other son. She smiled seeing him look almost an exact replica of his One-san. But he shared the crimson hair of her and his Ni-chan. That was flat instead she had the perfect name for him. Menma the boy was a lot more timid than his older siblings, he was bawling his eyes out as Kushina rocked him up and down. However, this caused her daughter to whine as she was once again woken up by the turbulence. Naruto solved this problem by reaching out for his Itato who clung to him and buried himself within his Ani-san, just like his One-san was doing. Kushina could only smile at seeing her children huddled together around her oldest in the center. She just knew they were going to be the best of siblings and that by the looks of it Naruto will be looking after his Amato and Itato. Minato had the same thoughts as he looked at his wife, holding their children. The peaceful time was interrupted though when "Ahhhhh." Kushina screamed as pain came from the seal earning a duo of cries and a whimper from Naruto. "Shit the seal. I forgot about it." Minato cursed as he rushed and put his hands back on trying to repair it before it breaks. Everyone was so lost in the new family coming together for the first time they forgot about the fox sealed in Kushina's gut. "Don't worry Kushina, I'll have him sealed back in a bit." Minato smiled, a drop of sweat coming down his brow as he struggled. Damn it, the seal almost broken, the Kyuubi could be released any time now. He looked back at his family, seeing Bawako taking the children to safety. With the resolve to protect those precious to him, he doubled his efforts. Ahhhhh. Turning to the source of the scream, the Yondaime Hokage's heart stopped. Standing over Bawako's body and two of his newborn children was a cloaked man in a yellow mask with a flame pattern on it. In the arms of the intruder was Naruto, a hand hovering over him threateningly as he whimpered and struggled not to cry. Step away from the Jinchuriki or this child will die in his first minute. Naruto. Both the blonde boy's parents yelled, their son was in danger. What are we going to do? We can't hand Kushina over to him, he's surely after the Kyuubi. Was Minato's thoughts. I have no choice but to give myself up, our children's safety comes first. Deciding on her plan of action, Kushina began to speak when a miracle happened. Naruto was struggling in the man's arms, he didn't like this scary man and would much rather be back in the arms of that red-haired woman. But at last, no matter how much the newborn struggled he couldn't get free. Giving a cross between a glare and pout Naruto's baby blue eyes focused on the black hole in the man's mask. He didn't know what it was so he did the most obvious thing to do when a baby is curious. He poked his finger in the hole. Fuck. You little brat. The man cursed, dropping the baby that almost poked his eye out. Naruto was laughing as he watched the man, trying to make his eyes stop hurting. The man's watery Sharingan eye looked ahead, only to catch the fuzzy shape of the yellow flash charging at him with a Rasengan in one hand and his recently held hostage in the other. Shit. He swore again, struggling through the pain to activate his eye's power. As the Rasengan hit him, Minato watched in shock as the man walked right through him. Stopping before he hit the wall, Minato turned to see the masked villain making his way to his wife. But before he could act and save her, a sizzling sound reached his ears. With a panicked look, Minato looked down at his son in his arms, an active paper bomb attached to the boy's blanket. In the span of a second, Minato's eyes looked over to Kushina and then to his other children still crying on the floor. Damn, not enough time to save them all before another second could pass. He disappeared in a flash of yellow, the other two defenseless children safe from the bomb, but all alone with no one to protect them. 10 minutes late. Minato put down Kushina and their other children in the same bed that was currently occupied by Naruto. It was a struggle rescuing them, and the Kyuubi was now on the loss, but he would take care of that soon, though it would require him to make two big sacrifices. Kushina-chan, he whispered to his weakened wife. Minato-kun, the village, it needs you, take me with you, and I'll see the fox back inside myself. Kushina breathed out. The Hokage shook his head in refusal. I'm sorry Kushina, but I can't do that. If you seal the Kyuubi inside of you in the state you're in, you'll die. His wife was angry at his refusal for the best plan they had. Minato stopped his wife. I already have a plan. He gave a sad look to their children who were now snuggling into their mother. Kushina, seeing his gaze, looked at the man with disapproval and anger. Minato, you can't. Not our children. She shouted, but she was too weak to stop him as he took their children from. I'm sorry Kushina, but it's the only way, don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fine without me. He whispered, a tear in his eye. Kushina reached out with all the strength she could muster, but her husband and children disappeared in a yellow flash. Leaving the soon-to-be grieving widow alone in tears. Minato reappeared near the front lines, biting his thumb and making hand seals. He jumped into the air above the fox and shouted. Kuchius no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, a giant web of seal formulas appeared below him, and in a poof of smoke, the chief toad landed right on top of the fox, restricting its movements. Jumping down in front of the two great beasts. Minato summoned an altar, placing his three children on it. The Sandaime looked at the altar. No Minato, you can't. In a flash of speed, the Sandaime was gone. Minato looked at his children for what would be the last time. He's only known them for a few minutes at the most, but he already loved them dearly. The Hokage was burdened with a heavy heart, having to leave his children without a father, but it had to be done to save them and the women he loved. Naruto, Akami, Menma, take care of each other and please look after your Kasan for me, okay? He told them tearily, but Naruto was the only one awake. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, but remember Toussaint loves you very much, goodbye. There were so many more things he wanted to say. But he didn't have the time. Any second the fox would break free from Gamabunta's hold. He made the hand signs for the Shikifujin, sealing Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal, prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect his home, his village and most importantly his family. But before he could finish and summon the Shinigami, his world went black as something struck him in the back of the head. Hiruzen looked at his successor. I'm sorry Minato, but it's the duty of the old generation to pave the path for the new. With that thought, he performed the Shikifujin. A large translucent figure emerged behind him, demonic purple skin covered its inhuman body, a white robe draped over it. Its golden eyes looked at the fox in interest. In its mouth was small Tanto, he had white shaggy hair with two blood-red demon horn protruding from his head. As the death god began the ritual, to seal the Kyuubi a small vortex appeared in the sky to prove them. As the death god hand ripped through Sandaime Hokage's soul, and then through his armor, leaving a hole where his stomach was, but no physical wound. Lights came through the vortex, dropping slowly down to the land below them. The Shinigami's translucent hand clung to the Kyuubi, and with a mighty push from Hiruzen the beast's soul was ripped in half. The old man watched as the beast's yin chakra was torn from it and it decreased to a half of its former size. The man's eyes landed on the red-headed boy out of the 3 children before him. With a quick apology, he ordered the Shinigami to seal the chakra within the boy. As the soul was sealed away, the lights from the vortex increased in number, lights of different colors congregated to their respective color forming the shapes of red, sliver, green, black and white dragons. Too busy to notice the dying Hokage ordered the god behind him to seal the Yang chakra away. He chose the girl that had Kushina red hair before the 8 trigram seal finished forming on the boy to her far right. The rest of the Kyuubi vanished as it was pulled into the girl, a red light swirled around her abdomen before it settled into the 8 trigram seal. Before the Reaper could take his soul, however, the god looked up to see the glowing lights of 5 souls. Within accordance of his contract his hand reached out to claim the souls of deceased dragons as payment for his services. Feeling the Shinigami move against his will, he watched as the hand grabbed the struggling specters of lights that were in the air. Having no idea what the lights were, he ordered the great deity of death to stop, but at last it no longer listened to his commands. Unaware what the lights the Reaper had were, he had no choice but to stop whatever the deity was doing. He looked to the last boy, the one that was spared the Kyuubi's burden. Sorry, I don't know what he's doing, hopefully whatever that light is it won't cause you trouble. Focusing his mind, he formed a hand seal and ordered the death god to seal the light it now held. The deity was grinning sinisterly as it prepared to devour the exceptional souls before him as payment for his summons. But his grin turned into a scowl as his summoner ordered him to seal his prey into the remaining child. Unable to violate the terms of contract that were set upon his summoning, he reluctantly let go of the souls he held and sealed them into the lab. Turning to the one who ruined his meal intent on enjoying devouring the soul of the one who caused him to lose such delicacies. The Sandaime watched as the pissed-off death god approached him. Feeling his soul torn asunder, casting his gaze on the child whose seal was now forming. He had no idea what he sealed and only hoped it wouldn't cause the boy pain as he passed to the next world. Mount Mamboku. The Millennium All-Toad Sage opened his ancient eyes having dreamt a new prophecy about the child of prophecy. With his gravelly voice, he spoke of what he saw. A new entity will be born on par with the 9. One will be burdened with this new beast that came from others. They will experience great pain and suffering, losing those that should love them most. 2 paths will open for the child of prophecy, born from the blood of your student. If guided by love, the child will become the dragon of salvation that will protect the world in its time of need. If it loses that love, they shall fall to ruin, leading themselves and the world to its end, becoming the dragon of destruction. Their union will bring new hope or despair. If the child loses his light, darkness awaits those who took their beloved away. In a void of darkness rested a cage, within that cage was a rainbow-colored orb. What happened came a somewhat female voice, with what seemed like a mixture of others. I don't know, replied a metallic voice, like the one before. It sounded like multiple voices were playing in the background as it spoke. Then, where are we? Came an aged, but almost lighter voice being heard over the multitude of others. Could this be the afterlife? This was another aged voice, but with a slightly deeper tone, being hard than most. Quiet. Shouted an almost angered voice that carried power, almost completely overpowering the mixture of voices the others shared. This is far from what we expected to happen, but this is definitely not a bad thing, the same voice spoke to his companies. For now, whatever is happening, let's observe. Whatever this cage is, it's keeping us alive somewhat, and I can feel an abundance of some form of energy in the air. For now, let's rest and stabilize our existence. He told his plan of action. All the other voices slightly agreed and went silent as they entered an almost dormant state. Minato was fighting off the most powerful enemy up to date. It was invincible. It was the most terrifying thing known to man. The dreaded paperwork. I helped defeat a giant chakra beast of mass destruction, and in the end all I get for it is damn paperwork. Damn you, Saratobi, you knew this would happen. He cursed as he glared at his archenemy, which only got larger by the minute. Oh, come on, I've already pulled all-nighters for 3 days straight. I haven't gotten a chance to even see my family. A small smile appeared, banishing the hopeless situation he was in, his beautiful wife, his lovely children. But then he remembered that his wife was currently pissed at him for his attempted self-sacrifice, and he shivered as the image of his enraged wife came to mind. He quickly picked up the nearest document and began working. Paperwork's not all bad, by the time it's done Kushina-chan will have calmed down enough not to kill me probably. Came from the door. Minato, we got a major problem. shouted a familiar voice. Looking up he saw his sensei Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, what do I owe the pleasure? For once you got here before complaints from the hot springs came in. He joked. I came right here, unfortunately my precious hot springs were destroyed in the attack. He cried in tears before shaking himself straight. No time for that. He stated, the seriousness in his voice causing Minato listen carefully to his sensei. The great Toad Sage has had a prophecy and it concerns your children. That caught Minato's attention. What? What do you mean it involves my children? He and his family only just survived by some miracle and now his family is in trouble once more. Calm down Minato, we'll keep them safe. He made a hand sign activating a silencing seal before pulling a piece of paper out of his pocket. Here's the prophecy. The sage began reading line for line what was on his piece of paper. A new entity will be born on par with the 9. One will be burdened with this new beast that came from others. They will experience great pain and suffering, losing those that should love them most. 2 paths will open for the child of prophecy, born from the blood of your student. If guided by love the child will become the dragon of salvation that will protect the world in its time of need. If it loses that love they shall fall to ruin, leading themselves and the world to its end becoming the dragon. Their union will bring new hope or despair if the child loses his light, darkness awaits those who took their beloved away. Jiraiya looked at Minato, his black eyes gazing into his student's blue orbs. It's hard to decipher, but several things are clear. The child of prophecy is one of your children, they will experience great pain if we don't do something, and they could very well end up dying and dooming the rest of the world along with them. He put the paper down on the desk for Minato to inspect at his leisure. He didn't want to believe in some prophecy, but there was one thing that made it creditable. First, we need to figure out what this new entity is. By the 9 we can be assured that it's referring to the Biju, but for something to be on par with them is almost unbelievable. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Minato commented, catching his sensei's attention. It would make sense if this new entity was another Biju. He told his sensei hesitantly, afraid what this prophecy could mean for his children. What do you mean Minato, there were only 9 Biju last time I checked. Jiraiya was still mostly unaware of the whole Biju attack, but was informed of his sensei passing, but he had a duty as Minato's sensei and to the man's children as their godfather to keep them safe. Not anymore. He took a breath. Sandaime Sama split the fox in 2 before sealing it away, there are now 2 Kyubis. He dropped the bombshell and realization hit the sage. That's it. Out of the 9 Biju the Kyuubi possesses the most chakra and strongest healing factor. He may not share the special abilities all the other beasts have, but even only at half strength, is more than a match for any of the other 9, and it came from the other Biju. With it being sealed into one of your children all the conditions for the 2 lines are met. The legendary ninja stated. Jiraiya, are you sure it's accurate? I mean it came from an old toad who is senile. Minato argued, he didn't want to believe the prophecy and he's met the toad sage before and it was obvious the toad was way past his prime. Minato, this was predicated during the Kyuubi's attack, the old toad may be senile, but that hasn't affected his powers. We can't ignore it, especially with what it says about your children. Minato's eyes landed on the next line, they will experience great pain and suffering, losing those that should love them most. But what does that mean? Minato asked and Jiraiya gave him a look of pity. It's obvious who would he lose that love him most, it's obvious it means your family. Minato's eyes went wide at that, shock and panic filled his eyes. Calm down kid, we'll stop it no matter what, but first we need to figure out the rest. The next line speaks for itself, it's the ones after we have a problem with. Calming down, Minato looked at the paper seriously, he wouldn't take the chances of losing his family. He read the rest of the prophecy. If guided by love the child will become the dragon of salvation that will protect the world in its time of need. If it loses that love they shall fall to ruin, leading themselves and the world to its end becoming the dragon of destruction. What about those 2 lines, dragons? They're just legends. Minato spoke, dragons didn't make sense, they haven't been heard of in thousands of years. Dragons are known widely as deities of destruction or protection, it's most likely a reference to what the child of prophecy could become, we need to make sure that he goes down the right path. Jiraiya stated and Minato agreed. He read the last part. Their union will bring new hope or despair if the child loses their light, darkness awaits those who took their beloved away. That last one is the hardest, it's most likely refers to the Kyuubi being bound and controlled by your child or the 2 children fighting together, but if one of them loses this light, which can assume is a person they care deeply, for they will go down the path of revenge and darkness. Jiraiya spoke up, they had all the lines deciphered now, or at least understood it enough to make sure the child of prophecy saves the world. So, what are we going to do? How can we save my family and children? Minato pleaded with his sensei for answers. Only one thing we can do is prepare them, as soon as they're old enough we'll start training the ones with the Kyuubi. Do you have any idea which one could be the child of prophecy? The nod of no he received was not what he wanted. Then we'll train both of them and make sure they can fight side by side with one another, as well as make sure they can control the Kyuubi. Minato nodded, agreeing with his sensei's plan. He would do anything to save. Kushina was busy recovering, Tsunade was helping with the children. Having come to visit and help out, she quickly fell in love with her godchildren and has even decided to stay in the village permanently. She looked at her triplets playing around on the floor. When she found out about the seal, she was terrified of how they would be treated, and although the village was at first skeptical thanks to the help Minato and herself, they quickly came around and were warming up to the twins that held Kyuubi and treating them as the heroes they were for their sacrifice. She giggled as she watched Naruto play with Akami, knocking her over. All of her children held different personalities. Naruto was most like her, always moving and playing around, taking the initiative. Akami was more like Minato, she still played with Naruto, but she was quieter and calmer until something got her hyped up. Menma was quietest and most like Minato, he would play on his own and was a bit shy. It reminded her of when Minato used to watch her from afar and would turn away in embarrassment whenever she got close. However, she didn't need to worry about him being antisocial as Naruto tackled his Itato, gently coaxing him into joining the other two in play. Her Neri-chan was such a considerate Oni-san. He would always go that extra mile to make sure Menma joined them to play, bring the boy out of his shell a bit. She just knew Naruto would stand by his siblings and protect them. Over 2 years later, the day before the triplets' third birthday, Naruto and his siblings were sitting down on the settee. He sat in between his two siblings. Naruto was excited. Tomorrow marked the official start of his ninja training, and then he could start on his dream to become Hokage like his dad. His Ka-san and Tu-san came in and sat down. They seemed to have a serious look on their faces. One sat down. Minato gave a heavy sigh. "There's something very important we need to tell you." He waited until he had their undivided attention before continuing. "You all know the story of Sandaime defeating the Kyuubi, don't you?" They just nodded. How the Sandaime saved their Tu-san was one of their favorite bedtime stories. "What I'm about to tell you is how he defeated it." Minato went on to explain how Menma and Akami had a half of the Kyuubi each inside them. Kushina had to stop herself from going over and hugging them. Menma was almost in tears now that he was told, thinking that he was the fox. Naruto just calmly listened and then looked at his two siblings who were about to cry. Looking at his Itato, he leaned close and poked Menma's stomach, tickling him and causing the almost crying boy to laugh as Naruto kept doing it. "Ani-san, stop, that tickles." Menma laughed. "What, I'm just petting the fox." Naruto grinned before he turned to Akami with an evil grin. Akami backed away from her Ani-san in fear. "No, Ani-san, don't you dare." Naruto pounced on her and started tickling her too. "Ahhh. No, stop, Menma, Itato, help." Menma latched onto his Ani from behind, tickling him. Soon his Oni-chan joined in and together they defeated their evil Ani. Kushina and Minato could only join the laughter as the children had their tickle war. Once everyone calmed down, Minato ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately. "Good job, kiddo. Of course, I'm the Ani, I'll always protect my Amato and Itato." Naruto grinned ear to ear. Both parents knew they could believe in those words and they both felt a pang of guilt, knowing how much he's been looking forward to tomorrow. "Naruto, we also have something important to tell you." The young boy looked into his Tu-san's eyes with excitement, causing the man to grimace somewhat. "You know what day it is tomorrow, right?" he asked, and the boy jumped up and loudly exclaimed. "Yep, it's the 3rd anniversary of the Kyuubi defeated and the festival of the Sandaime Hokage. Festival of the 3rd Fire Shadow, but more importantly, it's our 3rd birthday and the day we start our ninja training. Just wait, I'm going to be Hokage before you know it." He shouted, grinning from ear to ear. "No way. I'm going to be Hokage, Naruto Ani-san," stated his smooth red-headed look-alike. Menma was smiling at his Ani and the parents watched the sibling rivalry before the talk turned for the worse. Menma, Itato, you always copy Ani-san, don't you?" giggled the middle child Akane. Both she and Menma looked up to their Ani-san as their role model. But Menma was the one who tried to emulate him the most, down to his PJs, morning routine, and of course Menma, Itato, it's so cute seeing you and Ani-san together, you look so alike and act the same. She knew that the main reason Menma was so attached to his Ani was because unlike the two of them, he was the shyest of the children and had a hard time coming out of his shell. "But Ani-san always helps you out." "No, I don't. If anything, he's copying me." The red-haired boy pouted, arms crossed, a slight blush on his face. Seeing his Itato's embarrassment, Naruto got a foxy grin. "Aw, Mato, don't tease him after all, why wouldn't he want to copy the superstar?" he exclaimed, pointing to himself and showing his 3-year-old muscles. There was silence as the younger duo of the triplets looked at their Ani, both picked up a close pillow and threw it at their boasting big brother. Pillow fight. The two siblings once again ganged up on their big brother. Minato giggled at the sight before he clapped both hands together. "Clap, all right, that's enough." he shouted. The triplets immediately stopped. Nobody moved until one pillow that was still in the air came down on Naruto, who glared at the perpetrator. Minato followed, glaring at his feathered-covered wife, who snuck her way into the fight when it started. Kushina tried to look innocent, but her husband's glare continued until she pouted and took her spot by his side. Seeing how happy they all were just made it harder for parents. Yes, tomorrow Akami and Menma will start their training. Hell yeah. Menma shouted, excited like his Ani normally would be. But as Wani and Ani-san realized the absence of a certain name. To-san, what about Ani-san, won't he be training with us? Akami questioned, a frown marring her pretty face. Naruto looked at his parents in surprise, hurt and betrayal, which felt like a knife to the heart of both his To-san and Ka-san. Yes, about that, you see, we want to make sure Menma and Akami can control their tenants before you join, we don't want you accidentally getting hurt, right? Minato told them with sadness. His sensei was the one to recommend it, but it didn't make it feel any less wrong. Minato, we need to make sure both Menma and Akami are strong and work well together. I know it's hard, but I think we should have Naruto left out of the training at first. His sensei stated. What, but why? Minato pleaded, not wanting to push aside his own child. Don't worry, you can get back to him after a year or so once the twins have started getting the hang of the Kyuubi. We need to do this, Minato, to prevent the prophecy, and we don't want either of them hurting Naruto by accident, do we? Menma is slower and has confidence problems. He could end up getting jealous when both his Ani and Wani are ahead of him, and if Naruto and Akami get closer it could put a bigger strain on their relationship. As the conversation he had with his sensei came to mind and he faced his Musuko's hurt look, he reminded himself that it was all for the greater good. It's only for a year, we'll get back and make it all up to Naruto once the two are up to speed. He told himself, but he was still pushing his oldest away even more. Don't worry, Nari-chan, we'll get back to you next year when the two get up to speed, I promise. And Uzumaki never goes back on their word. His wife consulted their oldest with a hug. Naruto looked up and asked, his voice slightly broken. It's to make sure Amato and Itato are okay, right? He asked, eyes sparkling with unshed tears. Yeah, don't worry, once they're up to speed you can join us again. Minato told him, putting a hand on his shoulder. Then I'll do it, next year I'll catch up and be Hokage before you know it. Naruto shouted, faking being strong to protect his siblings. Both his younger siblings gave a small smile. No way, Ani-san, by the time you join I'll already be Hokage. Menma boosted, still copying his beloved Ani. Yeah, you better catch up, training would be boring without our favorite knucklehead to liven things up. Akami joked, causing a moan of protest from her brother. Hey, Minato and Kushina could only watch, hoping they made the right choice. They were happy Naruto didn't seem to mind. Or at least as far as they could tell, as the boy put on a brave face for his loved ones. The next day, October 10th. Naruto watched as his godfather ignored him, handing presents filled with ninja equipment to his siblings. But it wasn't just him, everyone gave presents to only his Amato and Itato, all ninja equipment. He watched from afar as Menma and Akami opened their presents, showing off their new practice kunai and shuriken as well as their training outfits. He looked at his own presents, sat in a corner all on his own. They were few in number, since most of the family, friends and the village seemed to treat his siblings, but his parents brought a shirt, books and raiment. They were small compared to his siblings' piles of presents, but at least he wasn't completely left out. As his parents brought the birthday cake, a lone tear dripped down his cheeks. He didn't like being excluded, he hated it the village ignored him in favor of his siblings, treating them like heroes. He knows now why they kept the monstrous Kyuubi at bay since their birth. The boy turned and went to his room, not being able to stand seeing his siblings celebrating and showing off their new training gear. If being excluded was what he had to do to keep his younger siblings safe, then he would do it gladly. After all, he was their Ani-san, the oldest. It was his duty to look after his beloved Amato and Itato, protect them and keeping them from harm. After all, we are family, and Uzumaki always stands by their family. He recited one of the Uzumaki clan's creeds. His Ka-san made sure him and his siblings knew the importance of family. He took that to heart and always made sure his siblings were safe and never showed how much he was truly hurt on the inside. He loved his family more than anything in the world, and that would be his greatest undoing. Well, the birthday cake was brought out. No one noticed that one of the birthday children wasn't there. They don't notice his absence as Menma and Akami blew out the candles. Nor did they notice that the part of the cake with that boy's name was the first to be cut and shared, leaving the cake with the icing that spelled out happy birthday Akami. Menma, the name of the forgotten child, was just cut off, forgotten for the first time as the rest of the family celebrated. Naruto went straight to sleep, eager to start the new day. Just 1 year, and then we can all celebrate together again. Hinata was having a wonderful day. Her mother finally took her to the park to play with other children. She was so looking forward to it. As heiress, she wasn't allowed to play with the other children in the Hyuga compound. It was frowned upon for the heiress to associate with those beneath her. But her mother was finally able to sneak her out to play in the park. She was so excited to play with other children, unfortunately that's not what happened. Hey freak, get lost. We don't want your wide-eyed freaks playing with us. A 5-year-old boy pushed Hinata to the ground, hurting her. Yeah, your clan thinks you're all high and mighty, but I got news for you, you're not. Another boy shouted, grabbing Hinata by the hair, causing her to cry. Ka-chan. She cried, hoping her mother would save her. Aw, would you look at that. The Byakugan monster is calling for her monster Ka-san, what a crybaby. He went to punch Hinata, but before he could, a fist came out of nowhere, knocking him back. Blue eyes glared at the three bullies. Boys shouldn't pick on girls, you big bullies. Hinata looked at her savior to see a boy about her age, bright blonde hair and an orange shirt with a red spiral on the back. Who do you think you are, you shrimp? Shouted one of the bullies to her savior. Me? I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, future Hokage. He exclaimed. Liar, Hokage-sama only has 2 children, and they're both redheads. Shouted one of the bullies. Naruto flinched at that. He knew that Izutado and Amato were the most well-known children, but it still hurt. I am to his son. Naruto shouted with pride. Hinata looked at her savior as he shouted. Oh really? Well then, we'll have to teach you not to lie about our Hokage, get him. One of the bullies exclaimed. Hinata watched in admiration as the boy who rescued her didn't back down. Bring it. I'll teach you not to pick on girls. One of the bullies charged, but Naruto weaved under his punch and threw an uppercut to the cheek. The bully staggered back, but Naruto wasn't strong enough to do more. One of the other bullies came and punched Naruto in the face. It looked like he was going to fall, but just before he did, he regained his balance. Naruto ran right at the boy, jumping in the air and counter-attacking with a punch to the face, sending the boy to the ground. Naruto landed on the boy and started punching him repeatedly until he bled. Shocked from getting their asses kicked by a 3-year-old, the 2 remaining bullies watched as their friend got beaten. When they finally came to, they charged and an all-out brawl ensued. Hinata watched in admiration, grimacing at the sight of blood and every hit her savior took. What she was seeing wasn't the sparring matches she was used to, but a straight-up fight where they tried to hurt each other as much as possible. There was no style, no rules, no safety measures, just children trying to kill. She watched mesmerized, her pale lavender eyes focused solely on her savior. He was her age and size, but he was holding his own against the 3 5-year-olds. He was at a disadvantage, he was bruised and bleeding, fighting 3 against 1. But no matter how hard they hit him, he just wouldn't fall. Every time it looked like he was about to fall, he would stop himself by sheer force of will and then launch at his opponent, getting as many hits as he could in. He was like an unstoppable force. No matter how much they hit him, he just kept going back for more. Despite how much pain he was surely in, he didn't stop. He kept protecting her despite the pain, and that meant so much to Hinata. No one has ever gone so far for her before. The bullies were shitting themselves. Sure, they were almost double the boy's age, were bigger and stronger, and had him outnumbered. But no matter how much they hit him, the damn freak wouldn't go down. Every time it looked like they won, the brat would charge at one of them, attacking them wildly until they could get him. He just ignored most of the hits they inflicted and kept attacking. And to the bullies, who were used to beating everyone else easily, having someone that just won't go down was terrifying. You monster, just stay down already. One of them roared. The fight continued for a few minutes until the bullies started to wear down from Naruto's consent charges. The psychological damage done by the fact that he kept coming and coming, added to their own injuries, caused them to flee in terror from the monster. He's a monster. They shouted as they fled. Hinata looked at her blonde savior. He looked to her, he was breathing heavily and bruised all over. His blue orbs looked at her and she felt a warmth spread through as her heart and pulse quickened and she felt all fuzzy inside. What's happening to me, Ani-san? Shouted a duo of voices as 2 redheads showed up. What happened? Asked a girl with long red hair that went down her back and violet eyes. She wore a purple training outfit with red on the trims and a red spiral on the back. Hey, are you alright? Stuttered the boy. He looked like an exact replica of the boy who saved her, but his hair was flat and smooth instead of spiky, more like her own. He also had violet eyes, but there was a tint of blue in them, making them look darker. Ataudo, Amato. I'm fine, just a fight. Naruto smiled, his bruised and bloodied face on display. You don't look fine. Once I get my hands on the ones who did this to my Ani-ide, Akami went off, causing her 2 brothers to move back. It was scary how she acted, so much like their 2-san 1 minute and then became like their Ka-chan when enraged. One Ichan Menma whispered, causing the girl to calm down. Damn it, Naruto Ani-san, what were you thinking getting into a fight? You haven't started training yet. She admonished. Naruto just smiled. Well, I had to save this girl and besides, I won. He laughed. You won, but what would have happened if you didn't and we didn't make it in time? she said as she turned her eyes to the young Hyuga. Hinata jumped as violet eyes landed on her. She started to squirm as the other boy looked her way too, and all eyes were on hers. Menma blushed as he caught sight of her. She's so beautiful. He thought in a trance, feeling so embarrassed. Naruto paced his siblings and made his way to the Hyuga. Thump, thump, thump went Hinata's heart as the boy approached her step by step. Thump, 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 thump. It got faster as he got closer. Naruto lowered himself down until sapphire blue met lavender. Hinata felt heat rush to her face as a fuzzy feeling overcame her and she blushed. "Hey, are you alright?" Naruto whispered gently. His voice was so kind, so soothing, that Hinata just got lost in it and could only dumbly nod as she admired the handsome boy in front of her. "Good," he whispered. A hand gently reached out and patted her ruined hair down. Hinata almost let out a hum of approval as she felt the boy's fingers stroke her hair lovingly. "A pretty girl like you shouldn't cry." Hinata blushed, disappointed when his hand left her head. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," he smiled and then pointed to the girl. "And that's my Amato." Hinata followed Naruto's finger like she was in a trance at the boy in front of her every beck and call. Her eyes landed on the red-haired girl, who greeted her with a nod. "I'm Akami Uzumaki Namikaze. Sorry about that, Ani-san can be a handful at times." She smiled, Hinata just nodded back, still in her daze. She followed Naruto's hand as it pointed at the boy on instinct. "And that's my Ataudomi," he stated, but was cut off as the boy tried to introduce himself, emphasis Menma, Uzumaki, Nanami K's, the red-headed boy that looked like a copy of her savior stuttered, madly blushing. He was belittling himself for stuttering and was extremely jealous of his Ani-san for being so close and touching her silky blue hair. Naruto looked back at the girl. "And you?" he asked, his bright blue eyes sparkling. "Hi Hinata Hyuga." Hinata squeaked back, blushing a great shade of red like Menma did before. Naruto just gave her a smile that took her breath away, holding out his hand. "So, would you like to play with us?" Hinata was in pure and utter bliss, plain and simple. Not only did this kind, gentle, wonderful boy save her, but he was offering to let her play with him, which was something she always wanted to do. She took his hand slowly. She basked in how warm and soft it felt and allowed Naruto to pull her up. When Naruto started leading her away, she followed like a lost puppy who just found her new owner. What followed was the best times of her life. Naruto-kun was so kind and caring. He made sure she was involved with everything and he would always smile at her in that special way that got her heart pumping. When she failed, he didn't insult her or tell her to go away. He only encouraged her to do better. Naruto came over to her, causing Hinata to panic. He stepped behind her, taking both of Hinata's hand in his as she held the ball. "You need to push like so," he whispered in her ear. She could feel the breath go down her neck, giving her a pleasurable shiver. The warmth of his body that she just leaned into as he stood behind her, the feeling of his hands over hers. She loved it. She relished contact with him. She never felt anything so amazing as what she felt when she was around her Naruto-kun. Menma just watched the two as they went on in their own little world as Naruto helped Hinata with how to throw the ball. His eyes blazed green and his teeth clenched, grinding in jealousy. "I wish I was the one." Hinata-chan was all over. For the first time, Menma could say he hated and envied his Ani. The group played all day. Naruto and Hinata seemed to have become really close, smiling so much that you wouldn't guess that they only just met. Menma tried to get as close to Hinata as he could without being too close to his Ani and Akami just played happily, thankful to have another girl along. When the day finally ended and the sun was setting, painting the sky orange, their playtime was over. "Hinata-chan," called a feminine voice. "Ka-chan." Hinata squealed, leaping into her mother's arms. Her mother just smiled before she realized the state her little angel was in. Her clothes were dirty and her face was smudged with faded tear marks. Her hair was slightly messy, but it looked like it was fixed by someone. "Hinata-chan, what happened?" she asked in concern, lowering herself to her level and inspecting her daughter more. Hinata blushed as she remembered how Naruto-kun proudly protected her from those bullies. Her mother wasn't ignorant and noticed the blush instantly. "Hinata-chan, what have you been up to?" She smiled as she thought about what could make her girl blush like that. Hinata was fidgeting under her mother's gaze. Well, some bullies. At the mention of bullies, an almost lavender flame burned into the Hyuga mother's eyes, causing the girl to almost shout out the last bit. "But Naruto-kun saved me." Hinata covered her mouth, blushing bright red at what she just shouted. "Hinata-chan." Naruto shouted, running to Hinata's aid at her shout. "Are you alright?" he asked looking around. "Did those bullies come back?" Her mother just smiled as the bruised boy looked around for anyone trying to hurt her daughter. It was obvious by his state that he fought very hard to protect her. "So, you must be Naruto-kun. Hinata-chan told me you saved her from some mean bullies. Thank you so much for saving my daughter." She smiled, causing Naruto to blush as he looked at the women in curiosity. "Oh, how rude of me, I'm Hitomi Hyuga, Hinata's Kasan." She introduced herself. Naruto did the same. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and don't worry, I'll always protect Hinata-chan, that's a promise, and I never go back on my word, because that's my Nindo," he proclaimed, causing Hitomi to laugh. "Well, please take care of my daughter. I'm sure she'll be in good hands in the future with you always by her side," she complimented, watching as her daughter squirmed at what she was implying. "Yeah, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Hinata-chan and will always be by her side to protect her," Naruto exclaimed, having no idea what his words were doing to Hinata. "Ani-san, it's time to go," called his punctual Amato. "Okay," he called back. "Bye Hinata-chan, I hope we can play again," he said. "Bye Naruto-kun, Menma and Akami," she shouted, getting waves of goodbyes from all of them. Menma was especially happy when she said his name. Hitomi gave her daughter an evil smirk. "Suo. My Hinata-chan's got a new boyfriend, make sure you look after him, he's a keeper." Hinata turned bright red as thoughts of her and Naruto-kun becoming a couple in the future come to her mind. She did something which will become a long-time habit of hers. She fainted. Hitomi caught her daughter as she went limp and fell to the ground, mumbling, "Naruto-kun, yep, he's definitely a keeper," Hitomi remarked before she picked up her daughter and left. Naruto was walking back, a smile on his face as he and his siblings talked about the day and their new friend. However, when they got back, they were not met with a welcome home, or at least Naruto wasn't. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," their mother shouted, scaring the hell out of triplets. They looked up in fear as the red-hot habanero was on a warpath. All the children were shaking in their boots as their mother stopped in front of Naruto. "Naruto, what is the meaning of this?" she shouted, pointing to 3 adults and children who were beaten up. Naruto recognized them as the bullies that attacked Hinata-chan, and his blue orbs got darker as he glared at the bullies, making them squirm. "I was told you beat these 3 boys up, is that true?" she asked. Naruto gave a nod, still giving the 3 a glare of hatred. "Naruto, apologize right now," Kushina demanded. Naruto looked at his Ka-san in surprise. "But Ka-chan," he tried to explain, but was cut off. "No, buts, young man. You can't just beat up 3 innocent boys. If this was what you would have used it for, it's a good thing you didn't start your training. You need to be more responsible, now apologize," she told the boy, having no idea what her words were doing to her son as she demanded him to apologize, not knowing what really happened. Naruto shook in hurt and anger. His Ka-chan refused to hear him out and she reminded him about that he was excluded. But worst of all he could see was Hinata-chan's crying as she screamed for help. "No," he whispered. "What was that?" Kushina questioned, not having heard him. "No. I won't apologize when it was their own fault," he shouted, taking everyone aback. "Rule number 1 in the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Never, ever, make Kushina mad. Then you're grounded. And you can go to bed without dinner tonight." Their Ka-chan roared, not used to being ignored, nor shouted at. Naruto reluctantly made his way to his room, sending a glare to the bullies that promised payback if he ever saw them again. Menma and Akami really didn't know what was going and were too scared of their Ka-chan to speak up to their Ani's defense. They weren't there to see the fight, nor what the bullies did to Hinata, even if they knew about it. They watched as their Ka-chan went back to apologizing to the parents. Menma and Akami really didn't know what was going and were too scared of their Ka-chan to speak up to their Ani's defense. They weren't there to see the fight, nor what the bullies did to Hinata, even if they knew about it. They watched as their Ka-chan went back to apologizing to the parents. About a month later, December 27, Hinata became an almost unofficial member of the Namikaze family. Kushina loved having her around and visiting her old friend Hitomi. This went double for the kids, and Hinata loved being able to see Naruto every day, who kept his promise of keeping her safe despite the constant telling-offs by his mother. Today was the day Hinata turned 3, and Naruto was looking forward to giving his best friend his gift. But sadly, one thing stopped him from rushing over to see Hinata straight away. "Ka-chan, do we need to go?" whined Naruto as his Ka-chan put a kimono on him. It was orange and had the Uzumaki crest on the back. "Yes Naruto, it's an important event for the village and as the family of the Hokage, we need to attend," his Ka-chan told him, finishing tying his kimono. "But it's Hinata-chan's birthday today." He whined again, not wanting to miss the first birthday they had as friends. "I know, but we can't miss it. These peace talks are a major event and besides the Hyuga, who requested special permission to miss it for Hinata's birthday and integration as clan heir, everyone has to attend." Her oldest pouted at this. He really didn't want to miss Hinata-chan's birthday and it hurt his mother to see him so down. "Tell you what, I'll see about asking Minato if we can leave early to see Hinata-chan, okay?" Naruto brightened at this. "Really Ka-chan, we can see Hinata-chan after his Itato?" asked with hope, having grown attached to the Hyuga as much as Naruto. Kushina just smiled. "Yes, I promise." "Alright." Both boys cheered. Akami giggled, she too was happy to see Hinata, but wasn't as vocal. Alright, let's go. Kushina stated. Menma and Akami each grabbed one of their Kachan's hands, while Naruto took point. It was the standard Uzumaki Namikaze formation. The youngest protected their Kachan from the sides, while Naruto protected both his Kachan and his siblings from the front. At least that's what they bragged about and made holding their Kachan's hands sound cool. A few minutes later, Naruto was standing next to his siblings, father and mother. The citizens of Konoha littered the streets parted down the middle as a parade came down along with a single carriage. The carriage stopped outside the Hokage Tower and out came a man with brown hair and headband with a symbol of a cloud on it. Greetings, Ambassador of Kumagakure. Konohagakure and the Land of Fire welcome you into our home. May this treaty bring everlasting peace. Minato smiled as he greeted the Kumo ambassador, offering his hand. Greetings, Hokage-sama. The ambassador bowed. I too hope these peace talks go well for our countries. He shook Minato's hand, causing more cheering from the crowd behind them. I see you brought your children. His eyes landed on a pair of red-headed twins, both felt a shiver go up their spines as the man's eyes gazed at them longer than necessary. Naruto moved in front of his Itato and Amato, earning a silent thank you from both. Naruto gave a small bow. Greetings Ambassador Sama, I hope you find Konoha to your liking during your stay. Naruto said slowly. He acted polite since he was taught how important it was to show respect as the Hokage's son and his Kachan will give him hell if he didn't. But on the inside, he wanted to beat up the man who was giving his beloved siblings a weird look. Ah, what polite young man. I didn't know you had a third child Hokage-sama, your red-headed twins and their beautiful mother are well known in the elemental nations as the last true Uzumaki. He bowed again to Kushina. His eyes staying on her form too long for Minato's or Naruto's taste. Yes, well, Naruto here inherited my hair, but that doesn't make him any less Uzumaki. As a matter of fact, he takes after my wife the most. He told them before waving a hand inside. Now let's continue with the meeting inside, shall we? Of course. The ambassador followed Minato and his family in. Several hours. Naruto and his siblings were mingling with the guests, mostly the other clan heirs. He didn't get along with most of them, besides the Akimichi, Nara and Inyazuka heirs. His Amato got along with the Yamanaka heir quite fine when she wasn't fangirling over the Uchiha, and Menma seemed to get along with the Silent Aburam clan, which both joined Naruto's group after he got the two silent people to join in. The Uchiha heir also joined them and he was cool, though he bragged about his Nai-san way too much. Now he knows what others go through when his Itato brags about him. It was getting late and the boy couldn't keep his mind off the one clan heir not there, Hinata-chan. He went over to his Kachan, who was smiling as she talked to her friends the mothers of Konoha's clans. Kachan, can we go and see Hinata-chan now please? Naruto asked. It was getting late and he wouldn't be able to see her before bedtime if they don't leave now. Looking at her son, who was giving her puppy dog eyes, she gave in. Okay son, I'll go and ask Toussaint first okay, wait here. Kushina ruffled her son's hair before she went to see her husband. Minato was talking to the ambassador with his sensei Jiraiya next time. Minato-kun, Naruto wants to go and see Hinata, is it okay if we leave early? She asked, causing the three men to look at her. The ambassador seemed to give a strange look as he asked. Leaving so soon Kushina-sama Minato was about to give the okay when his sensei put his hand on his shoulder. Minato, can I talk you for a sec? He whispered, leading Minato away while Kushina talked with the ambassador. What is it sensei? Minato asked, curious why his sensei led him away from the party. Minato, you can't let Kushina and the twins leave. The Toad Sage said in a hushed voice. Sensei, I don't understand. Minato inquired, not understanding why his family can't leave early. They only needed to attend in the first place for appearances. Damn it. Minato, don't you remember what happened to Kushina years ago? We can't risk that happening to the twins. It's better if they stay here and go home with you where they're safe. Kumo's not known for playing fair. He told his student, keeping his voice down. Minato remembered that night well. It was the night he first approached Kushina to save her from becoming Kumo's breeding stock. He also remembered the fear of almost losing her, and it was doubled at the thought of either of his children becoming Kumo's prisoners. You're right sensei. The two went back to join the party. Sorry Kushina-chan, but I think it's best you stay here with me. The party will be over in a few hours. He told his wife. Kushina was going to argue, not wanting to break her promise, but was interrupted. That's a brilliant idea Hokage-sama. It's not every day I get to hear about one of the legendary clans in the ninja world like the Uzumaki clan. The ambassador spoke up and since she couldn't be rude and deny him, she was stuck speaking to him for the rest of the night. Another 2 hours later. Naruto waited, but his Kachan never came back and they stayed at the party until it was finished. Finally finished, Naruto pleaded. We can see Hinata-chan now, can't we? Kushina looked at her son sadly. It hurt so much knowing she broke her promise to him. I'm sorry Naru-chan, but it's too late now. Naruto looked sad and hurt as his Kacchan brought herself to his level, even calling him by his affectionate nickname, hoping to lessen the blow. But you promised. He whined. His Kacchan never broke a promise to him before. I know, but I'll take you first thing in the morning, I promise, okay? She told him. But like the one before, this too will become one of the many promises that she failed to keep. Naruto only nodded sadly, looking down and keeping quiet the rest of the trip home. It unnerved the family how quiet their knucklehead was tonight. Kushina just finished putting the triplets to bed, but as soon as his Kacchan left his room, Naruto jumped out of bed, still fully clothed. He opened his window, looking back to his door, he whispered sadly. Sorry Kacchan, I promised Hinata-chan I'd give her present. With those words the boy jumped out the window. Naruto arrived at the Hyuga compound in record time. Like his dad said, he was still in Uzumaki and possessed almost endless stamina. He easily snuck in through a loose brick in the wall, one that only someone his size could fit through. Once on the other side, he put the brick back so he wouldn't get caught and he made his way to Hinata-chan's room. After sneaking past half the compound that seemed unusually quiet tonight, he made it just outside Hinata. But he saw a shadow sneaking through the garden like him. On closer inspection, he saw it was a ninja in a strange cloak. But Naruto's eyes widened in fear as he spotted the tied up and unconscious Hinata-chan on the man's shoulders. Hinata-chan. Naruto shouted as loud as he could, startling the man as he turned to see the blonde brat. Naruto charged, shouting. What the hell have you done to Hinata-chan? The shout woke up most of the compound. The ninja turned, seeing lights coming on and footsteps heard, not concerned with the blonde brat at all. This was a big mistake, because like a blonde-haired rocket, Naruto covered the distance between him and the man in an instant. Naruto ready to punch and hit the man right below the legs, where a man's most precious treasure laid. Fuck. You damn brat. He cursed as he held his damaged balls. After the last few months of street fighting and the momentum behind him, Naruto's punch packed quite a wallop. The man dropped the kidnapped Hyuga heiress and Naruto rushed to her side, untying the bindings. He shook Hinata, who groaned, starting to wake up. The man could clearly hear the coming Hyuga, who now knew he was here. He had to deal with the brat quickly and leave as he went through hand signs. Lightning style, thunderbolt, he called out, lighting blue lighting from his hands that headed straight to Naruto. Naruto looked at the lightning just in time to see it hit him. His whole body was shocked as it hit him, and he gave a silent scream of pain as the electricity filled him, destroying his nerves and killing him. Hinata woke up just at the moment to see Naruto trying to scream in pain as blue light electrocuted him. Naruto-kun. She cried in horror as her beloved was being murdered right in front of her. Naruto, just barely conscious, struggled to look at her. He couldn't let her down. He had to protect his most precious person. I can't give up, Hinata-chan needs me. Naruto struggled, but the pain faded slowly and almost completely, and for a second Naruto thought he was dead, as all traces of pain vanished. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan. As he said those thoughts, the blue lighting started moving towards his open mouth, as if something was sucking it up. The blue light entered the mouth. Both the kidnapper and Hinata watched in amazement as Naruto seemed to eat the lighting. Before they knew it, the lightning attack was gone without a trace. Blue slitted eyes glared at the man. Naruto's skin still had a few burns, and his clothes were burning from the attack, but he didn't care. The pain was gone, he felt some power swell up inside him as a warmth spread from his stomach. Naruto charged, rushing the man with speed a 3-year-old shouldn't possess. With a glowing yellow hand of what looked to be enveloped in lighting, Naruto punched the man in the balls a second time. The force and power behind it tripled the power of his first punch. The electricity around his hand entered the man, destroying any hope of ever having children and causing unimaginable pain as it stimulated the nerves. The man gave an ear-piercing scream that was heard all throughout the village. The man collapsed, his mind unable to handle the pain or loss of his manhood. Naruto looked at the man with a grin. He had no idea what happened, but he had done it. He protected Hinata-chan. The power that filled him left, and he dropped to the ground exhausted. He was caught by a crying Hinata who hugged him with a death grip. And Naruto-kun, I thought I lost you. She cried into his shoulder. Naruto struggled to return her hug and try to reassure her. There, Hinata-chan. I'm okay, I promise. The girl just kept crying. Hiashi and the rest of the Hyuga clan arrived at the scene, surprised to see the children and the downed man. Seeing Naruto was most likely injured, he ordered. Get the children to safety and give them medical attention now. He barked out and 2 branch members moved in. Naruto picked up a small box that fell out of his pocket when he was hit. He and Hinata were taken to the clan doctor. Hiashi and his brother approached the downed man, turning him over. They removed the mask, only to see brown hair and beard. Ani-sama, this is his brother, started, but he cut him off. Get Hokage-sama immediately and tell him what happened and that his child is here, he ordered his brother, who left straight to the Hokage's house. Arrest this man now and make sure he can't escape. he ordered, and two more branch members took the intruder away. Hisashi arrived at the Hokage's residence and rang the doorbell a few times. Ding dong, what? Both Kushina and Minato shouted in their night clothes and bed hair. Hisashi had to struggle not to look at Kushina's revealing nightgown that was transparent and showed her developed breasts and curves. Hisashi, you better have a good reason for waking us up at this late hour or else. She growled, keeping the man focused. Yes, Kushina-sama. There's been an incident at the Hyuga compound and your son was involved. Both parents looked confused for a moment before Kushina ran up the stairs and slammed open all the children's rooms, waking them up, but stopped cold when she got to the last one. Naruto's gone. She screamed. Both Minato and Kushina left, but not before calling Anbu to look after their children. Kushina arrived at the Hyuga compound to see her son being cared over by Hitomi and a sleeping Hinata that clung to him like a lifeline. She noticed the bandages wrapped around him, making him almost look like a mummy. In a rage, Kushina charged up to her son. "Hey Kachan," Naruto stated, before his angry Kachan slapped him across the face. "What were you thinking sneaking out?" she cried, tears staining her face. She was terrified when she found him missing, even more so when she saw him banged up like he was in a battle. Both Hitomi and Hinata, who woke up, watched horrified as Naruto cried, rubbing his red cheek. He had never been hit by his Kachan before. "Boo but K Kachan, I know, but get back to the house this instant," she shouted, trying to grab him and take him where she can keep him safe. Naruto recoiled, scared after he was hit. He leaned into Hinata, who was comforting him. Kushina was about to pry Naruto away when Kushina. "I think it would be best if Naruto stays tonight." Hitomi tried to calm down the emotional mother. But," she stammered, still crying. "No buts. You're too emotional right now and Naruto's fine with us, come back tomorrow and we'll explain what happened." Kushina was about to argue when sniffling reached her ears. Sniff. Looking behind Hitomi, she saw a shivering Naruto crying into Hinata's shoulder. A pit in her stomach sank as the realization hit her like lead as she hit her own son, her pride and joy. Covering her mouth in horror, more tears started to fall because of what she did. "And Naruto-chan, I'm so sorry." She tried to reach for him, but Naruto shuffled closer to Hinata in fear. Hitomi put her hand on her friend's shoulder. Kushina was destroyed after seeing her own son so fearful of her. Giving her friend a pained glance, Hitomi just shook her head no, already knowing what Kushina was going to ask. Kushina left the room, not another word said, not knowing how to fix things, and was afraid of what tomorrow would bring. "Nari-chan, please forgive me." She silently pleaded, tears falling as she made her way back home. Minato glared at the ambassador of Kumo, he was pissed. This man almost killed his son and tried to kidnap an innocent child. Take him to Ibiki and Inoichi. Tell them to get every last drop of information from him in the most painful way possible. He growled out, leaving the room in silence. But he forgot one important fact: how did his son take out a Jonin? The Yondaime Hokage never once questioning what actually happened that night. After Kushina's outburst, Naruto cried for a while, clinging to Hinata, who was comforting him the whole time. Eventually the two children went to bed together. "Kachan, I'm sorry, I just wanted to give Hinata-chan her present." The young boy was upset, thinking that his Kachan may hate him now. He was afraid to lose her. "Naruto-kun." Hinata's sweet voice broke him out of his thoughts. His blue eyes, red from crying, looked into Hinata's lavender orbs. "You did nothing wrong. Kushina-san was just worried for you, I'm sure it will all be right," she told him, calming the boy down a little. And she leaned closer, causing the boy to blush as he felt something wonderfully soft touch his cheek and causing tingling sensation. Thank you for saving me." She blushed, having just kissed the boy she really liked on the cheek. Her blonde savior was blushing up a storm, never having anyone but his Kachan and a few times his Amato kiss him on the cheek. The boy gulped, one hand touching his still tingling cheek. "And no problem, Hinata-chan. I'll always protect you." He stuttered out, embarrassed. He felt his heart racing suddenly as Hinata gave him a heartfelt smile of thanks. "What's happening? What's this strange feeling?" he thought, feeling such a new sensation for the Watching as Hinata closed her eyes, he couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Her face was round, her smooth skin glowed a pale silver, like starlight, the moonlight hit her, showing all her feminine features. Her silky midnight blue hair did the same, and his eyes must have been deceiving him because he could have sworn he saw lavender sparkles coming from it. Thump. 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 He tried to control his eccentric heart, but it just beats faster and faster as he gazed at the girl's ethereal beauty before him. "Hinata-chan, you're so beautiful," gazed at her in admiration until he remembered the original reason he came to her tonight. "Stupid. You still need to give her present," as his inner voice reminded him. His hand was making its way into his pocket where a small lavender box was kept. "Hinata-chan, you still awake?" he asked shyly with a bit of worry. "Why, yeah, I'm awake," Hinata mumbled, half asleep. Well, I still haven't given you your present yet. He told her. Hinata's eyes opened as Naruto pulled out a small lavender box. Looking at it, Hinata's eyes went to Naruto-kun, who nodded silently, telling her to take it. Hinata took the small box, touched at the boy she only knew for about a month, bought her a present. Even more so when she realized it was the original reason he came out tonight. Opening the box, her mouth flew open, gasping in surprise at what she saw. It was a wonderful necklace that was probably one of the most beautiful things she saw. Happy birthday, Hinata-chan. He smiled as the girl stared in shock at the present. It was spherical with a slight oval shape, a small piece of string completing it. But the necklace was made out of gemstones with a red ruby cut into the Uzumaki spiral. But that wasn't the most surprising thing about it, because on the front along with the ruby was a crescent moon made of purple sapphire. It was cut perfectly so it fitted with the ruby Uzumaki spiral. Picking it up to examine more clearly, she notices that the main part of the necklace was thicker than she thought. Turning the necklace around, there was a sun made of orange topaz. Like the moon on the front, it was cut so it fit perfectly into the center of the ruby, but in the center, a contrast of the orange was the bright red of another ruby stone, cut into the shape of the Hyuga flame. And Naruto-kun, it's beautiful. She stuttered in astonishment. The necklace in front of her would have Okami-sama. This must have cost a fortune. Why you didn't need to spend that much on. She was cut off by Naruto. Don't worry, I got a lot of money for my birthday since Koch-an and Toussaint couldn't buy me anything special since I wasn't joining in on the training. He told her smiling, which made it worse for the girl. As heir to the noble Hyuga clan, she could tell this was one of the most expensive things she's ever seen and it would have had to be custom bought to get it cut like this. One part of her was delighted over the fact her Naruto-kun spent so much for her. The other part, however, couldn't help but feel incredibly guilty that he spent so much of his money on her. And Naruto-kun, I don't. She was once more cut off. Hinata-chan, that is a present from me to you. If you don't accept it then it would have been such a waste since I had it made with you in mind. If you really want to thank me for it, then wear it and show me how beautiful it looks on you. He smiled, causing the girl to blush at what he was implying. She handed Naruto the necklace and he was about to protest but was cut off. Will you put it on me? Naruto-kun. The boy took the offered necklace, nodding dumbly. Making his way behind the girl's neck, he clicked the necklace into place. Both children were blushing madly as their faces almost touched, an inch closer, and they would have shared their first kiss together. Backing away, Naruto put his hand over his heart that was beating a million times faster than before. Picking up the necklace once more from around her neck, Hinata smiled even more with a pink blush. It warmed the boy's heart seeing her so happy. Deciding to be brave, Hinata shouted. I love it. While jumping into Naruto's arms. The boy was blushing madly as he hugged Hinata back, smelling her lavender scent as he resisted the urge to bury his face into her hair. Noticing after a few minutes Hinata didn't move, he looked down to see her asleep, smiling blissfully. Smiling peacefully himself, he got comfortable with the blue-haired beauty in his arms. As the boy drifted off to sleep, Hinata's smile got wider as she snuggled into her Naruto-kun, more delighted that her plan worked. In a black void, a rainbow-colored orb glowed behind a cage with seal on it. It just floated there with what looked like water below reflected back. The orb was still before a spark of yellow electricity circled around the orb. 10 months later. It's been almost a year since Hinata's attempted kidnapping by Kumo and Naruto's rescue of her. Thanks to the Kumo nin being taken alive, Konoha Interrogation Department was able to get all of Kumo's plans. The Yondaime Hokage was furious when he found that along with kidnapping the Hyuga heiress, his youngest son and daughter were both targets if the opportunity arose. Minato was thanking his lucky stars, he listened to his sensei and made extra care to listen to his sensei's words, more often a decision that will cause more problems than it will solve. Kumo tried to plead that they had nothing to do with it, but after showing evidence Konoha found after ambushing the Kumo extraction team near the borders of the Land of Fire. They could not weasel out of it. With this evidence and news of how Kumo's ninja was captured by a child, the village suffered a humiliating defeat. Once news reached the daimyo of the Land of Lighting. He forced the village of Kumo to pay reparations to Konoha, as well as cut the village's budget, weakening their strength. It was that decision that prevented the Yondaime Hokage from going to war, who was convinced by the council and his sensei to accept the money to aid in the further recovery of their village after Kyuubi's attack 4 years prior. Rumors quickly spread about the son of the Hokage saving the Hyuga heiress. However, because of his status as Jinchuriki, it became widely known that it was the youngest son and not the eldest. Causing the villagers' treatment of Menma to improve drastically, even going as far believing he would become Hokage like his Toussaint one day. To the shy little boy who dreamed of becoming Hokage, this was a big confidence boost. However, not all of the aftermath of what is now known as the Hyuga affair was good. Due to Kushina's outburst on the night the relationship between her and her eldest suffered. Naruto was weary of Kushina the months after, and though he eventually forgives her, there has been a strain on their relationship ever since. While a wedge was put between mother and son, the relationship between Hinata and Naruto only grew closer, much to Menma's envy, who trained harder, hoping to surpass his brother and earn the Hyuga era's attention. It was the eve before the triplets' 4th birthday, and Kushina was preparing for the celebration tomorrow with a big smile. Like she promised last year, Naruto was going to start training, and she planned to work extra hard with the boy so he can catch up to his siblings and repair the rift that formed between her and her son. The triplets were currently playing outside with Hinata. Since it was their birthday tomorrow, Menma and Akami were given the day off. It was the first time in ages that all the siblings and Hinata got together. Menma and Akami were a bit disappointed since they couldn't play ninja games because Naruto had yet to start his training, but they were just happy they could play with their Ani-san like old times. Hinata didn't mind much since she was used to playing non-ninja games with her Naruto-kun despite having started her own training her last birthday. But because of her attempted kidnapping, her training was increased to ensure that she could defend herself if Kumo tried anything again. This left the only child who didn't start his training yet to be very lonely, but the thought of him being able to train together with his precious siblings kept him going and smiling, and tomorrow, he was finally going to be able to play with them on equal footing. At this time, a white-haired man appeared in a cloud of smoke in between Menma and Akami, jumping in surprise as they whirled around to face who it is, Naruto quickly taking a stance in front of Hinata in case it was Kumo. Hinata blushed at Naruto's protectiveness of her and took this opportunity to cling to Naruto, despite not being that afraid. When the smoke dispersed, both Menma and Akami shouted. Jiraiya-sensei, the white-haired sensei, smiled at the two as they looked at him with big smiles. "What's up, you little brats, did you miss me?" he asked, smiling broadly. "Nope." Both Akami and Menma said bluntly. Their sensei fell to his knees as he pretended to cry. "I'm hurt, how could you treat your own godfather like that?" His crying didn't last very long until the two children broke out in laughter. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei." Akami started. We really did miss you." Menma stuttered, causing the sage to frown. While the boy's confidence had skyrocketed the past year, he still hadn't managed to completely get rid of his lack of it. "Well, of course you did, after all, I am the greatest godfather on earth," he exclaimed, pointing two thumbs to himself, a goofy grin on his face that only made Naruto and Hinata watch the trio due to their own reasons. Naruto never really got along with the sage, he always seemed to focus more on his sibling than him, even before they started training. Hinata really didn't care and had yet to let go of Naruto. Jiraiya may have been one of the greatest ninja alive, but her Aka-chan called him a giant pervert. She had no idea what that means, but the anger and disgust she said it with was enough to wipe away any respect she had for his title. Once the trio finished laughing, Akami finally asked the question everyone wanted to know. "So Jai-san, why are you here?" "I'm glad you asked," he stated, pulling the great big scroll on his back and presenting it before them. "I've talked to your two-san, and we agreed to let you sign the Toad contract." Both of them looked at the scroll with sparkles in their eyes. Even Naruto looked at the scroll in interest. The triplets grew up hearing stories about their two-san and Aji-san exploits with the mighty summons. They longed for the day they too could become Toad summoners and fight side by side with the mighty beasts. Opening the scroll, Jiraiya got ready for the newest Toad summoners to sign. "Now write your names in blood in one of the empty spaces and then fingerprints to finish the contract." Both of the children bit their thumbs and quickly carried out the sage's instructions. Naruto started walking over too, but when he got there, the sage pulled up the scroll. "Great, once we start back up with training, I'll teach you how to summon your first Toad K." The sage ruffled by Menma's and Akami hair. "Happy birthday, you two." Naruto could only watch with slight shock, and Hinata glared at the sage for completely ignoring her Naruto-kun. As Menma and Akami started talking about the toads they were going to summon, Naruto approached his godfather. "Jiraiya-sensei, what about me, who?" The sage huffed, forgetting about the oldest sibling. "Aren't I going to be allowed to sign the contract too?" the little boy asked with hope, only to have his dreams crushed. "Sorry boy, but you're not ready for something like this yet, maybe once you've trained a bit, but not until then." Naruto only frowned, his eyes looking downcast at the ground. He quickly put on a fake smile and tried to think more positive thoughts. His siblings didn't notice, too engrossed in their own talks, but Hinata did and hated seeing her Naruto-kun excluded out. "Well then, what are you going to teach me?" he asked, excitement in his voice at the thought of finally starting his ninja training. "Who?" the sage said confusingly, having no idea what the boy meant until he clarified. "I mean, I'm going to start training soon too, aren't I? What am going to learn? Will it be fireballs, or clones, or the cool flashing jutsu you used just now?" Naruto asked excitedly, his early disappointment gone as he imaged himself doing all the cool things he's seen and heard ninja do. "Crap, I totally forgot about him." Minato promised he'll start training the boy this year, but Menma and Akami needed much more if the prophecy is to succeed. Looking at the excited boy, he didn't know what to tell him and just ruffled the boy's head like he did with the other two. We'll see. The boy was ecstatic. He's seen his godfather do this to his siblings all the time, but he never remembered him doing it to him. The boy thought his godfather was finally acknowledging him and couldn't wait to join him and his sibling for their next training session. But he was sadly wrong on that thought because the sage walked away. We can't take the boy on for training too. I'll speak to Minato and sort it. We can't have it compromising the prophecy. Naruto went back to Hinata, who was worried something just felt off between Naruto-kun's talk with the Sannin. Hinata-chan. Her mother called, coming to pick her up. Hearing this, Hinata quickly looking to the entrance of Namika's Uzumaki household, seeing her smiling mother. Menma quickly turned to say goodbye to Hinata. Bye. Hi. His goodbye was muffled though, as Naruto beat him to it. Bye Hinata-chan, I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto smiled at his best friend, who blushes at his attention. In a moment of bravery, Hinata hugged her Naruto-kun, her face turning bright red as she wished him a happy birthday. Bye Naruto-kun and happy birthday. This shocked Menma, making jealous as he watched Hinata-chan hug his Ani-san. This didn't go unnoticed by Jiraiya either. Well, isn't this interesting, the kid's got himself a childhood crush. The sage was delighted at this revelation, thinking he finally found a way to solve the kid's confidence. Hinata pulled away, blushing heavily, unable to meet Naruto's eyes, who was blushing himself, not expecting the sudden display of affection from the usually reserved Hyuga. Sure, it happened before, but it was usually him that did it, and when Hinata was upset, and not the other way around. Hinata fingered the necklace Naruto gave her last year, remembering all that happened that night. I'll give you your birthday present tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled brightly. He couldn't wait to see what she got him. Turning to Naruto's sibling. Bye Menma, Akami, see you tomorrow. Bye Hinata. Akami called, waving her hand. Menma looked up at hearing his One-chan shout goodbye. Bye Hinata-chan. He said quietly and half-heartedly, but she still heard and smiled at the boy, causing him to blush. However, his blush disappeared when Hinata sent a loving look to his Ani before running off to her mother. Akami and Naruto went to the gate, waving their friend goodbye until she was out of sight, leaving Menma to sulk on his own. You know, if you really want her attention, you need to grow stronger and take the intuitive. Looking to his right, he saw that the words of wisdom came from his godfather. Would Hinata-chan really notice me if became stronger? He asked, a hope in his voice obvious. Of course, take it from me. I've been with hundreds of ladies and they love it when a big strong man takes charge. Believe me, just get stronger and the little Hyuga will be all yours. The sage encouraged, hoping his plan would work. Menma's eyes sparkled as he thought of Hinata-chan clinging to him and not his Ani, and he blushed at the thought of her hugging him. I'll do it. I'll train harder and become stronger for Hinata-chan. He shouted in a burst of confidence. That a boy, and don't worry, I'll help you all the way. Jiraiya ruffled the boy's head before going in. Menma glared at remembering the hug Hinata gave, and he felt a strong sense of anger towards his beloved Ani-san. I won't lose Ani-san, not anymore, and defiantly, not Hinata-chan. With that promise made, Menma went to the back to get some training in before dinner. Kushina was getting into bed. After tucking in her triplets, she had an incredible bright smile after hearing Naruto talk excitedly about training while she tucked him in. So, Minato, what are we going to start Naruto on? Kushina asked her husband, causing the man next to her to look her way and dreading the conversation that was to come. I was thinking chakra control and then some sealing. Menma and Akami haven't been able to pick it up, so maybe Naruto will. Kushina was excited to start teaching her eldest. Sure, she loved teaching her other children, but Jiraiya and Minato always seemed to be overbearing during training. She was hoping while they took care of Menma and Akami training, she would be left alone to train with Naruto and get him up to speed. As Kushina excitedly went on, Minato finally managed to force the words he was dreading to say. Actually, Kushina-chan, I think it would be best if we hold off training Naruto-kun for now. He said quickly, not stopping, only to grimace at the face his wife gave. Kushina had a look of hurt and confusion at her husband's response. They already excluded Naruto for a whole year and promised to make it up to him this year. Minato. What do you mean by that? We already promised we'll start this year, we can't break it. Kushina almost shouted, starting to lose her temper, but refrained because the kids were sleeping. Now listen to me, Kushina-chan, it's just that Menma and Akami aren't as far as we hoped. We didn't even start with the Kyuubi chakra yet. He tried pleading his case. Which was why we excluded Naruto, to train them to better control their powers in the first place. He went on, not liking the frown and disappointing look his wife gave him. Be that as it may, we can't just break our promise. I'll train him myself if I have to. Kushina told her husband determinedly. We can't do that, Kushina, your chains are the only surefire way to ensure they don't lose control. Me and Jiraiya-sensei can use seals, but we need to get close to do it, and who knows what could happen in the meantime. Kushina would admit he had a good point. Her ability to repress chakra was the key reason she was chosen as a Jinchuriki, and her chains made it easy to keep them under control. But still, that's no reason to not let him join in. Minato could only frown at his wife, hoping that the conversation would end quickly without becoming a full-blown fight. But you know how Naruto is. Remember that incident with Kuma last year. This caused Kushina to halt as a past fear showed up. How could she forget waking up to find Naruto was missing was one of the scariest moments, and when she found him injured after almost being killed, her heart stopped. What do you think Naruto would do if Menma or Akami were to lose control? Minato told her, already knowing the answer. It didn't take long for Kushina to work out what, after all, Naruto was always the ideal big brother. He would try and protect them even if it meant getting hurt. Her husband's words echoed, causing her to imagine Naruto taking on an out-of-control Menma and Akami, only to be fatally injured. No, she whispered, almost crying in fear for her boy. Look, you and I don't want to do this, but Naruto is too reckless. He gets into fights all the time, and if we train him now, he'll just put himself in more dangerous situations. Kushina was practically crying. She could still remember all the parents that came to complain about Naruto for beating up their children. Seeing his distressed wife, he put his arm over her shoulder, hugging her. Once Menma and Akami have gotten used to the fox's chakra, and we don't need to worry about them losing control all of a sudden, then Naruto can join, and by then he'll be much more mature than he is now. You know how hard it is to keep control of the Kyuubi at first. The children need to build up a resistance to its influence before we can safely train them with Naruto. Minato's words seemed to finally gotten through to his wife, who only nodded in his embrace. Don't worry, once Naruto started at the academy. He'll get the basics down there, and we can start teaching him more advanced stuff. By then Menma and Akami are sure to be where we want them to be. Kushina could only silently cry. She hated the thought of leaving her son alone, but her husband's words made sense. They would just have to tell Naruto he'll have to wait a little longer. Unfortunately for the two, a young boy with bright blonde hair, blue eyes and whiskered marked cheeks heard everything. He got up to go to the bathroom and brush his teeth, forgetting to do it while he was telling his Kachan about all the things he wanted to learn when he started training. But sadly, that wasn't the case. He heard everything. It's just for another year, it's Oamato and Itato can be safe. He whispered, but he couldn't stop the silent tear that fall as he made his way back up to his room. If it was for his family, would do anything. He was the oldest, so he would make sure his siblings are safe no matter what. The next day the Hokage's family was once more holding a large celebration for their triplets' birthday. There were a few more people this year, most of them here for Menma and Akami. All except one. Naruto was waiting in the corner watching while his sibling tried to perform the summoning jutsu. When Hinata and her family arrived, she immediately went to Naruto, spotting his bright yellow hair straight away, and went to give him his present. "Naruto-kun." She practically sang. Naruto put up a fake smile, trying his best not to show his disappointment. "Hey, Hinata-chan." Hinata felt that there was something off with Naruto's smile and presented him with his present, which was really big. It might have been the biggest present there. Naruto looked at the surprisingly huge gift Hinata presented with a blush. Embarrassed, having never really received such a big present before, he felt a smile come to his lips as he accepted it and began opening it. "I hope you like it." Like was an understatement. He practically loved her, Hinata-chan outdid herself. There wasn't just one present but several. There was a custom-made ninja pouch and shuriken holder, along with custom-made shuriken and kunai. These weren't the practice tools his siblings got, but real ones that looked like they were made of silver. There were also 3 scrolls for learning the most basic academy jutsu, the Bushin, Kawarimi and Henge no Jutsu. Finally, there were 2 books, one about chakra theory and the other about trap making with a beginner starting kit. I thought that with this you'll be able to catch up to you siblings in no time, and now that you're starting your training." She blushed, fidgeting with her fingers. The delight he felt went away and a frown appeared on his face at remembering the fact he won't really be able to use them. "Naruto-kun, is something wrong?" Hinata asked, worriedly, scared that he didn't like the present she brought for him. "No, it's not that, it's just I won't be able to use them." His voice was small as he looked sorrowful at what was the best present of his life. "What do you mean?" Hinata couldn't understand why he wouldn't be able to use them. "I'm not starting my training this year." He sighed, the thought hurting him after remembering his parents' words last night. Why not?" the shy Hyuga almost shouted. She knew just how much he was looking forward. "Itato and Amato aren't where Kachan and Tusan want them to be yet, so my training's on hold for another year," he told her sadly, watching her get angrier at those words. "Well, you can train with me then." The offer intrigued him and made him happy, but he couldn't really say yes. "I doubt your Tusan and clan would allow it." After attempts to join Hinata's training sessions, he learned firsthand that he wouldn't be allowed to just join. "I don't care, I'll train you myself if I have to, and then when your parent finally do train you, you can show them all your hard work," Hinata said with confidence, not going to let Naruto be left out anymore. She couldn't do much this past year with her own training and knew how hard it was for Naruto being left alone while everyone trained but him. She even saw him trying to train on his own but having no idea where to start. Naruto managed to crack a smile. It was still smaller than usual, but it was an honest one. Bringing the girl into a hug, he whispered in her ear. "Thank you." Feeling the heat going to her face and desperately trying not to faint, Hinata just hugged Naruto back. "Anytime, Naruto-kun." Those words made Naruto want to cry. Hinata was just an amazing friend and he loved her for it. Hiashi watched his daughter go over to the eldest son of the Hokage. Personally, he wished she took a liking to the youngest son. Knowing that the Kyuubi chakra along with the Uzumaki heritage could have vast potential. It also didn't help that the children were treated as heroes for saving the village from the fox. His wife, however, didn't care about the future or politics and all that mattered to her was that her daughter was happy. She approved of the girl's choice in boys even at this age. It was plain as day to see that Naruto would become a fine young man. Menma wasn't happy as he saw Hinata run over to his Ani and then ended up hugging her again. He was enraged with jealousy and as he did the hand signs for summoning jutsu, tickle of red chakra burst as he slammed his hand down. The Fuinjutsu of the Toad clan spread out from the palm of his hand. Everyone watched, surprised as a cloud of smoke appeared. As it cleared, a little green toad that was more of a cross between a tadpole and toad appeared. Everyone clapped as Menma's successes in the summoning jutsu for the very first time. "Aw, come on, how you do that?" Okami pouted as she tried to do the jutsu but failed each time. Jiraiya and Minato only smiled at the boy's progress. Delighted with his summoning, he scooped up his toad tadpole thingy and ran off to show Hinata and his Ani-san. "Hinata-chan, Ani-san, look, I summoned a toad." The boy showed off his toad excitedly. Both of them looked at said toad realizing it wasn't a toad yet but didn't say anything. "Just wait, I know it's small, but I'm going to summon big ones like Tusan once we start training," he said excitedly, happy to have gotten it down first. His Ani-san and Wani-chan always beat him, but not this time he came out on top. "Live it up, Atauto, I'll catch up and summon a toad twice as big." Okami playfully challenged, happy for her Atauto's success even if she was a little jealous. Then I'll just summon one twice as big as yours by then." Menma challenged back. Seeing his siblings fight over jutsu hurt, especially one he wanted so badly to learn. Naruto began running off his sibling, hardly noticing, but Hinata did and she glared at the siblings. When Menma and Okami looked back to see their Ani missing, they asked, "Where did Ani go?" She wanted to shout at them for being so inconsiderate of Naruto's feelings but knew that wouldn't make Naruto any happier. So, she just ignored them, going to find her Naruto-kun. This caused Menma to feel a bit hurt, but once he remembered that Hinata-chan actually paid attention to him when he showed her the toad, it strengthened his resolve. "Just wait, Hinata-chan, I'm going to get stronger and stronger for you." As Naruto ran, he ended up bumping into his Ka-chan. "Naruto, watch where you going," she scolded, but when he just ran past without so much as an apology, she got a bit angry. "Naruto," she growled, the boy stopping at his Ka-chan's warning tone. "What do we say when we bump into someone?" she asked, wanting an apology. It was basic manners to apologize when you bump into someone. Naruto's fist clenched, slowly turning, he asked. "Ka-chan, when am I going to start training?" A wave of guilt overcame Kushina and she was left too shocked to say anything. Having no idea that Naruto overheard her and Minato last night. Using this opportunity, Naruto ran to his room and away from his Ka-chan, who didn't have the heart to chase after him. Naruto laid on his bed, everything was looking up. His godfather and Ka-chan were acknowledging him and he was so happy to be with his son. But in the end, it didn't happen and he was excluded from his family for another year. Naruto didn't hear the door open as Hinata slipped in, seeing Naruto lying on the bed as he sulked. Taking a seat next to him, she lovingly stroked his back and hair as the boy began crying. It tore her heart seeing him like this, no matter what the reason. Couldn't his family see they were hurting him? "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'm here." Hinata lied down, hugging Naruto's head to chest. He hugged her back until he fell asleep. When Hitomi went looking for her daughter and saw them lying together on the bed, she smiled and asked Kushina if it was okay for Hinata to stay. She agreed, knowing how much her children loved Hinata, having no idea that Hinata had fallen asleep in Naruto's room. In the black void behind its cage, the rainbow orb had grown bigger. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. An angry growl emerged from it within. The light began shifting as it took an oval shape like that of an egg. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr stopping it, but the pulse of power almost slipped through with no challenge, only the tiniest bit of energy not making it past the seal. In the real world, Naruto glowed in a rainbow aura for a few seconds, and as suddenly as it appeared it disappeared sinking within the boy. To both guests that flamed my story. One, I will thank the one who was at least a bit respectful in his review, but I challenge his view of me butchering Kushina's and Minato's personalities and contradicting everything we know from canon. Considering that both of them didn't have the greatest amount of screen time, I think I did pretty well with their personalities from what the canon gave us. Kushina was shown to be hot-headed and react violently when upset. She was also shown to be emotional at times, but that could be chalked up to her being pregnant at the time. In my fic, she loves Naruto dearly, but because of that, she gets emotional and overreacts at times. I tried to make it so she isn't happy about him being left out, but Minato acted like the voice of reason and logically explained using Kushina's own feelings on Naruto's safety to get her to agree. As for Minato, he was a Hokage that sealed a demon in his own children. There is no doubt he loves Naruto, but in his mind, everything he does is for the greater good and his duty as Hokage. Also, according to the prophecy, he is at risk of losing his family as well as the world. So, a part of him is desperate to stop it, even if his family hates him for it in the end. It doesn't help that his sensei is encouraging him, helping solidify the idea that it is all for the greater good. Even if you say it's not a flame, it sounds like it is, it's fanfic, so you can't expect the personalities to be 100%, but I am trying. It just seemed to me you are disregarding some of the key points and reason I put in to explain Minato's and Kushina's actions. As for the rest of your review about what happened to all the original writers on fanfic. First, I am doing this for fun, and I am not a pro writer and will properly never be. Second, almost no idea out there is actually original and are always based off something else. Fanfiction as a whole personifies this. To the other guest who simply called my work trash, tell that to all the reviewers who like the story so far. If you're going to hate, at least say why and use an account, and then your reviews would actually mean something. Akami was humming a tune. It was early morning as she helped prepare breakfast with her Kachan. The now 5-year-old girl was delighted because today was the day her and her brothers were going to start going to the academy together. I can't wait for me and Ani-san and Itato to begin the academy and finally be together again. She didn't understand why her parents didn't let her Ani-san start training with them like they had promised, and she hated it. She missed the days when the three of them would be close and inseparable from each other. But once Menma and I started training, those days just faded away. Her smile quickly turned into a frown at the recollection of the growing distance between her Ani-san. While they trained, their Ani-san just seemed to fade out. The times we spent together just keeps becoming less and less. Hurry up and join us, Ani, we miss you, I miss you. Looking to her Kachan, who was humming the same tune she was humming until a few minutes ago. Her crimson hair was tied up in ponytail just like her own, and she had a glowing smile as she prepared food for her family. As the sun hit her mother, she couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was, hoping that one day she would be just as beautiful. Kushina, noticing her only daughter looking at her, turned her bright smile and violent eyes, showering her little girl with love. What's wrong, daughter? Blushing at her Kachan, Akami shyly looked away. Her cheeks were almost as red as her hair. Kachan, why hasn't Ani-san started training with us yet? Her voice sweet and childlike, her blue eyes sparkling in innocence and cheeks light puffed. Her daughter was adorable, and any other day Kushina would squeal and give her daughter a big hug. But despite it being an innocent question from her daughter, it only brought out a feeling of guilt from Kushina. Her conversation with Minato echoed in her mind. She didn't like it one bit that her eldest had to be left out. But her worrying for his safety and her husband's reasoning won out over her motherly instincts. As her only daughter looked at her innocently, all she could do was tell her. He's just not ready. Her voice broke, showing that she was unsure on what she. This only confused the young girl who was cutely tilting her head. Seeing her daughter's obvious confusion, she leaned down to her height, patting her on the head soothingly and telling her. Don't worry. He'll join you soon. Once he's gone to the academy, I'm sure Naruto-chan will be ready, and then you can all train together. This brought a smile to the little girl's face, causing her Kachan to give just as big smile. Now go and wake your Itato and Ani-san, breakfast's almost ready. Akami's blue eyes sparkled. Okay, Kachan. Running off in a happy mood thanks to the news that her Ani-san will be with them again. Kushina could only smile at her daughter's happiness at the thought of her Ani-san joining them in training. Turning to finish dishing up breakfast, she could only hope that her words were true and her eldest would join this year. Naruto-chan will join in this year for sure, Databane. As Akami ran off to wake her brothers, she couldn't keep the excitement she felt. Finally. Now that we're all attending the academy, we can all be together and soon Naruto Ani-san will start training with us too. Quickly opening the door to her Itato's room, she ran to the bed, where her Itato was sleeping soundly. Smiling at how peaceful he looked, she gently put her hand on him, she shook him awake. Come Itato, it's time for breakfast. Grumbling Menma replied with. Okay Wani-chan. He got up and wiped the sleep from his eyes, his Wani-chan was already running to their Ani-san's room. Entering she shouted. Wake up Ani-san. Her voice echoing through the room, yet her Ani didn't budge one bit. Still snoring soundly, his sheets thrown all over the place from all the twisting and turning as he did during the night. Getting mad, she glared at her Ani and marched up to his bed, shaking him vigorously. "Wake up Ani or we'll be late to the academy." When Naruto's response was him turning away in his sleep still, she knew she had no choice. Taking a deep breath, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Raymond before she knew it, something sped past her, causing her to spin around from the force generated as it passed her. When she finally stopped, her hair was all messy. Blinking in surprise, she saw that her Ani was no longer in bed. "Jazz Ani-san, couldn't you have at least made your bed?" Leaning over she grabbed the sheets making her Ani-san's bed for him. "What would you do without me Ani-san?" Akami was walking in the dining room after having finished fixing her Ani-san's bed. "Ani-san, couldn't you have made your bed before speeding off?" She grumbled, her right hand patting her hair back down after her Ani messed it up. Naruto only glared at Izumoto who promptly returned it with her own. "You lied, there's no Raymond here," he told her. His voice lanced with annoyance. "Well, it was the only way to get you up." Reaching her hand to the back of her head, she lightly pulled at her ponytail, flattening the lost strands back down. "Besides, you messed up my hair so we're even." Sticking her tongue out at him, she made her way to her own seat. "I just don't understand your obsession with Raymond." Naruto looked shocked at this statement. "Hey. You like Raymond as much as any of us do," he said, standing up and pointing an accusing finger at her. "That was when I was a kid and you and Kachan made us have it every day." Despite what she was saying, ramen was still one of her top favorite foods, but she was more like her Tusen than her Kachan and knew the importance of eating other foods. Yet she still savored the deliciousness of ramen when it came up. "But I'm never going to let them know that, I'll never live it down." Turning her head, the other way her ponytail swinging along she scoffed. "Ramen's not that great." Blasphemy. This shout didn't come from her Ani-san, but from her ramen obsessive Kachan. "Ramen is the food of the gods. No Uzumaki has disliked it and none ever will on my watch." Her Kachan stated with her finger raised, her Ani agreeing with her as he raised his own finger. Akami looked at her Shiataudo, hoping he at least retained his sanity. But sadly, she was mistaken as even her Shiataudo was giving her a glare of disappointment along with a nod of agreement at his Kachan's words. Sighing, she thought. Why did I have to be born into a family of ramen addicts? Despite the slight grief she felt at the thought, she couldn't help the small smile that showed on her face. "It's good to have you back, Ani." She couldn't remember the last time they all ate and joked together like this. Even her Ani and Kachan were getting along better since forever. The only thing that's disappointing her was the empty chair of her Tusan, who had to leave to do work before the academy opening. Once they all finished getting all ready to leave, the family entered standard Namikaze Uzumaki formation, as both Akami and Menma took hold of one of their Kachan's hand, each with Naruto taking point. After a boring speech given by his Tusan and many slaps by his Izumoto to keep him awake, the opening speech ended and they got to the fun part. Exhibition matches. In order to measure academy entries' abilities, they would fight randomly against a fellow candidate. This allowed instructors to get a peek at their future students and see what level they were at. However, one match they didn't expect was two of the Hokage's children going at it. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Akami Uzumaki Namikaze. The instructor shouted. Both children looked at one another, slightly worried, having never thought they would end up fighting over anything but ramen before today. Both children made their way to the ring, while they did so their Tusan had his own private thoughts on the match. "It's sad, but Naruto's going to lose. He just doesn't have the training Akami does." Akami was unfortunately having the same thoughts, knowing her Ani-san had no training like she did. "This is bad, Ani won't stand a chance. I could let him win, but he'll know and Kachan and Tusan will get mad." Naruto gazed at the crowd to where his best friend and her family was watching. Hinata was happily cheering for him, her excitement for the match overpowering her shyness, making Menma jealous. Her mother Hitomi, now visibly pregnant with her second child, smiled. "I can finally show the results of my training." Over the past year, he trained with both Hinata and Hitomi, and though he couldn't join his friend's training sessions with her Otu-san, Hitomi was more than willing to take the time to train him instead during those times. "Ani-san, please give up. I don't want to hurt you." His sorrowful Izumoto's voice reached his ears, pleading him to give up. Naruto just stared at her with a determination in his eyes. "Sorry Izumoto, but I'm not the one who's going to get hurt." Taking his fighting stance, he got ready. His right foot went backwards, turning slightly, his body also turning sideward and hands raised and slide open. It was a basic stance, but one that served him well when fought off Hinata's bullies. Looking at her Ani worryingly, she resolved to finish this quickly without hurting or embarrassing him too much. "Sorry Ani, I'll try and end it quickly." Frowning at her words that hurt for her to say, but she trained for 2 years straight with her Tusan, Kachan and Jai-san. taking her own stance, which was a lower-level version of her two-sense HACHIDORI hummingbird style. In her mind, there was no way her Ani could stand up to her. The proctor shouted to start. Begin rushing her Ani. Okami sped to Naruto, throwing a roundhouse kick, surprising him at the sheer speed she moved at. Despite the surprise, Naruto's arms were able to poorly block it, but he still felt some pain from the force of blow, hitting his awkward guard. She was expecting him to be sent flying like Haruto usually did, though he did improve when he started putting chakra to his feet. However, she was dead wrong as her Ani turned, his hips throwing his fist forward with slight spin to it and putting his weight behind it as he aimed to punch at her face. Her reflexes kicked in and quickly flipping back, she narrowly avoided the blow, eyes widening in surprise at the wind she felt from the punch. Now in mid-flip, one of her legs caught her Ani's chin before finishing landing a few meters away. But Naruto wasn't even fazed by her blow, though he felt the pain. To the girl's eyes he looked completely fine. He withstood her kicks by pure muscle strength, something not even Naruto could do. Smacking his mouth at feeling the pain from her kick to his chin and shaking his arms, it distracted him from the pain and numbness he felt as he quickly charged at Izumoto. Propelling off his back foot, Naruto quickly covered the gap between them. Though fast for his age and any other academy entry, besides his siblings and Hinata, to Okami, who was used to her sparring partners using chakra to move faster, her Ani might as well have been moving in slow motion. Throwing a roundhouse kick of his own, Izumoto easily ducked under it, punching him in the face and sending him flying back a few meters. Naruto was able to recover his footing quickly due to years of beating older bullies, but was unable to recover in time to fully block Izumoto's next attack. Okami punched him in the stomach before attempting a kick to the ribs. Managing to block this with his left arm, Naruto was left helpless to the double punches to his face that left him momentarily stunned. His body felt heavy, his arms numb from Izumoto's blows, and a dull ache came from every spot. Okami just looked at her Ani in bewilderment. Why doesn't he just go down? Despite the effect of her blows that Naruto was feeling, to Okami he still looked completely fine, the toll his body was taking not showing at all. She was used to fighting opponents with enchanted stamina like herself after sparring with a fellow Uzumaki many times. But her Ani's endurance unnerved her. Not even Naruto was able to withstand her hits for long without showing clear signs of fatigue despite his Uzumaki endurance. But her Ani's own endurance seemed to be greater than both her and Naruto's. Not even Naruto could withstand a combo like that and still look practically fine. I have no choice but to use that. She quickly glanced to her two-san in the crowd, who was looking slightly worried over the state of the match. What she was going to use was an advanced combo her two-san showed her, but banned from her using, saying they didn't want anyone to get hurt. Okami assumed they meant her since she would be performing an advanced technique, but in fact it was to keep Menma safe since the combo could hit several fatal points. Taking her stance and using the tiniest bit of chakra in her legs, she quickly closed the gap between her and her Ani-san. She punched him in the kidney so hard he would be pissing blood for a week, following it up by hitting her stunned Ani with an upper palm strike to the chin. Naruto staggered back as his brain was rattled from the strike and winded from the blow to his kidney. This was exactly what Izumoto wanted as she grabbed his shoulders, kneeing him in his left kidney. Using the force her kick generated, she was perfectly set up for the next blow, doing a 360-degree spin, she landed a knife strike with her right hand to his neck. What followed up was a double punch from her left to his chest and then right punch to his heart. Okami smirked at the achievement at pulling off such an advanced move, despite only being shown it once, as well as the victory she was sure had, but was shocked when she looked at her Ani, who was still on his feet. No way. The smirk quickly vanished at seeing her combo had a less than derisible effect she wanted. Naruto's whole body felt numb, his arms and legs felt like lead, and his breathing was ragged as he tried to catch his breath. The sharp pain from kidneys irritated him, making him feel as if he was going to lose control of his bladder any second. His mind was still rattled, his vision was fuzzy, standing more on instinct and force of will more than anything else. Okami was getting slightly angry now. She trained hard wanting to protect her Ani and Itato, yet in the end it all seemed pointless, now that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't beat her Ani-san who had no training at all. She rushed him again, intending to finish this once and for all. But Naruto's vision came back a split second before she was in range, and on instinct, he threw a back fist at Izumoto. At the speed she was going, a normal person wouldn't be able to react at all, but her Otu-san once commented that she was faster than he was at her age. The world seemed to slow down. She could clearly see Naruto's punch just inches from her face. But her reflexes were fast enough to react and begun to weave under it, but then at last second, her Ani's fist seemed to glow red, speeding up and colliding into her face. Crack. The sickly sound was hard as Naruto's fist hit Izumoto dead center in the nose, and blood flew everywhere. Okami was sent flying as the crowd watched as she lost the match. Naruto's head finally cleared and looked at his downed Yamato and smiled at having won their match. But that only lasted a moment as a sound reached his ears. Sniff sniff wah. Naruto looked at his Yamato in horror as she cried, her nose broken and her face bloodied. His brotherly instinct taking over her went to help his Yamato, but his Kachan and godmother Tsunade were already attending to her. Naruto, that was too much, this was only supposed to be a friendly spar. Kushina scolded, glaring at her son before going back to attending to her daughter. Tsunade's green chakra was already healing the bone fractures and mending the broken skin. Horror covered Naruto's face as he tried to reply. I didn't mean to. His stuttering was cut off by his Kachan though. Not now Naruto, Akami is hurt. His Kachan shouted at him and scared him, reminding him of the night years ago. Did you see that came from the crowd? Turning, Naruto saw all the spectators glaring at him and whispering amongst themselves. They kept saying he did it on purpose out of jealousy, shunning the villagers. Akami and Menma were heroes and Naruto was nothing despite being the Hokage's son too. That made Naruto the bad guy for hurting a little girl so badly, who was not only a hero, but his own sister as well. Adrenaline started pumping through his veins, making the pain he felt fade as their whispers reached his ears. I can't believe that it was just friendly spar. He did it on purpose. Yeah, he did say he wasn't the one getting hurt out of jealousy. All throughout the crowd people were looking at Naruto in detest. The only ones who weren't was Hinata and Hitomi, who knew full well what happened wasn't Naruto's fault. Even his own Tusan and Itato had looks of disappointment on their faces. You're wrong, I didn't mean to, he said shakily, his voice just over a whisper. But the voices didn't stop and only seemed to get louder. His breath became more ragged as he started to sweat. Stop it, but not one did, they just kept judging him. Stop it. He shouted, causing everyone to look at him before he ran off. Hinata quickly followed and Hitomi glared at the villagers who were saying that this was proof that he was guilty. Hitomi approached Kushina. Kushina, that was going too far. Her friend only looked at her, not understanding why she was being scolded. Naruto didn't mean to do this. Finally understanding, Kushina responded. But this was supposed to be a friendly spar. That last blow wasn't. It's clear that Naruto wasn't holding back. Hitomi could only look at her red-headed friend, thinking if they were both watching the same match. But Naruto hasn't been trained like Akami was and couldn't really afford to hold back. She tried reasoning, but Kushina ignored her. You saw how unscathed Naruto looked. Akami was clearly pulling punches and was keeping her blows light. Just like Akami, everyone else couldn't tell that Naruto was only standing because of his incredible endurance. However, Hitomi and Hinata, who both trained and knew of Naruto's amazing endurance and pain tolerance, could tell Naruto was feeling the hits. That's not true, Kushina. Akami wasn't holding back either. She tried reasoning, but Kushina didn't believe her, only believing what her eyes showed her. But Akami was the one that got hurt, so why was Naruto clearly fine? Getting annoyed, Kushina growled out the last bit. Even though it was an accident, her friend making her look the bad guy still hurt. In her mind, her son needed to learn that what he did was wrong in a light spar. Then maybe you should have trained him so he could hold back and fight her as an equal. Hitomi shouted, taking the red-haired women aback, her hormones getting the best of her as she walked off, leaving the red women to think. Is this my fault? She had no idea. It's not like they trained Naruto and taught him how to hold back. Jiraiya, who was deep in thought, was worried at the results. This isn't good, Akami should have easily beaten him even if she was holding back. We'll need to step up their training. If she can't even beat a beginner who has yet to officially start training, then how can she hold up later on? Naruto ran far from the academy before finally stopping, his exhaustion finally taking over. His lungs hurt so much and his legs were shaking, ready to give way any second now. Naruto-kun. The soft and soothing voice came from a worried Hinata who finally caught up to her best friend. Hinata, I didn't mean to. Hinata shushed him, understanding sparkling in her eyes as she told him. I know, Naruto-kun, it wasn't your fault. You just gave it your best, just like Akami did. Her words were quiet, yet clear, soothing Naruto's worries. But I hurt her, I hurt my Yamato. He said, disgusted with himself. He was her Ani-san. He was supposed to protect her, not hurt her. Naruto-kun. It's alright, you and Akami were both prepared for it and you got just as hurt. Looking into her eyes, Naruto only saw worry and acceptance, not the eyes of disappointment or disgust his family and the villagers gave him. Naruto's leg finally gave way, unable to hold themselves up, falling. Naruto was caught by Hinata. Come on, let's get you home. She was full of worry. She's never seen Naruto so tired that he could barely stand up. Finally, home, Hinata put Naruto on the couch who just lied there silently. Fiddling with her fingers and blushing at the tired Naruto, she took a deep breath, readying herself. And Naruto-kun? She stuttered looking away. Yeah, he mumbled groggily. Hinata looked down and turned red as she asked. Why your clothes? Take them all off please. It took a few seconds for her words to sink in as his eyes shot up and he jumped up looking at her. What? As soon as he shouted it, he grabbed his body that was riddled with pain. Ow. Take off your clothes and I looking closely, Naruto could see Hinata was fiddling with a small jar in her hands. Realizing it was her homemade ointment, he submitted, unable to argue or treat his injuries himself with how much they hurt. Quickly taking off his shirt, Naruto exposed himself in front of the shy Hyuga. Hinata was blushing madly as she watched him take off his shirt, the muscles he had were impressive for someone their age. She was starting to overheat, steam coming out of her ears as she started to black out. But the huge bruises over his body kept her conscious. Quickly, she stroked one of the marks gently, causing a hiss of pain from the blonde boy. "Oh sorry," Hinata said, unscrewing the jar and dapping her fingers in it, gently starting to apply the ointment to his wounds. He could already feel the relief it brought as her soft hands glided about his body. She rubbed gently into his muscles causing them to relax. Closing his eyes, he just focused on how good her fingers felt as the pain faded bit by bit as her fingers did their magic. Hinata inspected her Naruto-kun's body. It was the closest she's ever been to him shirtless and she was enjoying every second of it. His skin was soft yet hard as she explored his developing muscles, hearing a sigh of pleasure come from him. Looking up, she saw that Naruto was looking relieved and seemed to be enjoying her massage. Happy her friend and developing crush was enjoying it, she began to channel bits of chakra to her fingertips. Ooh, Kami. Naruto cursed. The feeling of Hinata's chakra massaging his muscles was too much. Every nerve she touched felt pleasure and warmth as she continued treating his wounds. Opening his eyes, he stared into the most beautiful lavender eyes he's ever seen. Both children's faces were bright red, seeming to get closer every second. But before anything happened, the call of nature came to Naruto as his legs shifted. Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked, feeling embarrassed and warm at their close contact. Fluttering her eyes, she looked at him expectantly, her glossy lips replied. "Yes, Naruto-kun." Her voice was sweet and enchanting, making Naruto's heart skip a beat. A part of him just wanted to ignore his need to go and let her keep doing what she was going to do. But sadly, his lower body complained as it felt like his bladder was going to burst. "I need yes?" Hinata asked, leaning closer to give her Naruto-kun whatever he wanted. "I need to go," he shouted, realizing what he said. Hinata leaned back, freeing him. Shooting up, Naruto ran right to the bathroom, leaving Hinata alone. "I was so close," she complained. It was the perfect moment and she let it go. Her fingers went to her lips, imagining what it would feel like to have his lips upon hers. They kissed each other on the cheek a few times as a thank you, but nothing more, and Hinata was looking forward to their first real kiss. In the bathroom, Naruto quickly pulled his pants down, relieving himself of his bladder's contents. He looked down at the shocking sight of the red of his blood mixed into his pee. His scream echoed throughout the house, and Hinata quickly rushed to his aid. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Her mouth hung open at her Naruto-kun standing there naked as the day he was born. Blood came from her own nose as she caught sight of his lower bits before promptly passing out. "Why couldn't this have happened when we older?" she cursed, knowing that the sight of an older Naruto-kun would be all the sweeter. Naruto's brain shut down at Hinata seeing him in the nude, eyes rolling in the back of his head, he promptly joined his Hinata-chan on the floor. To the guest reviewer who made the reference about the scene in chapter 1 being the same in Fairy Tail, that is indeed so. This isn't exactly a crossover, though, since besides the dragons and the odd reference to Fairy Tail universe, there will be no involvement with that world or its characters. I am still unsure about the actual conditions for the crossover, but I myself are a bit iffy on them. I may use ideas, powers and characters from other series, but I will always adapt them and only stay in the Narutoverse. Last note: the hater that tells Naruhina fans to go and kill themselves is back. It was so quiet and nice this past week, but now he's back. If that guest reviewer reads this, stop following stories with an account so you can just hate on people and give death threats. Grow up. I'm sure you have better things to do with your time than write pointless reviews and threats that go against fanfic's term of use. An orange and green blur jumped across the rooftops of Konoha, being chased by black blur that was easily keeping up with the Naruto. "Get back here now, and I'll go easy on you," the black blur shouted as it chased a yellow-haired 9-year-old boy. "Come on Shisui, it wasn't me this time. Promise," Naruto shouted, looking back at his pursuer whose Sharingan eyes were active. "Yeah, just like you weren't responsible for dyeing the uniforms of the police pink or the stink bomb on the main road," the Uchiha shouted back, a small smirk at the youth's pranks. "Got to admit the kid is good. It's no surprise no one has caught him yet." Seeing the yellow and orange blur Naruto became, Shisui couldn't help but think the boy was just like his old man. In his year of pulling pranks, Naruto has not been caught once by any of the Uchiha police, not even the regular forces. Granted, Shushi has never gotten serious, enjoying his little matches of speed with the future Yellow Flash. "Hey. Come on, I was only trying to give you guys a new look. Pink is a good color for you." It makes you seem less broody. Grinning at his purser, making him get slightly annoyed. Sneaking into the Uchiha compound was hard, but so worth it he thought, the memory of all the pink Uchiha popping up in his mind. And that was almost made our official color thanks to you. A tick mark appeared as he remembered how many of the clan's women wanted to keep the new look. Thank Kami that there are more males than females in the clan, otherwise I would be stuck in pink right now. The man shivered. The thought of him in a pink suit was just too embarrassing. See. At least someone knows the glory of my pranks. Naruto shouted, taunting Shisui further. Just turn yourself in, and you'll only get a night in jail. He threatened, though he knew the boy well enough that he would never take the threat. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. The Konoha policeman raised an eyebrow as he sarcastically replied. And I'm sure someone else covered that store in catnip and that someone is also not in class like they should be. Naruto looked away guilty, sweat dripping down his face, realizing he was mostly caught. Damn, should have waited until after the academy. As Naruto had this thought, a black figure appeared in front of him. He crashed into the figure and brought the chase to an end as it grabbed his shoulder. Naruto looked up at his captor to see a white weasel mask. Weasel, long time no see. Naruto smiled at the young Anbu, who only gave the boy a curious look. Up to trouble again, Naruto? The masked man asked. Naruto faked being innocent. Well, you know, somebody gets pranked, and I'm instantly the #1 suspect. It's just not fair, I tell you. Naruto's arms shot up in exaggeration. Unfortunately, the Anbu wasn't going to buy it and gripped the boy's shoulder tighter. Fine, I give. I'll come quietly. Head bowed, the Anbu didn't notice the smirk on the boy's face as he quickly did hand signs. In a poof smoke Naruto disappeared, and standing before the Anbu was someone else. Itachi-kun purred out a seductive voice. The Anbu froze as standing before him was his naked girlfriend, Izumi. The transformation was perfect, down to her slender figure and boatful breast. This second of distraction was enough time as the girl smiled sickly, kicking him in the groin. The Anbu turned as white as stone, unmoving, as the woman turned back into a boy and made his escape. Shisui landed beside Itachi, looking at the man in pity. The masked man's eyes glowed red, 3 Tomo spinning into existence, glaring at his best friend. Not a word of this to anyone. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. The Shunshin, body flicker, ninja assured, eyes closed, sweat dropping down his face as he recalled his own embarrassing moment. The brat got me too, by changing into Naori-chan. He opened his eyes, 3 of his own Tomo in a sea of deep red appeared in each. Let's get him. With that, the 2 strongest Uchiha had disappeared into smokeless Shunshin, chasing their prey. The chase went on for minutes with Naruto using every trick in the book. Weaving through the busy streets of village to using his extensive knowledge of the village's back alleys. Alas, it was no use against the Uchiha's superior visual jutsu, who could track him with ease through the crowd and easily kept up with him in a match of speed. Naruto was currently chased by Shisui in one of Konoha's many alleys, preparing to make one of his famous escapes. But Itachi cut off his escape route with Shisui capturing the poor boy. Finally got you. The Uchiha said in victory, but Naruto only smiled, as with a flick of his hand, a small ball was thrown into the air. It was small, about Naruto's palm size, but both Uchiha's Sharingan could easily spot the object, which cracked in slow motion and a bright light. Both Uchihas were defenseless as a bright light blinded them, their Sharingan improved eyesight making it worse. To a normal ninja, it would only be a brief light that blinded them for a second, but due to the Uchiha's close proximity and their eyes, the light hurt worse, blinding them far longer than normal. In the confusion, Shisui let go of Naruto, covering his eyes, trying to block out the light in pain. Using this opportunity, Naruto escaped from the Uchiha's clutches. So long, losers. Taunting them, Naruto made his escape, Shisui growling as he did. However, his sensitive ears picked up the familiar sound of leaf crunching, and the ninja lunged at the sound, assuming it was his prey. His arm quickly grabbed the boy in a headlock, tightening them as both of them fell to the ground. Don't worry Itachi, I got him. No, you don't, you got me Baka. The voice was rough and mature. A far cry from the child's voice his target had. His vision now clearing, Shisui looked down to see a mop of black hair. Oops, sorry Itachi. Quickly letting go, Itachi fell to the floor, his teary red eyes glaring at the blurry form of his best friend. Quickly picking up his mask and getting up, the Anbu spoke in a calm voice. Let's go, he couldn't have gotten far. Itachi ordered and both him and Shisui jumped out of the alley. Not risking using Shunshin when their vision was compromised. After minutes passed, a figure crawled out behind several bins. It was pitch black, looking almost as if it merged into the shadows. As the figure came out, the shadows seemed to recede and yellow hair and blue eyes could finally be seen. His breathing was almost non-existent, his eyes vacant and motionless to the point that without getting a closer look, people would think he was a statue instead of a person. The figure stopped, his eyes taking in his surroundings, and after a few more minutes, a slight sparkle appeared in his blue eyes, slowly getting brighter along with his growing breathing and heartbeat as his presence and chakra slowly came back into existence. Suckers, they should have checked here before going off somewhere else. After years of pranking Ninja and running away, Naruto easily mastered the skill of hiding his presence. His stealth and trap-making marks were the only category that he beat his siblings at. But it's not like Kacchan and Toussaint care about that. Taking a deep breath, Naruto slowly moved forward, making sure to hide himself and his presence as best he could as he made his way to the academy. Naruto slowly made his way into the classroom, still hiding, hoping to sneak in. "About time you got here, Naruto." His sensei's voice growled out. "Iruka-sensei, I was just." Naruto sweated, cursing how his teacher was able to find him nowadays. "Save it and take your seat. I expect you to stay after class and during lunch as well." Iruka ordered with authority. The boy was a wonder to him. His stealth skills were so good that when he first had been assigned as his teacher, he snuck in and out without him noticing. Heck, even now, Iruka could only figure out when Naruto was sneaking in or out by keeping an eye on Hinata, whose Byakugan would activate at timely intervals, searching for the blonde boy. "I swear, if you only applied yourself more, you could easily be as good as your siblings, maybe even better." Sighing, their sensei was brought out of his thoughts by an annoyed voice. "Really, Ani-san, another prank. Grow up and take this seriously already." The boy's Amato stated, annoyed, though at the end her voice changed into a slight plea. Despite what her Kacchan said, their Ani didn't join in training after starting the academy. After getting hurt by her Ani during the exhibition match, and her Ani's behavior during lessons lead her to the conclusion of why their Kacchan said he wasn't ready. "Come on, Ani, if you only stop this foolishness, you could start training with Toussaint and Kacchan too." Frowning at his Amato, Naruto slowly made his way to his seat. "But I am trying, Amato." Hinata was glaring at Akami, appalled at her behavior. "How dare you? Naruto-kun has been training really hard, yet all you do is look down on him." Despite their close relationship at first, the more Akami drifted away from Naruto, the more she also drifted away from his siblings. She was still their friend after all, they were still Naruto's family, but there was a strain among their relationship. When she heard the seat next to her being pulled back, she gave a brilliant smile as her Naruto-kun sat next to her, like always. Menma glared at Naruto. The boy tried to sit next to Hinata-chan many times, but his one-e would either pull him away to sit next to her, or Hinata would wait until the last second and pick a space with an empty chair. The day quickly passed with Naruto trying to not fall asleep while he took down some notes. The day now over, he watched as his siblings ran to their parents, who were waiting just outside the gate. The happy family quickly left for home, except Naruto wasn't with them, nor did they question his absence. "Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, her hand touching his. Naruto smiled at the contact, making him feel a little better. "Naruto-kun, why don't you ask your parents for training again?" Hinata asked. She knew the answer he would give, but she hoped if he asked, his parents might actually do something for once. "No. Akami and Menma needed more, and I'm sure they'll get back to me eventually." His voice grew weak at the end, knowing that it was unlikely, but still chose to believe in his family. "But Naruto-kun, it's been ages now, and Menma and Akami are top of the class already. Surely they could spend some time with you now." She hated how his parents kept putting the matter off. But what she hated worse was that Naruto was letting it happen with a smile. Naruto was doing well training with her and her Kacchan, but there was a limit on how much Naruto could learn and improve like that. Naruto was easily average in the class, but unlike his siblings and her, he didn't learn a clan style and had yet to develop his own, above the basics taught in the academy. The only things Naruto had going for him were his stealth, trap making, and thanks to her and her Kacchan, his chakra control. "Naruto-kun, you need to learn new styles and techniques of your own like everyone else is." She cursed the fact she couldn't teach him the gentle fist, and her Otu-san got so mad when she actually tried, making Naruto refuse any training that would get her in trouble. Still, Akami and Menma needed more. "Don't worry, I'm sure I'll start training soon." Naruto smiled, but Hinata could easily see it was forced. "Hey Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan." Came a soft voice. They saw a woman with short black hair wearing a blue robe coming towards them. "You guys ready for your lesson?" The women smiled. "Shizune-sensei." Both children greet happily. "You bet we are. What are we going to learn today?" Naruto asked excitedly with a real smile, making the Hyuga girl next to him happy. "Settle down, Naruto-kun. I think you're going to enjoy today's lesson a lot." Shizune bent down, getting closer to the boy's level. "Today I'm going to teach you the chakra scalpel." The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement at this. It would be one of the first real jutsu he would be learning in ages. "Now I'm only going to teach how to do it with a finger at first, but if you do well, I'll start showing you how to make a bigger one, K." Naruto nodded excitedly. This would be one of the only jutsu he had with real combat potential. Shizune lead her students away, remembering when the medical training program was first implemented. Flashback: Shizune was walking down the corridor, carrying a box full of bandages. With Tsunade's help, they were finally able to get approval for the medical ninja program, and as the Slug Sanin's apprentice, she would be the one teaching the class. I can't wait. A bright smile spread across her face at the thought of teaching for the first time. Opening the door, she went to the front desk, and setting her things down, she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Shizune Kato, and I'll be your sensei for medical class until you graduate. She looked around, not surprised that all of her students were girls, but then a surprised look came over her, spotting the only boy in her class. Isn't that Naruto? She was acquainted with the Hokage's children, but like Tsunade, she wasn't close to Naruto at all, and only heard he was a troublemaker. Shaking her thoughts, she decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and teach her lesson. Now I'm going to teach you how to apply bandages first. Now I know this is very basic and you learn this in class, but this is an important tool that could mean the difference between saving a person's life or them bleeding out. Along with this, I will be teaching different ways to tie them based on the injury, as well ointments and medicines that you can apply to prevent infection and quick healing of said injury. The class was over quickly, many students doing well. While Shizune was cleaning up, she noticed 2 students were still there. It was Naruto and the Hyuga girl. Approaching, she saw that the boy was untying and then retying the bandages according to the girl instructions. Smiling at Naruto's hard work, she asked. Do you want any help after that? Naruto and Hinata would stay behind, getting extra training and then helping Shizune clean up as thanks. The day has been over a year since the medical program started, and Shizune was finally going to start teaching the most basic medical jutsu, mystical palm technique. The students were eager to learn, though most of them had trouble, mostly because of the dead fish they were using it. The only ones who were doing well was a pink-haired girl, who had the control and did the jutsu perfectly, but could only hold it for 10 seconds before being completely exhausted afterwards. The best girl by far was Hinata, who not only did it perfectly, but was able to hold it long enough to revive the fish, easily the best in the class. At least she was until she got to Naruto. His control wasn't perfect, but it was close. But the odd thing was that the fish revived quicker than Hinata's. Shizune found this strange, but despite the difference in control, no matter how many times Naruto did it, he would always beat Hinata in reviving the fish. Maybe he's focusing more on the inside of the fish rather than outside, where I can't see it. That theory was what she came up with, and though Naruto was slow in the theory and medicine aspects of the course, he excelled in the actual medical jutsu part, easily doing most jutsu on his first try, even if they weren't perfect. End of flashback. Shizune walked into the classroom carrying a box. Naruto and Hinata helping, each carrying their own boxes. She gave a sickly smile as she turned to the class. Today class, I'm going to be teaching you the chakra scalpel. The whole class broke out in cheers. However, their sensei's next words put an end to it. Great, it's nice to see you all so enthusiastic about dissections for once. Silence filled the room as the whole class froze. Half the students turned green as Shizune pulled out another dead fish. Despite the fact that her remaining students didn't quit after they learned medical training was a lot grosser than they hoped, they still couldn't quite hold themselves together. Though there were a few exceptions, their sensei smiled, looking towards Hinata and Naruto, who were handing out the samples to all the other students. Okay, now that everyone has a fish. I want you to dissect it like usual. She smiled and a questioning hand suddenly shot up. But sensei, we don't have any tools. Asked Sakura, not understanding how they were supposed to do the task. That's easy. She held up a finger, and a blue glow emanated from it before shaping into a blade. Focus your chakra into your finger and then image a blade, or better yet, a scalpel, forming out of it. But won't our hands get dirty if we do that? Sakura yelled. She understood that they needed to do this to learn, but she was still far from comfortable getting blood all over her favorite dress. Only if the chakra's not sharp or strong enough. Otherwise it will act like a barrier. When working in the hospital or medical camps, special custom-made gloves are given that are designed to not interfere with your chakra and allow the quick removal of the bloodstained gloves so that you can move on to the next patient. However, on the field, you only have a limited source of them or will be required to provide treatment immediately on site. Because of this, you need to learn to not only shape your chakra into a tool to use, but also as a barrier that prevents bacteria on your hands infecting the patient. That seemed to satisfy any questions for now as Sakura and several of the more squeamish girls gulped at their fish. Okay, I want you to remove the organs in the exact order I instructed you as last time. Marks will be given based on the quality of the cuts and order at which the organs are removed, as well as the condition they are in once removed. With those words, everyone tried focusing chakra to their fingers. Hinata was focusing hard, her Byakugan active as a blue glow emanated from her fingertip and then slowly formed into a scalpel that was a few inches away from her hand. Smiling at her success, she looked down, knowing exactly where to cut and how. Using chakra in this way was no different than the usual gentle fist, only a little more focused with continuous output. Naruto did the same, however there was sweat dripping down his face as he slowly made the blade extend from his fingertip. He managed to do it, but unlike Hinata, who literally had a translucent scalpel equipped with a little curved blade at the end, his blade extends from his fingertip and was as wide as his finger before it shrunk in on itself at the very end. Smiling at Hinata, they both got to work on their fishes. On the other side of the room, Sakura easily managed to form the blade around her finger and started working, but she kept getting splodges of blood. Shizune watched all the students and was extremely happy at Naruto and Hinata's success. Looks like those two figured out the little trick to it. Turning to Sakura, she saw the splodges of blood all over her hands. I'm a bit disappointed that she didn't figure it out though, when she is one of the smartest in the class, though her control is much better compared to the other students. From where she was, she could see that Sakura's finger was entirely covered and was sharp. But sadly, that wasn't what she was looking for. There was a hidden test that the students needed to figure out. Instead of forming the blade around your finger, you need to focus it to your fingertips and then extend it outward. This method allows you to alter the size and shape of the blade for much more flexibility. But also, it prevents the larger than necessary finger from causing damage by working at a safe distance and preventing bacteria from infecting your patient as you work. This trick also saves chakra and is needed for major operations when using chakra. Despite only 2 students figuring it out, Shizune was more than happy with her class so far. Sakura was already using genin level techniques when using medical jutsu. And the tricks Naruto and Hinata would end up using ranged from Chunin to Jonin, very impressive for their age. Most medical ninja don't learn these tricks on their own without years of experience under their belt. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them succeeded Tsunade-sama and I as Konoha leading medics one day. Yep, Konoha's future medics were in good hand with this lot. Both Naruto and Hinata were walking outside their medical class now over. The blonde boy glanced to the tree and then the academy gate, hoping to see his own family ready to pick him up. But sadly, that was not the case. Frowning at this, Naruto looked down, trying to hide his face from his best friend. Why do I even bother? They're not going to be there, they never are. Aka-chan. Hinata shouts in surprise. Looking up, Naruto sees a figure in a wheelchair approaching. As she comes closer, the 2 children could see a wheelchair-bound Hitomi being pushed by her maid, Natsu. The poor woman lost the use of her legs during the birth of her second child, the damage too severe for even the legendary Tsunade to fix. Hinata rushed over, worried for her Aka-san. Aka-san, you shouldn't have come. I could have made it home by myself. She worryingly said, knowing her Aka-san was in no condition to pick her up like she used to. But still her Aka-chan persisted, coming to pick her up every day with the aid of her handmaiden. Nonsense, Hina-chan, is it so wrong for me to come and pick up my little baby? Hitomi opened her arms, accepting a hug from Hinata. But I'm not a baby anymore, Aka-san. Hinata's head looked up from the leaning place of her Aka-san's bosom to glare at her. Nope. You will always be my little girl, Hina-chan. She told her child, patting Hinata's hair as she did. Knowing there was nothing she could do about her Aka-san, she sent a glare to Natsu, whose lips moved in a silent apology, making it obvious that Hitomi's handmaiden tried to stop her. Looking at Naruto, Hitomi offered. Naruto-kun, would you like us to walk you home? The boy cheered up at seeing his aunt. No. It's my job to escort you home. Naruto and Hitomi smiled as she held out her hand. Well then, would you be a good gentleman and escort us home? Naruto took the offered hand, while Hinata took the other as the group started their walk to the Hyuga compound. Naruto held Hitomi's hand tightly. It was rare for him to get a chance to hold his own Kachan's hand with both of them being occupied by his Amado and Itaudo. So, despite his insistence that he was just properly escorting a lady home, he really found comfort in holding Hitomi's hand. So, where's the little firecracker today? Naruto asked, wondering where their missing member was. Hitomi's head bowed as she replied, her voice filled with sadness and worry. Hanabi-chan is training with her Otu-san again today and couldn't make it. She was worried. Her husband has been focusing on Hanabi more and more lately, making her grow distant from both her Aka-san and Wani-san. Hinata was having similar concerns, missing her own Amado immensely. After dropping them off at the Hyuga compound, Naruto decided to go home. I'm home. Naruto called as he entered his house, but he didn't know if he could still call it home. Despite his shout having echoed throughout the house, no one answered back with welcome home. Walking into the kitchen, the lights still on, he could see his parents and siblings were sitting down, ready for dinner, hardly noticing he just entered the room as he took his dinner was as usual for the Namikaze household. His Kachan and Two-cent smiled as his siblings talked about today's training and what happened at the academy. It wasn't until after dinner that it all strayed from the norm. I have an announcement to make. His two-sen announced. His siblings looked at him with expecting eyes, while Naruto just rolled his, knowing it wouldn't involve him. Pulling out a piece of paper with a Uzumaki crest on it, he continued. Sensei and I have spoken, and we decided it would be best to give the position of clan heir to either Akami or Menma. His two-sen smiled blatantly, Menma as well. How couldn't he? The fact that their two-sen was going to make one of them clan heir was the same as acknowledging their abilities to the highest degree. However, three people were not as ecstatic about the announcement. Kushina looked at her husband in shock, not having heard anything about this. Akami was the same, looking at her two-san, not believing what he was saying. But the third and most vocal of trio voiced his outrage. But I'm clan heir. Naruto roared across the table, earning a look of shock from his Kachan and Amato, but only displeasure from his two-san. Naruto, sit down and I'll explain. Minato ordered, offended that his own son would shout at him in such a manner. What's there to explain? I'm the oldest, and that makes me clan heir, it's how it's always been. Normally, Naruto would be calm and put a fake smile when his two-san made a decision. But not this time. Even though he didn't start training in the Uzumaki arts, he still studied and worked hard with Hinata to prepare for the day he would take over their clan. He even doubled his efforts when he found out how like the position was to that of the Hokage and that everything he would learn as clan head would also be needed as Hokage. The fact he was clan heir was the only thing that really made him part of this family and was an important step for his dream of becoming Hokage. Naruto. Minato growled in a warning tone as he started explaining his decision. Menma and Akami have both worked hard, achieved top of their class, even mastering the Rasengan. They more than earned this and showed that they both have what it takes to do the role. Minato couldn't really blame his son, they never really talked about who would become the heir, and Naruto, as the oldest and firstborn, would have naturally assumed it was him. But being clan heir requires more than just being born into it, but the skill and knowledge to do the job as well as the willingness to sacrifice yourself for the clan. But Naruto tried to say, but his two-san just glared at him, causing him to keep quiet. However, an unlikely person came to his defense. Ani-san's right. Everyone looked at Akami, who made her voice heard, shouting her views to her family. Ani-san is clan heir, and it is his right. We just can't take that away from him. Amato knew her Ani was a lot of things. He was reckless, rude and never took his school work or training seriously. But she still loved him and would never take what belonged to him. Minato only looked sadly at Akami. Out of the two, he wanted her to take the position. She was smart and mature like him and was clearly the stronger of the two, as well as having the knowledge and manners to take part in politics the future position held. He just knew the Uzumaki clan would be in good hands with her. But he couldn't force her to take the title if she didn't want it. That only left Menma. If he didn't want it, Minato would have to leave things as they were and let Naruto keep the title. Hoping he would mature with age and grow into it. I really hope he accepts. Naruto's just not fit for a role like this. He's too like Kushina and wouldn't be able to keep his emotions in check. His thoughts were unnecessary as his youngest child spoke up. Then I'll take it. Menma raised his hands, happy to have one up on his Ani. His Ani always beat him at everything but training, and in the young boy's mind, being a ninja was his thing. The fact that his two-sen was recognizing his abilities made him happy, making him think that he deserved this. Ani, you have a lot of things already, even Hinata-chan pays more attention to you, but this being a ninja and now clan heir is mine. Another reason he wanted the title was because he knew Hinata was heir to her clan and hoped it would help him get closer to the shy Hyuga he had a crush on since forever. Akami only looked at her Atato in shock. You can't be serious. Menma glared back, raising his own voice to his Amato for the friend. Why not? We trained for this, we worked hard, spending countless hours training and getting stronger. Either of us deserve this more than Ani, who only messes around. Menma was angry at his Amato's response. He always hated that while they were training, his Ani was goofing around with Hinata-chan. Both him and his One-chan both put the effort in, so why shouldn't they reap the benefits? We worked hard for this, I worked really hard, so why can't I enjoy and accept it? Seeing that this discussion was spinning out of control, Minato decided to end it. That's enough. Menma will finalize the agreement tomorrow. For now, think on it. Being clan heir is a big job and is not one to take on lightly. Minato dismissed the family. Naruto ran off and his Atato left the room after, smiling, having already decided to accept the title. Only his daughter and wife remained behind for answers. Minato, what was that? How could you make that decision without my consent? Minato looked at his angry wife. It's as I told you, both Menma and Akami worked hard. They even mastered the Rasengan a few months ago, which we both agreed to make a clan jutsu, they deserve this. Was Minato's response, hoping to placate his wife. But what about Naruto? His wife asked. He knew it would be hard to convince her, but he needed to. It was obvious that Naruto wasn't suited to the task. Kushina-chan, you know as well as I that Naruto does nothing but goofs around, playing pranks on people or getting into fights. Is that really the attitude we want for a clan heir, especially when the Uzumaki clan is almost extinct? Kushina wavered a bit. She knew all too well what he meant, after all the complaints from his pranks and fights get forwarded to her as his mother. The mentioning of her dying clan was the final nail though, because it made her think what her clan needed to survive and rebuild itself. Being clan heir was basically deciding the future of the clan. Could Naruto do it? Could he rebuild our clan back to its former glory? Kushina was at a loss. Her instincts as mother was screaming at her that it was wrong and that Naruto should keep the title. But the clan matriarch side of her was telling her not to let her emotions rule her and consider Minato's proposal. That it was what was good for the clan. See Kushina, you know as well as I do that our clan needs someone strong and dependable to rebuild itself, which both Menma and Akami are. Kushina could only stay silent as a mother, she wanted no part in it. But as the last Uzumaki, she couldn't outright say that her husband was in the wrong if you thought about the clan's future. Seeing his wife go unusually quiet, he knew he got through to her. Turning to their daughter who was still in the room, he asked. Akami, are you sure you don't want it? You've earned the right to it as much as Menma has. Akami only shook her head. Sure, she could see where her parents were coming from, her Ani wasn't the smartest or the most reliable person, but she just couldn't agree to something like this, not to her own Ani. No. I want no part in this. With that, Akami stormed out herself, knowing she wouldn't be able to keep calm for much longer. Naruto ran, his feet taking him to one of the many training grounds he and Hinata made use of. Leaning on one of the training posts, he collapsed, hugging his knees to himself. What am I supposed to do now? He had his title taken from him, but it was also basically the same as taking his dream away from him. No matter what I do he would just choose Menma or Akami to be Hokage anyway, he's already given them the clan heir title. Tears started falling, the image of Hinata appearing in his mind, her smiling face as she told him. I just know you will be Hokage one day Naruto-kun, you're the only who could. She said those words with such sincerity. She truly believed in him. She was truly the only one who was on his side and no one else's. I'm sorry Hinata-chan, I let you down. I just can't do it. Not when everyone just seems to be against me. Before he knew it, the area changed. He now sat on what looked like a lake. A strange glow shone on him. Looking up, he saw the change in scenery, and the source of the light was a bright and beautiful rainbow egg. He stared in wonder at the out-of-this-world sight, and cracks seemed to appear on the object, but there were no sounds of something breaking, they just appeared. The light of the egg where what he thought were creeks turned into illuminating wings made of rainbow. It now looked like an egg with wings, but slowly, the oval shape of the egg morphed, forming a body, then a head, followed by legs. Naruto looked at the beast in awe, too taken by its beauty to be afraid. There, hovering in air was a reptile, shimmering rainbow scales shaped like ovals covered the beast's whole body, opal-like claws extending from what looked like hands on each of its 4 legs. Its head started gaining detail and Naruto could see a V-shaped like neck, a flat-like head that got wider the further away it got from the mouth, ending in 2 horns that, like the claws, seemed to be made of opal. The eyes wavered between every color known until they settled on sapphire blue, but within the ocean of blue were silted pupils that continued to shimmer in different colors. We meet at last, hatchling. I am the rainbow dragon Iris. The beast said, though there were traces of aurora as its voice rose, the voice itself was almost feminine, soothing as it introduced itself. But at the same time a bunch of different voices could be heard at every word at a lower pitch, as if several people were speaking at the same time. Naruto and the dragon stared at each other. A meeting that would change his life forever. The mythical beast's wings stretched out as it hovered in the air, bathing the whole world in its divine-like light as it gazed at its new child. It was the end of the academy day and unlike most days, this was one of the rare days where Shizune couldn't do her lesson. Since their medical class was cancelled, both decided to go to their training spot. Both children were walking through the academy gates when an all-too-familiar shout pierced their ears. Hinata-chan looking to the source, neither were surprised to see Menma running towards them waving his hand in the air. Ignoring his Ani-san completely, Menma only addressed Hinata. Since you don't have medical class today, why don't we hang out together just like old times? Menma asked, hope sparkling in his eyes. Despite being clan heir, the amount of time he got to spend with Hinata-chan was lacking and instead taken up by more training to prepare him for the role. However, this didn't discourage him because thanks to him accompanying his 2-san to all clan-related business meetings, he was able to get some much quality time with Hinata-chan alone away from his Ani. Naruto glared at his Itato, a sweltering anger swelling in his heart. Sure, he always found it annoying how his Itato always chased after Hinata, but lately he just couldn't help the anger he felt every time the boy approached. Back off already, Hinata-chan his mind wait what confused at his own thoughts, Naruto could see his 2-san and Jiraiya standing a ways away talking to his Amato. Jiraiya glanced towards Menma and Hinata with a smile on his lips. We do have some training planned, but if the boy makes headway with that girl, then it's worth skipping just this once. Looks like my tips to the boy are finally going to come in handy. A perverted grin made its way on his face, imaging the future inspiration his student and the Hyuga would provide. Oh yes, you chose well, my student. That Hyuga is going to be one hell of a looker when she's older. The perverted sage thought, eyeing the already well-developed girl. Hiro-sanin. Ruptured his eardrums. With a slight shiver, he turned to his other student who was clicking her fists maliciously. Remember what Kachan and I talked about, no perverted thoughts at all around Menma. Akami growled, causing the man to gulp. Kushina made good use of Akami being a girl who would report all perverted actions back to her, then help dish out punishment. The girl's red hair was standing up a bit, just like her Kachan's did when enraged. Back with Menma, Hinata only rolled her eyes as she stated her usual response to the boy's plea. Sorry, but I already made plans. Sorry, Menma. She told him. It was true, she did have plans, but she was far from sorry. Naruto was the only boy she could ever see, and she was completely oblivious to Menma's attempts to earn her affection. Turning, Menma glared at his Ani, knowing that his crush's had plans were with him. Naruto ended up glaring back. He used to be more tolerable to Menma, but after the last year and the fact he kept bothering his Hinata-chan, Naruto had enough with going easy on his sibling. Menma, let's go. Their two-sen called and Menma walked over to join him. Got turned down again, Ataudo. Akami stated with a smile, knowing all too well of her Ataudo's long-held crush. She was happy and thought they would make a good pair, even though his confidence had improved, her Ataudo would always be the shy little kid that followed her and their Ani-san around. Menma glared at her, not liking the statement. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get your chance, just keep at it and she'll sure to say yes one day. Akami encouraged. Menma grew a bit sad at this though. And when will that be? I've been trying for years to get her attention, but nothing seems to work. Akami put a hand on her Ataudo's shoulder to soothe him. A smile broke on Menma's face after seeing his Wani-chan support. I suppose she really does live up to her name, she's like a shining light that makes a sunny place so close, yet so far, but you can still feel the warmth and kindness she generates. Akami just laughed, unable to hold it after her Ataudo's attempt at being poetic. Man, you really have it bad for her, don't you? Akami said between giggles. Glaring at her, Menma declared. Just laughed it up, someday I'll reach that sunny place, and then Hinata-chan will be my shining light. His words only caused Akami to laugh harder, Jiraiya was scribbling down notes as she did. Keep it up kid, this is pure gold. Girls will just eat this mushy. As Jiraiya wrote down on his notepad, his instincts kicked in as he finished the final word, and alarm balls went off in his head. Looking at Minato, he saw an equally stunned look. Both adults looked at each other, realizing that they both had the same thought as that word brought up a certain phrase. Their union will bring new hope or despair if the child loses his light, darkness awaits those who took their beloved away. The mention of that one word changed everything and made them both think. Menma is the child of prophecy. Naruto looked at his siblings and Two-san walking along happily, a stab of jealousy and sadness enveloped his heart. But as soon as it arrived it was chased away by a warmth that enveloped his hand. Turning, he saw Hinata giving him her lovely smile. Man, she's beautiful. Too engrossed in his best friend, he didn't even question his thoughts. To him, Hinata was truly the only beautiful girl there was for him. She stayed by his side, protected and supported him. She was truly his sunny place. A sanctuary to the darkness that haunts him, that only her loving light could chase away. Both turned to the direction of their usual training ground, their hands touched and then jumped away, almost as if a jolt went through them at the contact before they eased closer, eventually taking the other's hand with their own. Once they got to the training ground, Naruto smiled at Hinata before closing his eyes, digging deep down. Quickly making the ram, snake and tiger seals. Bunshin no jutsu. Clone jutsu. A poof smoke appeared, but as the seconds ticked by, instead of a clone of Naruto, hovering in the air was an ethereal dragon. Her appearance was see-through and not even a tenth of her natural size. Iris looked at the boy she knew for a year now. Iris-sensei. Both children greeted with smiles, causing the small dragon to bow in acknowledgement. Greetings, little ones. She greeted with a smile. With the seal preventing her from leaving the boy's body, this form was the only way she could exist within the outside world at the moment, and it was great to be able to leave, even if she couldn't feel the wind as she flew in the sky. What are we going to be doing today, sensei? Hinata and Naruto asked, excited for training. Hinata, I want you to go over to the river and practice what you've been taught while I review Naruto's jutsu. You've made amazing progress on your own style already, but you still have a habit of slipping into original Jukin, gentle fist. Hinata nodded, walking over to the river as she left the dragon and her container alone. Hatchling, it has been a year, and you have been able to pick up my style quickly, thanks to your previous training in chakra. Today will determine whether or not you are worthy to truly call yourself my kin. Naruto nodded, already knowing what it meant, thinking back to when he first met the mythical beast a year ago. Flashback. Naruto watched a dragon in awe. It was completely quiet in the mindscape for about 3 seconds. Cool. What are you? Where are we? What are you doing here? Iris was taken aback by the sudden barrage of questions as the awe the boy felt only a moment ago vanished, and the silence came to an end as the non-stop questions started. Iris recoiled slightly, unable to answer with the boy's constant chattering. Deep within her mind, a deep voice laughed out. Ha, he's just like Natsu. Remnants of the fire dragon persona laughed. The meld persona of other dragon sweat dropped, knowing just how hard to handle the fire dragon's son was, and made a silent promise to keep the dragon from influencing the boy as much as possible. There was nothing wrong with his teaching methods, but Natsu's blunt and excited personality was hard to deal with at times, and there was no telling what the outcome would be if their newest hatchling were to take after him. The thought of a hyperactive fire dragon made the other dragons shiver. Sorry Igneal, but it would be much better off if he turned out like Wendy, Gagiel, Sting and Ruff. The many dragons all agreed. They knew their children weren't perfect, but still, compared to the fire dragon's son, they had much more restraint, and they were all silently thankful that Grandini was the primary person. If anyone could curb the hyperactive child, it would be her. Coming back to reality, Iris let out a roar. Enough. As the boy went quiet, she quickly began answering his questions before he could start again. As I said, I am Iris the Rainbow Dragon and this is your mindscape. Seeing the boy's confused look, she answered again. We are inside your head. A look of understanding shone that proved that keeping it simple was best for the boy. But why are we here? Before the boy could get going on more questions, she quickly. You know about the Kyuubi and your siblings, don't you? He nodded, remembering it was the primary reason his family favored his siblings. What you don't know however, is that due to a twist of fate, I was sealed inside you. As the word sunk in, a smile grew on his lips. That's great. That means Tusan and Kachan will start training me too, I can't wait to tell them. His siblings got more training because of the Kyuubi, so it was only right that he would get the same treatment if he had Iris sealed in him. You will do no such thing. The dragon roared with a bit of anger, scaring Naruto. She observed the child's treatment and being a collective of several adoptive parents, she was not happy one bit about how his parents treated him. She had no idea what they would do if they found out, but this boy clearly needed the guidance she was going to give and she couldn't let his so-called parents stop it. Naruto's joyful face instantly went gloomy. He thought that, if his parents no longer had the excuse to train only his sibling, then everything would go back to normal. A childish dream, but even after all they did, a part of him did want his family back the way it was when he was little. An image of baby Naruto playing with his siblings as his Kachan and Tusan watched. But those days were long gone, and he was coming to accept that now. Seeing the depressed boy, Iris knew the perfect thing to cheer him up. With a smile breaking on her scaly lips, she told him. Don't not worry hatchling, because I will train you personally into a dragon slayer. Naruto's eyes sparkled. The name sounded so cool, and he couldn't wait to get started. But then he had a thought, remembering the definition of slayer. Wait, why the hell do you want me to kill you? The shout echoed throughout the room as Iris went on to explain about the art. End of flashback. After Iris explained to him about the world she came from, the great war between humans and dragons that led to the creation of dragon slaying arts, and how even though he was being taught it, he didn't necessarily have to slay dragons. Looking at his sensei's eyes in determination, Naruto was ready to begin. With a roar acting like a signal, Naruto charged forward at full speed. Vernier, arms, armor. A green aura of chakra covered Naruto. Settling down, the aura became smaller, but still covered his entire body, leaving a slight green glow coming from the boy. His speed increased to 3 times its normal amount, speeding through the trees, zigzagging and jumping out of the way of all obstacles. In less than 30 seconds, he spotted the first target set by Iris and Hinata the other day. Changing direction, a whirlwind of wind chakra gathered around his right hand. Heading straight for the target, a human-shaped doll, he shouts. Sky Dragon's crushing fang. Right before Naruto was about to collide with the doll, he slashed his hand forward. At first, nothing happened, as if he just passed it at the last second. Without stopping, he immediately went after the next target. It was only then that the doll was slashed into millions of bits by a whirlwind. Naruto, following his nose, jumped down a nearby cliff. At the bottom was 3 more targets, but as he fell, a piece tripwire broke. From all directions, kunai and shuriken assaulted the boy. But even so, when a large number of weapons approached, he only smiled. Shifting all his weight to one side, he turned in midair and said. Sky Dragon's Claw. With a spiral of kicks from each leg, 2 strikes of wind plowed down to the targets, taking the weapons with them. As they crashed down to the targets sharply of metal, wood and earth went everywhere. Landing safely out of harm's reach, Naruto just kept going, leaving a crater from his last technique. It wasn't long that he found himself surrounded by multiple targets, and unlike the ones before, they all had weapons that fired at him as soon as he came into the clearing. Sky Dragon's wing attack. With 2 whirlwinds forming on each arm, Naruto slammed them into the ground, sending all the targets and weapons aimed at him flying as a tornado appeared. Straight ahead, he could see the last target, and with only seconds remaining, he went for it. However, as he ran, a spike of wood shot out the ground, aimed right to his midsection. With no time to stop, Naruto took a deep breath and the spike collided into his stomach. The green aura of his defensive aura protected him, preventing the spike from penetrating his skin and clothes. Cheeks puffed, he roared. Roar of the Sky Dragon breathing a tornado from his mouth, both the target and spike in front of him, along with anything else to cross the wind of destruction's path was smiling at the mass destruction left in his wake. He turned to the left where Iris's projection was flying in. Good job. 1 minute on the dot, you pass. Looking at his sensei, Naruto gave a brief bow as she congratulated him. As of today, I officially recognize you as a Sky Dragon Slayer. Yada. Naruto jumped up in joy. For the first time, his hard work was finally being recognized. Iris smiled, the effects of chakra on Dragon Slayer magic had a big boost in its effects, and now Naruto could finally match even his siblings. However, this was only the beginning. Naruto still had far more to learn. Minato and Jiraiya were sitting in the Hokage's office. There's no doubt about it, Menma is the child of prophecy. Jiraiya told his student. Minato only looked at his sensei. It's been years since the prophecy came up, and Minato was hoping it would never come up again. Can we be sure? Just saying a few words doesn't prove it. Minato reasoned. They prepared the siblings the best they could, but they still had no idea what the future would hold. Minato, he said the words exactly how they were in the prophecy. We need to make measures to ensure Menma doesn't go down the wrong path. The Toad Sage urged. What do you mean by that? Minato's blue eyes looked into his sensei's serious black ones. You know very well. If the child of prophecy loses his love, ruin awaits him and the world will follow, darkness awaits those who take his beloved away. Minato knew those were bits and pieces taken from the prophecy, having read it many times over the years to ensure they didn't misinterpret it. We have to make sure Menma doesn't lose his light to anyone. With those words, Minato knew what his sensei was suggesting. Menma does like Hinata a lot, so I'm sure he would be okay with it, and him and Hinata have been friends since they were children. With those thoughts, Minato got the paperwork ready. Later that day Hinata was in her room, it was evening now. She had just gotten back from celebrating Naruto becoming a full-fledged dragon slayer. When she first found out, she was surprised, but after seeing the leaps and bounds in her Naruto-kun's progress, this was the best thing and just what he needed to keep pace with everyone. Originally her Naruto-kun was supposed to keep it secret, but the boy couldn't keep it from his best friend. Iris and the collective of dragons she was made of knew this all too well and made bets on how long and how he would tell his chosen mate about them. Surprisingly, it was Igneel who got it right with less than a day, with Naruto looking into Hinata's face and spilling the beans out of sheer guilt. The fire dragon didn't shut up for weeks about earning the right to train the boy in his art after he got his Sky Dragon slaying to an acceptable level. Hinata looked to the side, a sewing kit and what looked like a scarf on the side. She's been working on it for months now, intending to give it to him as congratulations for passing his test today and confessing her love, but it still wasn't finished. Oh, Naruto-kun as her thoughts drifted to the young boy who stole her heart so many years back, a knock came from the door. Hinata, come to the meeting room now and put something nice on. Her Otu-sama ordered. Getting up, Hinata asked. Why, who's here now Otu-sama? But no reply came, showing her Otu-sama left already. Begrudgingly, Hinata made her way to her wardrobe, knowing that an important visitor was here. Please don't let it be another marriage proposal. As she grew older, more and more people started noticing the beauty Hinata was becoming and were eager to claim the Hyuga heiress for themselves. Choosing a plain yellow kimono and doing up her hair into 2 buns, she looked into the mirror. Her already developed breasts could be seen, making her blush. She would much rather wear something less revealing unless Naruto-kun likes it. She prayed whatever proposal her Otu-sama got this time would end up like all the rest. There was only one man she wanted to be with when she grew up. Hinata arrived only for her Otu-sama to give her a glare. These past few years, he only seemed to get colder and colder to her no matter what she did. Couldn't you have put on a better kimono than that? His voice was rough, a hint anger showing, and though his face still kept the normal Hyuga-like mask, it didn't stop the annoyance that showed in his eyes. This sent alarm bells going off in her head, those words meant that her Otu-sama was actually hoping for her to catch the eye of someone. No, please. No. Naruto-kun. Her thoughts turned to worry as she slowly approached the meeting room with her Otu-sama, hoping beyond hope this was not what she. When the door opened, she prepared for the worst, but spotting the familiar mop of blonde hair of her beloved, she calmed down. This allowed her to further inspect the person waiting, seeing he was wearing the Hokage robes. So many thoughts went through her head, but the one that stood out the most put a big smile on her face. If he's here, then the one I'm going to marry is. Hope restored, Hinata quickly went to take her seat, a smile on her face. The thought of being engaged to her beloved Naruto-kun brought butterflies to her stomach. I don't believe it, I'm going to be engaged to Naruto-kun. Oh, thank you, Kami-sama. She shouted with joy internally, heart racing at the thought of her greatest wish coming true. It was only until she was almost to her seat did she notice there was another person in the room sitting on the other side to the Hokage. But what met her vision wasn't bright blonde that filled her heart with warmth and joy, but instead a dangerous crimson that turned her hope to dread. Hi, Hinata-chan. Menma greeted, taking in the sight of her kimono. It wasn't the first time he saw her dressed in one, but every time took his breath away. Blushing the same color as his hair, he compliments his love. Wow. Why, you look beautiful. Hinata couldn't think. All the happiness that she had before thinking of her future with her Naruto-kun vanished and was replaced by something else entirely. She broke out in a cold sweat, her instincts telling her to flee as she asked one question. Why the hell is he here? Despite her question, she already knew there was only one reason why he would be here with his two-sen. Her Onoto-sama made it clear. This can't be. Tears started welling up. No one could see because she kept her head bowed, taking her seat, not even acknowledging Menma. All she could do was pray that this meeting wasn't for what she thought it was. Hiashi took a seat next to his Musume, directly facing the Hokage. About your early proposal, we of the Hyuga clan would be honored if my daughter and your son were to wed. Hearing those words, Hinata looked at her Oto-sama in fear, small tears ready to fall. She was about to speak up to say she didn't want to, that if she had to marry someone, then let be Naruto-kun. But reading his daughter's thoughts, he spoke again, stopping her words in their tracks. This works out well for the clan, especially since we have been debating on naming Hanabi clan heir. Those words shocked Hinata. It was the first time that she heard of it, but it was the Hokage who questioned it first. You mean Hinata isn't going to be clan heir any longer? The Hokage's voice was questioning, wanting to know the reason for the decision. Hiashi remained calm and answered without missing a beat. Yes, it has been observed over recent years that Hanabi has shown more promise than her sister. However, by having Hinata step down would require her to be sealed. With all the words said, Hinata easily understood what her Oto-sama was saying. This arrangement was for the good of the clan, and second that she would be sealed if she didn't agree. The Hokage's blue orbs filled with slight anger at those remarks. But doesn't your clan forbid the sealing of females belonging to the main branch? Those words brought hope to Hinata, making her think her Oto-sama was bluffing about the seal. Normally yes, but since Hinata was heir and directly of my blood, the elders find it prudent to have her sealed so as to prevent any conflict of succession from occurring. His voice was calm though. He, himself, was against his daughter being sealed, but the elders thought otherwise. Demanding it to happen if Hanabi were to become heir, not wanting Hinata to attempt to put an end to their traditions if she ever became clan head. This proposal was the best solution to the problem, with the added bonus of the Hyuga gaining favor of the Hokage and incorporating the chakra of both the Uzumaki and Kyuubi chakra into their bloodline. In return for accepting, Hinata will gain immunity from the seal, giving up her title to her sister in order to marry the Uzumaki clan heir. Minato, having made a similar decision with his own son, understood how complicated succession was, and hearing about the threat of the seal Hinata was under only strengthened his resolve. Alright Hyuga-sama, we accept. Hopefully the joining of our two clans will lead to a propitious future. Menma gave the biggest smile of his life. Isn't this great, Hinata? We're going to get married. Hinata only put a fake smile, not saying anything, not risking her Oto-sama's anger if she spoke up. What was that, Oto-sama? I don't want to marry Menma. Hinata shouted with all her might at her Oto. You aren't will marry him. Hiashi growled, scaring his Musume. Our clan has never been close to any of the previous Hokage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and many of the villagers already agree that Menma is likely to become Hokage someday. In that case, why not Naruto-kun? He's also the son of the Hokage and would fit the role just as well. Hinata cried, tears streaming down her face. The Kyuubi chakra possessed by Menma will only increase the effects of the Uzumaki and Hyuga bloodlines merging, and he is also the future head of the Uzumaki clan. I doubt the elders would be as willing to let the matter of you being sealed go if you were to wed anyone else. Her Oto-sama wasn't listening, he already decided that this was for the best. This for the good of yourself and the clan. If you don't go through with it, you will be sealed. Hinata only looked down, tears falling freely as she became trapped by her clan. But I love Naruto-kun. She cried, the image of her first only love moving further and further away from her. You are forbidden from seeing him as much as you have. You are engaged and it would not do good for the clan's reputation if you were to be caught messing around with another man besides your future husband. Hiashi ordered, leaving his crying Musume alone. Hinata collapsed, tears falling. She didn't want this. She didn't want to marry someone she didn't love. Hinata fled the compound in tears, not caring where she was going, desperate to escape. Hey. Someone cried as she bumped into them. As Hinata fell, strong arms encased her, filling her with a sense of protection and warmth. Looking up, her teary eyes crossed with the blue orbs of her beloved, concern etched across his face. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asked frantically, hugging his friend closer. Hinata only sniffled, gripping Naruto's shirt tighter, burying her face into him, trying to make all the pain and sadness go away. Anger flared in Naruto's eyes as he held on to his Hinata tighter, pulling her closer to him, making it seem that the two were almost the same person. When I find the person who made my Hinata-hime cry, I'm going to. His enraged eyes flashed red for a second before returning to normal. A gentle look swapped out the rage as he stared down at his beloved. Now was not the time to go on the rampage and kick someone's ass. No, that came later. At the moment, his light needed him. He would chase away her sadness and worries just like she did for him so many times before. Bringing his hand up, he begun to soothingly stroke her hair and then going all the way down the side of her back. Hinata shivered slightly at the attention, burning up as she felt the all too familiar feeling of the love she had for the boy in front of her. Minutes went by, but to the boy and girl who were embracing, it felt so much longer. Finally, Hinata looked up at the blue orb she fell in love with so many years ago. Naruto-kun. She whispered, puffy red eyes full of fear and seeking comfort. Don't worry, Hinata-hime, whatever's wrong, I'll fix it and then beat up the one responsible. Naruto assured, his azure eyes sparkling with affection and resolve to protect his hime. I'm. She couldn't spit it out. Her mouth went dry, no sound coming out. She tired looking away, but Naruto's hand came up, turning her back to him before it rested on her cheek, supporting her head up and offering comfort. I'm being forced to marry. She cried, her head instantly taking its place back on Naruto's chest as she cried more. Naruto froze as the words processed. He unconsciously gripped Hinata harder, hurting her a bit, but she didn't care. She needed him. Fear rose up in Naruto. His heart felt like it was going break in two, his own heart and breath started racing as a cold sweat started. Hinata-chan's getting married. No. She can't get married, she just can't. Even as he said it though, he couldn't come up with a reason why it hurt him so much. It was only when his shocked face looked at his pained friend that he realized why. The ache he felt as she saw her cry. The memory of her smile bringing him so much warmth and comfort. She can't because I lifting up Hinata's head, his eyes shone in anger, determination and most importantly love. I won't let you get married. I'll stop it, no matter what, I'll stop it. He shouted, his words bringing so much happiness to the young girl, but she couldn't let herself bring her hopes up. You can't, Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered, more tears falling. She wanted his words to be true. She didn't want to marry anyone but her Naruto-kun, but she knew this was one battle Naruto wouldn't. I will. You don't want it and there's no way I'm going to lose you. He shouted, and with every word Hinata felt her hope growing, wanting him to do it. To save her like the prince she always saw him as. But you can't. It was barely a whisper, but Naruto clearly heard it. And why not? He shouted, his own anger being loudly heard. Hinata struggled free, shouting with all her strength the words that tore Naruto apart. Because the one I'm marrying is Menma. The ones responsible are your family. I can't ask you to fight them. Every word felt like a betrayal to Naruto. The ones taking his hime away were his own flesh and blood. He would have to choose between his own family or his beloved Hinata-chan. Looking down at the sobbing mess of the girl that's been his light for so many years, there was no contest. Bringing her into another hug, he forced her to look him in the eyes. I don't care if it's my family. Or the whole fucking village or even the whole world. His shout sounded throughout the night, the heat of his determination lighting a flame within her. For so many years, you've stayed by my side. You've never abandoned or hurt me, while everyone else did. My world became darker and darker. Yet you remained. His eyes shone, sparkling in the dark light conveying his feeling to the girl before him. You are my light, my joy, my very reason for living. You are my only sunny place within this dark world. And I, the boy, cried himself, realizing just how important the girl before him was, just how much he needed her. I love you. With those words, Naruto kissed her. Warmth spread from her lips throughout her very being, chasing away all the anguish she felt moments ago, replacing it with unbridled joy and love. The new couple stood there for eternity, reveling in their mutual love for one another. As they both pulled away, they were at peace. The tears of sadness were now tears of joy. I love you. I don't care if they are my family. I won't forgive anyone who tries to take my sunny place from me. I'll protect you like you always have me, I'll be your light for once. Hinata smiled brightly, filling Naruto with warmth. She was truly his sunny place as it looked like it was daytime in the middle of the night with how bright her radiance was. Hinata was delighted. Her love confessed to her. Her beloved Naruto-kun felt the same way about her that she did him. Her voice carrying with it her joy and love, she finally confessed her own feelings. Naruto-kun. I love you too. I always have and always will. I don't want to live in a world without you. Hinata hugged Naruto for dear life. Don't worry, you won't have to. We'll make it through this together, like we always have. As Naruto hugged her back and leaned his head on her shoulder, an image of a photo appeared in his mind. It was a family photo of when he was 3. His two-san held him on his shoulders, while both his two-san and his Kachan held Menma and Akami in their respective arms. All had a smile on their faces and were a happy family that loved each other dearly, and was Naruto's hope that they return to those days once more. But tears started to appear, spreading around the image until all the family was caught by them. Then one by one, they broke apart, leaving the smiling blonde boy alone. Soon, he too faded and what replaced the photo was a new one. One with the same boy, with a smile and an arm wrapped around the back of a blue-haired girl, who was blushing. I won't forgive them. Not anymore. I won't let them take my Hinata-hime away from me. No matter what. This is the final straw. With those thoughts, Naruto took in his beloved sent-in. His ex-family will know his wrath for trying to take his light away from him. Forgiveness won't be given so easily this time. They will pay for the pain they caused both him and his love. It was a warm day in Konoha. Naruto smiled, watching the rising sun from the Hokage monument, his beloved Hime by his side. Yes, today was the day it all changed. The sun came over the village wall, its light chasing away the shade of night. I'm not sure this was a good idea, Naruto-kun. His beloved spoke up, her pale lavender eyes conveying concern. Don't sweat it, we agreed to do our plan today. Grabbing her hands gently in his, he gazed at the moon-like eyes he loved so much. I will save you no matter what. I promise, and I never go back on my world because. His voice was cut off as she gently whispered. Because that's our ninja way. Hinata finished the words of the one she loved. Those words were only one of the few of many things she loved. Just as the rays of the sun reached them, the two shared a kiss, embracing each other. Their handiwork behind them was revealed for all the villagers to see. In the Namikaze household, everyone was just about waking up. Akami went in to wake her Ani. Jez, Ani-san, couldn't you get up early for once, you know what day it is. Opening her Ani's door, she blinked in surprise to find an empty room and a made bed. What the hell? Entering the room, she expected her Ani to try and pop out and surprise her, but she was sorely mistaken. No bloody way. There's just no way Ani-san could have been up before me and Kachan. In all these years, her Ani has always been here waiting for someone to wake him up. It was rare for him to be up before any of them, let alone the first one out of all of them. Akami wearily approached the window, opening it. I need some air. Taking a deep breath, recovering from the shock of her missing Ani and miraculous made bed for once, she opened her eyes. She blinked once more, her jaw dropping at what she spotted at the Hokage monument. Oh my. Wani-chan, come on, breakfast is ready. Her Itato called, seeing her in their empty Ani's room, he entered. Hey, what you looking at? He asked, pushing her aside to see whatever had his Wani-chan's interest. His eyes flashed red at the sight he saw. His hands griped into the wood of the windowsill, leaving marks, before sprinting down the stairs. Hitomi was waking up herself, clearly seeing her daughters and her boyfriend's work from her garden. A small smile showed up as she took a sip of tea. I'm happy for you too. But the smile quickly faded as she remembered her husband. Flashback 2 years prior. Hiashi, what do you think you're doing? Hitomi shouted at her husband, who only looked at her in confusion. Hitomi-chan, I don't understand what's wrong. The clan head showed his softer side to his loving wife. Hitomi went an unlikely red at her husband's response. You're what's wrong. You know how Hinata-chan feels about Naruto, yet you're forcing them apart. Hiashi sighed. He was expecting his wife to come to him about this, but it didn't stop him from dreading it. Hitomi, it's for the best. Hinata, it's not for the best. Hinata is happy with Naruto, and you're taking that away from her. His wife cut him off, only thinking about her daughter's happiness. Hinata is marrying the son of Hokage. Her future is all but secure, and the clan elders won't be able to touch her. Hiashi stated his point. How couldn't his wife not see that this was what was best for their daughter? Then why not Naruto-kun? He's the Hokage's son too. If you need to marry Hinata off to someone, it should have been the child of the Hokage that she loves. His wife argued, pointing out the holes in his statement. The elders would never let it go if Hinata were to marry someone who was not heir to another clan and would have demanded she be sealed. This was what was best for her. Hiashi growled, but Hitomi didn't budge, glaring up at him from her wheelchair. What's best for her, or best for the clan and yourself? If you really thought that way, you should have kept her as clan heir. It was obvious her husband was doing this for himself and clan, rather than for their daughter. I couldn't. You know well that Hinata isn't suited to be heiress. Hanabi is already surpassing her in strength and is more fit for being the future head. Their daughter was never one suited to lead in the eyes of the elders, she was too soft to meet their demands. Not suited. More like not manipulated by you and those bastard elders. Just because Hinata is kind doesn't make her not a fit lead. You and the elders just don't want to lose control over the branch house. Her shout echoed and hit the right strings. Hiashi recoiled, knowing it was true, but still denied it. That's not the case. The Hyuga need a strong leader, and Hanabi has already shown talent, surpassing most others, especially her sister. The clan head regained his composure, looking down at his wife with slight sadness. Wrong. You and the rest of the main branch just feel threatened because Niji is surpassing you all, despite being from the branch house. Hitomi wasn't blind. It was obvious that the reason her husband started focusing on Hanabi was to ensure that the main house stayed in power, despite the rising star that appeared in the branch house. Niji is certainly capable. He was cut off again by his wife. Then just make him clan heir instead of dragging our daughters into this pointless competition between the two houses. She pleads, already knowing how much Hiashi and Hisashi were torn apart because of the division between the branches. There was no reason to repeat past mistakes over, and I can't do that. It would mean accepting a branch member is stronger than us and would destroy our traditions. Hiashi shouted. Whether his wife liked it or not, he was clan head and had a duty to uphold the clan's traditions, no matter how wrong he, himself, felt they were personally. What good are traditions when it is tearing our family apart? Be warned, Hiashi, keep this up and we will end up losing our daughter. Hinata is much stronger than you or this clan can see, and it is that strength that this clan needs the most. With that, Hitomi left her husband debating on her words, hoping beyond hope that her love would see and fix his wrongs. And flashback. Despite her words and hopes, her husband didn't reconsider and kept pushing the engagement forward. Her words had the opposite effect and instead caused Hiashi to focus more on Hanabi's training, leading to her youngest being consumed by their clan's traditions as well. Taking another sip of her tea, Hitomi smiled once more. The show Hinata and Naruto put on proved to her that all hope wasn't lost. In the Uchiha compound, Itachi was just waking up to do his rounds as Anbu captain, removing the sheets, his bare skin exposed. Morning, Itachi-kun, murmured a sleepy voice, coming from beside him. Leaning down to kiss the bare skin of his girlfriend, he greets her back. Morning, Izumi-chan. Did I wake you? He asked with concern. Izumi's hand reached to him and using his weight to pull her up until she hugged him. I'm fine, I'm used to it, but I am a bit sore from last night, you troublesome weasel. Itachi blushed as Izumi nuzzled his neck. Sorry. Itachi gulped, trying not to focus on the extra weight and soft skin he feels on his chest. It's alright, got another tough day in Anbu? She asked, leaning on Itachi, tempting him to have a repeat of the previous night. It should hopefully be easy. I'm taking someone else's patrol so I can have most of the day free and celebrate Sasuke's graduation. Izumi perked up from this, her sleepiness fading slightly as she finally gave her boyfriend room to breathe. That's right, Sasuke-kun is graduating today, I'll make sure to go over there in the afternoon as well. Giving her a quick kiss on the lips, Itachi got up and started collecting his scattered equipment around their shared apartment. However, one look out the window caused him to drop all of it as he slapped himself. Just one easy day, is that really asking too much? Seeing her boyfriend's slight despair, Izumi got up to see what the commotion was about. Sniff sniff, turning to his side to see his now crying girlfriend who comments on the villagers' #1 troublemaker's latest prank. Itachi-kun isn't that just adorable? Izumi squeals, unable to stop her tears. Itachi couldn't help the small smile, but also couldn't help but feel something was off. Getting a sudden shiver, Itachi looks at his lovely girlfriend who was now cutely pouting and glaring at him. Itachi, why don't you ever do anything like that for me? Izumi accused, the look of anger in her eyes, causing Itachi to back away. Now Izumi-chan, defiling the Hokage monument is a serious crime. I just couldn't do it. His words were stopped as Izumi picked up his katana, which thanks to him dropping earlier, was now unsheathed. You don't love me enough. She cried, throwing the sword at him, but thanks to quick ninja reflexes, Itachi easily evaded it, only to turn to see Izumi ready to throw more things at him. Come back here. Was shouted after a few minutes of running around the room to gather up his equipment before making his escape out the window, a small fireball following behind him. Landing on a nearby pole, a jealous voice greeted him. Looks like someone had fun last night. Shisui spoke up on the neighboring lamppost next to Itachi. He glared at Itachi with tired eyes. Not a word. Itachi threatened before proceeding to get dressed and put on his gear. You know, when I recommended you move into the apartment next to mine, I never thought I would lose sleep because of it. The elder Uchiha commented as Itachi put the last of his gear on. Sorry, we just can't help it. Itachi responded to him, offering a sincere apology. Look on the bright side, once you finally get together with Nori, you can get us back. A devilish grin spread across Shisui's face. Don't worry, I plan on it. But looks like you got it tough this morning. He told him, looking at his friend's haggard appearance. Yeah, thanks to Naruto. She got angry that I've never done anything like that for her. Itachi blew his hair back into place, finally gaining his usual neat appearance. Can't blame her though. I mean it is adorable what he did, no wonder girls are jealous of it. Both Shisui and Itachi shared. Yeah, I know, but Izumi-chan's been acting weird lately by what I heard last night, it can't be all bad. The body flicking Nin cut in only for his friend to glare at him. Sorry, my bad. Turning back to the matter at hand and the mess they are going to have to sort out today. Damn Naruto, couldn't have taken his graduation day easy for once. He runs us ragged almost every day already. True, but it's not all bad. I mean it is fun and good morning exercise chasing him down. Itachi glared at the elder Uchiha. Shisui, you've never got tricked into going into the hot springs when your Kachan and girlfriend was in there. Itachi glared, explaining the situation to both was hell, and neither let him off the hook for weeks. No, I just ended up in there when Kushina and Tsunade-sama were both there. The Uchiha shivered as his life flashed before his eyes. I swear I shunshined out of there in top speed, but when I came out the other side, I had several broken ribs and was coughing up blood before I even knew what happened. She's a monster. The Uchiha's eyes showed something most veteran ninja never show, true fear. He was the second fastest ninja in the village, and even then, the slug Sannin was able to get him mid-teleportation, which should have been impossible. Both Uchiha looked down in anguish. That's it. Itachi activated his Sharingan, spotting Naruto and Hinata making out on the Hokage monument, infuriating him further. No more playing around, the boy's going to pay for all he put us through over the years. Shisui joined him, glaring at the blonde boy in the distance as he agreed. I hate to say it, but I really think this will be a last chance with him graduating. We can't let him win, this time, let's go all out. With those words, they disappeared after their prey to finish the little contest of cat and mouse they played over the years. On top the Hokage monument was written in big words made of wood and painted purple that said, Naruto Uzumaki is dating Hinata Hyuga, the most beautiful girl in the world. Naruto held his Haim in his arms, waiting for the Anbu to eventually arrive. Spotting the first wave coming around, he quickly kissed Hinata on the lips one last time. Right. I'll see you later, just like we planned. He winked, causing the girl to blush. Naruto approached the edge before letting himself fall. Hinata only shook her head at her boyfriend's antics. She then giggled, remembering all the cinnamon rolls Naruto got to appease her after scaring her to death the first time. A swarm of Anbu rushed past her, after the boy following him over the edge. One appeared right next to her. I will escort you to the academy, Hyuga-sama. Hinata just nodded, the Anbu put a hand on her shoulder before the two disappeared. Naruto was plummeting to his death from the great Hokage monument, but no fear showed, instead, he just calmly took in the feeling of the wind rushing as he fell. Opening his eyes, he saw the swarm of Anbu scaling down the cliff on foot, he smirked. The Anbu had to scale the great cliffside with chakra, since even for a ninja, plummeting non-stop from that height was a death sentence. With no buildings or good footing to use to slow their own descent, they would never catch up to him. Naruto looked right down seeing the approaching ground, but still did nothing. The Anbu, seeing the boy wasn't doing anything to save his life, quickly let their chakra go, plummeting after him at the same speed, some even going faster since they pushed themselves off the cliff. This was exactly what Naruto wanted. Only a few seconds from the ground, Naruto flipped right when the Anbu were about to reach him. All the Anbu quickly pulled out wired kunai and threw them to slow their fall. Naruto channeled wind chakra to his feet and with a swirl of wind coming from them, he propelled himself up, slowing his descent. For a few seconds, Naruto levitated off the ground before releasing his jutsu, his feet touching the floor, as if he jumped only a few inches off the ground, rather than plummeting to his death from the top of the mountain. Not even a second went by after he was only solid land before he dashed off into town. Behind him, two of the Anbu that were closest to him both landed roughly, not having set their wires quickly enough in their attempt to save the boy. Another three landed, doing rolls to get rid of their extra momentum before pursuing the boy once more. The chase now lead into town, Naruto beginning the next step of his plan to get rid of the remaining pursues. Looking back, he checked the number that was left. 3. I was expecting only 2 to make it after that fall, but they wouldn't be Anbu if I could lose them all so easily. Good thing I planned to lose at least 6 if it came down to it. With a smirk, Naruto passed the corner where his next trap losing sight of his target, the let Anbu speed up, quickly turning the corner. Ah! Was all he heard as something hard hit him in the face, knocking him down. You bloody Anbu. What the hell are you doing popping out on an old lady? You could have given me a heart attack. His attacker was an old lady in her 60s, breathing heavily from the scare she just had, but from the anger she was showing she more than fine. Madam I needy didn't get to finish as the old lady hit him over the head with her bag, not stopping at all. How rude. You almost send a lady to her death and don't even have the nerve to apologize. The Anbu was defenseless from the women's attacks, his job forcing him to take the abuse from a civilian. His comrade passed by, his eyes looking and pleading them to help, but both looked his way, each rose an arm making a cross gesture, praying for their defeated friend. His friend only screamed as he was left at the mercy of the old woman. His comrades would help, but when chasing the troublemaking blonde, it was every man for themselves. The next one got lost as Naruto slipped under a passing fruit cart, causing the second Anbu to crash, ending up with his head inside a melon. Naruto looked at his last pursuer. "You're going to regret being the last one, sorry buddy." A wooden fence in front of him, Naruto jumped over it and the Anbu followed. Steam clouded his vision, but catching the sight of blonde hair, the Anbu grabbed the figure hidden by steam. His arms wrapped around him, only to meet the softest sensation he's ever known. Squeezing the soft objects twice, he knew there was only one thing that could cause the sensation. Looking up at his obvious too tall a target, only now he was seeing the blonde hair that he thought was the boy's actually went all the way down the person's back. The head attached to it turned, showing a beautiful face with hazel brown eyes and a purple diamond on. "Oh shit," was the Anbu's final thought as a punch with overwhelming destructive force sent him flying, destroying the wooden wall. He just jumped over and into the surrounding wood. "You bloody pervert, how dare you touch me? I'm going to kill you." When the smoke from the crash site cleared, not only did she see the knocked out Anbu with a bloody cracked mask, but also a man wearing a red and green kimono laying under the Anbu. "Jiraiya." She screamed before the sound of bones breaking, followed by the screams of two unfortunate men filled the area. In a non-destroyed part of the wall pattern seemed to fall down, showing a snickering blonde. "Servers, you right perverts." He snickered before quietly making his escape from the enraged woman. Naruto was heading to the academy by rooftop, unknown to him however, crimson red eyes watched from above. The figure on one of the many lampposts that cover the village reached into his shuriken pouch. 3 in each hand, throwing them at the unsuspecting boy. Naruto's ears suddenly picked up the sound of splitting air, quickly jumping to the side, he narrowly avoided a set of 6 shuriken. Where did they come from? Naruto looked at the direction they came from, but right when his attention was diverted to the steel weapons, they changed direction right after him. Quickly noticing the change, Naruto did a backflip, once again narrowly missing the shuriken. As the shuriken passed, he noticed wires attached to each. Shuriken curved once more, but instead of going after Naruto, they collided with each other. The force sent them all different directions, causing the wires to tangle around the boy. With one final pull from the controller, all the wires tightened around Naruto, bringing him to a stop. His prey caught the figure jumped down from his vantage point. "Itachi, I should have known," Naruto said, glaring at the approaching Uchiha. "You really did it now, defiling the Hokage monument. What were you thinking?" Naruto just rolled his eyes. "What? I was just announcing how lucky I was to have such an amazing girlfriend to the whole village." Itachi's crimson glare bore into the troublemaker. "Be that as it may, you're caught now and won't be getting away." Naruto just glared back, challenging the claim, before smiling. "Looks like Izumi gave you a lot of trouble this morning." Itachi blushed, trying and failing to hide it as he glared at the blonde, his rush changing didn't allow him time to fully make himself presentable. Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Itachi saw chakra gathering around him swelling. A torrent of wind blew from the boy, blasting the wires back, allowing him to escape. That's wind chakra, when did he learn advanced nature transformation like that? Itachi then watched a boy rush into the village alleys. "Did you really think that would hold me? So long, loser." Itachi smiled as the boy left, the chase was becoming more fun. "Looks like we weren't the only one holding back, but I expected you to escape the wires." Not even seconds passed after the blonde boy entered the alley did a blast of fire come from all entrances. With that, Itachi disappeared in a shunshin. When Naruto entered the alley, Shisui's Sharingan eyes caught the familiar sight of Naruto's chakra. Smirking that everything was going exactly as planned, he made several hand signs. He took a deep breath. Fire style, fireball jutsu exhaling, a ball of fire filled the alley, bursting forth right at the runaway fugitive. Fire released, Shisui looked into the air waiting for Itachi to knock the boy to him. By flooding the alley, Naruto would have no choice to go up to escape in time. Itachi would knock him over to Shisui. When that happened, he would then trap him in a jinjutsu. It was perfect. Itachi appeared above the alley, watching the sea of flames below him for signs of the blonde boy making his escape from the burning sea. Something's not right, Naruto should have escaped by now. While he watched the skies, Shisui's Sharingan caught something out of the corner of his vision. Looking back at the alley, he sees Naruto bursting through the wall of flame, fist back ready to punch his lights out. Impossible. Even if the flames were diffused to not injure him too badly, he shouldn't have been able to just walk through them. As he had the thought, Naruto's cocked back fist slammed into him, knocking down. But thanks to the Sharingan, a poof of smoke replaced the falling Shisui, a log appeared in his place. Ignoring it, Naruto ran into the next alleyway across the street. Shit. Crazy fool, Shisui disappeared. From the skies, Itachi thought the same as he noticed Naruto running into another alley, disappearing like Shisui. He followed. Idiots. Like fire would work on me. Naruto looked down, though to see his orange hoodie was slain, having been burnt in several places. Sadly, thy hoodie did not make it, shall it rest in peace after his years of service to the destruction-prone blonde boy. Iris said, causing Naruto to glare. I resent that. He shouted, giving a quick prayer for his hoodie before continuing. You should have worn the new ninja clothes Hinata and I prepared for you. Iris spoke up. They wouldn't have burnt up. How the hell was I supposed to know they would use bloody fire against me? Naruto yelled, sweat falling down his brow. Sure, he could have just eaten it, but he was saving that surprise for much later. Iris didn't get a chance to respond as the two Uchiha appeared at both the front and back, cornering him once more. Damn guys, aren't you a bit too serious today? Naruto whined, a little pissed at having his favorite hoodie destroyed again. Both Uchiha just gave him the crimson glare of doom their clan was famous for. You've had enough mercy from us, come quietly and you won't get hurt. Shisui smirked from the front. Oh really, you haven't captured me in all these years. I don't intend that to change now. At Naruto's taunt, all three began to move, Shisui from the front, Itachi from the back. Naruto pulled out a small red sphere from his pouch, white markings adoring its surface. Throwing the sphere in the air, Itachi and Shisui didn't stop, instead their Sharingan deactivated the instant they saw the ball, and their arms came up to shield their eyes. They learned their lesson long ago, but sadly it looks like Naruto didn't, or so it seemed. The white markings on the sphere glowed, before exploding in a cloud of red smoke. Ah fuck. Shisui shouted as his lungs and eyes burned from the smoke. What is this? Itachi coughing, was the one who answered. Cough pepper spray, his eyes teary and lungs on fire, he could barely speak. The cloud blocking side of their target, they didn't see the veil of wind that kept the cloud of red smoke away from Naruto. Focusing wind chakra to his feet, Naruto leapt into the air, shooting right out the cloud, leaving a hole that was quickly filled. They really should have known better than to underestimate and believe Naruto would try the same thing twice. Itachi and Shisui quickly exited the alley, the enclosed space made it perfect for gas attacks, the wind taking much longer to disperse the cloud. Their eyes red, they looked back at the cloud noticing the absence of Naruto. Damn. He got away again. Shisui hit the wall in anger, coughing up more of the red smoke still trapped in his throat. Don't worry, we know where he's going, and can cut him off. Both Uchiha quickly left for the academy, hoping to capture. High in the skies of Konoha, Naruto laid down, the force of his jump carrying him hundreds of meters in the air. He took a deep breath, feeling the wind resulting his clothes and hair right before his momentum was going to wear off and force him to plummet to the ground by gravity's force, he whispered. Vernier, a green glow formed a sphere, causing him to hover there before falling slowly. Turning his sights to the academy, he slowly glided through the sky as if flying. As Naruto entered his classroom, all eyes turned to him in question at his latest prank. Hey, that's him. Why did he do it? I thought Menma was Hinata's fiancé. The most prominent question though, was that last one. It was no secret that the Hyuga and Namikaze heirs were betrothed. Most people wrote it off as a prank, knowing of the blonde boy's knack for causing trouble. Naruto's eyes quickly located his love's pale lavender ones. She was surrounded by the other girls, all questioning her on details. Some of the girls actually found it kind of cute and would have totally approved if Hinata and Menma weren't already considered an item. Before he could even take his seat though, Naruto was tackled to the wall. The whole class stared to watch one pissed off Menma pinning his Ani to the wall. Naruto's blue eyes crossed with slitted crimson eyes once as he stared into his Itao's rage-filled eyes. What the hell was that? Menma growled, his features feral, showing the Kyuubi's chakra affecting him. Naruto just smirked, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. What? Didn't you read the sign? Hinata Haim and I are a couple. He taunted, his own blue eyes turning slitted, yet remaining the same color. It was as if two beasts were facing off with one another, trying to prove their dominance. Don't fuck with me. Menma shouted, reeling back his fist to punch his Ani. Hinata gasped, preparing to go to her beloved's aid, but stopped as someone else grabbed Menma's fist. That's enough. Cool down, both of you. Okami pushed both brothers apart, standing in between them as a mediator. Menma barely held himself back. It was only the next words his one-e said that actually helped him keep control. Menma. Remember what Tusan and Kachan said about staying calm, get your chakra under control. Okami ordered. Menma's eyes turned back to their violet color, but the slitted pupils remained, signs that his anger was far from over. Turning to her Ani, Okami scolded him just the same. Ani-san, that is going overboard. This is too much, you know that Menma and Hinata are betrothed. This is too much for one of your stupid pranks. Okami was angry at her Ani's insensitive act when he knew full well the siblings' relationship with the young Hyuga. It wasn't a prank. I meant every word of what that sign said. The seriousness in his tone caused Akami and everyone else who knew of Naruto's easygoing nature to take a step back, not expecting his answer to sound so serious. All their classmates, except for a few who were focused on Naruto, all turned to Hinata, their gaze asking the question if what the blonde boy said was true. Before Menma could blow up at the statement, the same Anbu that escorted Hinata showed up behind Naruto, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, he ordered. Namikaze-san, please take a seat. Naruto could feel the annoyance the Anbu tried to hide behind his mask. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto went to take his seat next to his love. Didn't you see the sign? It's Uzumaki-san now. Akami was curious about this and actually started questioning the removal of their last name from the sign he put up. Did he do it for Ka-chan, since she's the only Uzumaki left? What does he hope to get by doing that? The thought quickly went away though as her attention was pulled back to the boy and Anbu. Putting a hand on the boy's shoulder, the Anbu pulled him back. And where do you think you're going? He questioned the boy, who just glared at the stupid question. I'm going to take my seat next to my beautiful girlfriend as always. Menma was about fly off the handle, but Akami kept a firm grip on the boy. Ani-san, that was going too far. Was her worried thought. Menma was ready to fly into a rage, and she could only control him to a certain point. No, you're not. Just take the seat right there and don't cause trouble. He pointed to the nearest seat. Naruto just rose an eyebrow and continued onward to his original destination. Where do you think the Anbu was cut off as white seals glowed above him and pink paint splattered down on him like a waterfall? Haruka, who was silently letting the trouble diffuse itself, just face-palmed. Naruto, I told you to stop rigging the classroom already. Naruto just shrugged, not stopping as he Don't worry Haruka-sensei, I'll make sure to clean up all my traps by the end of the day. Haruka just sighed at the boy's comment. There shouldn't be traps in the first place. Though a part of him was happy that after today, he wouldn't need to worry about entering a classroom full of traps ready to go off every morning. The Anbu, feeling humiliated and angry at the notorious blonde's actions, was about grab and force him to obey, but a hand gripping his own shoulder stopped him. Turning, the Anbu was surprised to find his superior and the famous Shisui Uchiha behind him. We'll handle it from here, go and get cleaned up. Knowing of the blonde's own reputation and seeing too the strongest ninja with stinging red eyes and haggard appearances was enough to convince him to disappear. Any boy that could cause two of the village's most feared and powerful ninja into that state just wasn't worth the paycheck he would be getting at the end of the month. About time you got here. What took you? Naruto taunted, smirking even while Itachi threw a kunai at the boy that just scrapped the boy's already burned clothing. Both Uchiha gave the boy the best glare they could with their watery red eyes and noses, both asking themselves how the blonde beat them there at the speed they went at. Sasuke was dumbfounded at his Nai-san and friend's ragged and humiliating appearance. He heard the older boy complain about the younger blonde more than enough times, but in all the stories, his Nai-san told he never once took them seriously, always thinking they were exaggerated. But seeing his role model and Shisui look like they went through hell caused the young Uchiha glare at the blonde. Not believing that two of his clan's strongest couldn't handle the little brat. The eldest Namikaze was a far cry from his younger siblings, he wasn't bad and was still in the upper echelon of the class, but compared to the red-haired siblings who matched the Uchiha as top of the class, the blonde just wasn't noteworthy until today. As soon as Naruto took his seat, much to the ire of his Itato, Hinata started fussing over his ruined clothes. Don't worry, just the damn Uchiha's fire techniques. Naruto smiled and Hinata calmed down, knowing of the boy's immunity to fire. Alright class, first up for your graduation test will be a written assignment, followed by target practice and a ninjutsu test. All of these will determine whether you become a ninja or not today. With those words, Haruka started handing out papers for the written part of the exams. You may begin. With those words, all students took a pen and started filling in the answers. After the hour for the writing test was over, it was over to the target practice field. The final test was more of a tradition than a necessity. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu and other areas were scored based on performance all year round, starting from their final 3 years at the academy. Since those scores were based solely on performance, it was possible to pass even if you failed the so-called final exam, as long as you proved you had the skills needed to be a ninja in other fields. Naruto wasn't worried. His written scores weren't the best, but thanks to Hinata, he would easily pass. Besides Jinjutsu, all his other fields would easily put him in the higher ranks in the graduation year, and the last 2 tests were easy passes for him too. Haruka started calling all students up one at a time. Naruto didn't pay attention to anyone else besides his Amato and Hinata. Okami easily hit all targets, throwing the 10 kunai simultaneously, scoring a 10 out of 10 mark easily, earning the highest grade in the class right off the bat. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata went up to target range with silver kunai. She hit all 10 of the target dead on throwing her kunai one at a time. Nice Hinata-chan. Way to go Hinata-hime. Both Menma and Naruto cheered before glaring at one another. When Hinata came back to Naruto's side, he hugged the blushing girl, causing her to overheat as his Itato watched. Menma Uzumaki Namikaze was the only other person Naruto bothered to watch. Menma smirked at Naruto. "Watch this, Hinata-chan, this one's for you." Naruto fists clenched, but he remained calm. Menma pulled all 10 kunai between his fingers and threw them all at the same time like his one he did. 9 targets hit the dead center, but the final one missed the bullseye by a few inches. Menma glared at his failure, though his grade was still the highest, easily earning him second place at the moment. The fact that he missed one when trying to show off to his future wife was unacceptable. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," Haruka called and Naruto and his teacher glared at him. Naruto just pointed to the sign. "Didn't you hear? It's just Uzumaki now." Menma grew even more pissed at the reminder of the mocking sign, but Akami finally started hearing alarm bells at her Ani's instance of not going by Namikaze anymore. "I don't care, Naruto. I'm not going to change the order because of a sudden last-minute change to your name. You're up next." Naruto leisurely walked to the target range, throwing his custom silver kunai, a gift from his Haim one time. He scored a 10 out of 10 no problem. Everyone, except for Menma, were impressed by the perfect score by the less noticeable Namikaze child. Akami was the most surprised, not realizing when her Ani became this good. When could Ani do that so easily though he didn't use any fancy tricks like his siblings? Naruto's scores easily put him in third place with Hinata. Going up to collect his special kunai, no one noticed that Naruto pulled out his blades, the two were all embedded in the target all the way to the hilt. Something not anyone else was able to do, only managing to get them to impale the target up to halfway up the blade. The secret was that as Naruto pulled the kunai out, a fainted sharp blue ore could still be seen from the chakra-conductive metal they were made of. The second test ended with Sasuke scoring a 10 out of 10 simultaneous hit, just like Akami. The final results were Akami Sasuke first place, Menma second place, Naruto and Hinata third place. The whole class expected Akami, Sasuke, and Menma to score the highest, though they all expected the trio to tie like they always did, but Naruto and Hinata raising through the ranks to third was new and unexpected. Both children were the wallflowers of the group when it came to the academy, no one really noticing them besides the people in the medical classes or Naruto when he did another prank. The two of them scoring so high was something no one expected. Naruto waited for his turn to take the final test, the ninjutsu portion of the exam. The class slowly filtered out one at a time, and he was so bored, his Haim being part of the first lot up just made the wait even more unbearable. Looking down at the lower seats, he sees Menma glaring him. Naruto sticks his tongue out taunting the boy. Menma raises from his seat, only to have his one knee push him back down. Naruto chuckled. It was like this the whole time. Menma glaring, then him taunting him only for his Amato to sit him back down. It was funny, but got old very quickly. Akami Uzumaki Namikaze finally, Naruto thought, the first sign that his long wait was almost over. Akami gazed at her two brothers, hoping they would behave while she took the test. Her hopes were unfounded, though seconds after she left the room, Menma went over to Naruto. Naruto just ignored him, paying no mind to his annoying Itato. "Hey." Menma growled when he reached the desk. Naruto just ignored him, not in the mood to deal with a spoiled brat. His face twisting in anger, Menma slammed his hand on the desk. "Listen to me when I'm talking to you." His anger-filled growl and slam made Naruto look at him. What does my Itato want? Is he scared of the big old test and wants his Ani to comfort him? Naruto taunted as Menma went red in the face. Grabbing Naruto's shirt, he forced his Ani to look him in the eye. "Shut up." It wasn't a request, but an order. Naruto showed no fear as he started feeling the Kyuubi's chakra come from his Itato. "Oh what? Your anger's wasted. Even you should have realized by now that Hinata-chan hasn't and never will have an interest in you." At those words, Menma reeled his fist back, throwing a punch to his Ani's face, but right at the last second, his name was called, stopping him in his tracks. "Menma Uzumaki Namikaze," the instructor called. Reluctantly Menma left, but not before giving Naruto promise of payback. This isn't over. Naruto watched his Itato leave, his smile quickly turned into a frown, remembering the shy little boy that used to cling to him all the time. Whatever happened to you, Itato? He saw his Amato and Itato playing as children. How Menma wouldn't leave the house without having a death grip on either one of them or their Kachan. Those were the good old days, the days that were family. No. It's too late to think like that. They had plenty of chances to change things, to fix it, but they did nothing and ignored me. I have no family, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto glared at the instructor who dared call him by that name, his piercing silted eyes shook even the veteran ninja. Naruto rose up, walking slowly, his entire body screaming that he was in a bad mood. "That's not my name, it's just Naruto Uzumaki now," Naruto warned as he passed the man. The instructor corrects himself, taking Naruto to the room where the test. Haruka and Mizuki sat there, watching Naruto enter the room, an array of headbands in front of them. "Okay, to pass and receive your hit I-8 headband, you need to demonstrate the substitution, clone and transformation jutsu," Haruka stated. Naruto quickly did the hand signs, replacing himself with a chair. Next, with hand signs so fast that Haruka could barely see them, 5 Narutos popped up in front of him in smoke. "Good," Haruka said. Naruto was guaranteed to pass anyway, thanks to his overall score. "Can we transform into anything?" Naruto asked out of the blue. "Yes, as long as the jutsu itself is up to standards, it could be anything." He was taken aback by the sudden question, and he only hopped the number one prankster won't transform into anything to outrageous. Shit. I missed my chance to make sure he didn't do that. A poof smoke later, Haruka resigned himself to one last prank, only to be mesmerized as a rainbow light bathed the room and caught a sight of a creature no one ever seen before. Naruto walked out, a sad face showing to all. Hinata rolled her eyes, walking up to the boy. Naruto started to cry and Hinata brought him into a hug. However, at the last second, she swiped something from behind his back with a smile, showing off his now pilfered headband. "Aw. Come on, how did you know?" The activation of his girlfriend's Byakugan was all he needed to answer that question. "Forgotten that I see all and watched the whole thing." Hinata leaned over, tying Naruto's headband for him. Cool, did you see Iruka and Mizuki's faces when I transformed? Priceless. Hinata smiled as well, having received a clear image of it herself. Before the two could make plans to celebrate, a hand appeared on both their shoulders as two Uchiha glared down at them. The next second they vanished, leaving Menma, who just reached where they were, standing and changing direction. He headed to the Hokage tower with a rage-filled face. It didn't take long for them to reach the tower, after all, it was right next to the academy, and they were traveling by the fastest Uchiha there was. Itachi disappeared to inform the Hokage, and it wasn't long after they were called into his room. Naruto's blue eyes met the same shade of blue, his two sen's eyes, filled with anger and disappointment. Naruto's fists clenched. What right did this man have to look at him in such a way? It was all his fault it got to this point in the first place. Itachi and Shisui were dismissed, and the Hokage looked at his eldest son, silence filling the room. What were you thinking? His two sen's voice finally broke the silence, and Naruto rolled his eyes as the Hokage began one of his long-winded speeches. Defiling the Hokage monument, a testament to the Hokage's and village's strength, a national monument that every villager takes pride in, wasn't any of that going through your head when you pulled this prank of yours? Minato shouted, his voice filled with annoyance and disappointment that his son would do something so stupid. If it was so important then why wasn't it guarded? It's not like anyone tried to stop me. If anything, you should be thanking me. Imagine if it was an enemy and not a graduating academy student that did it. Minato had no reply for his son's response. It was strangely right and made him think what would have happened if it was an enemy attack and not a prank. He reminded himself to put guards stationed at the monument and expand patrols. It was bad to leave one of the village's most important landmarks, safety bunker and escape route unguarded like that. Despite his son's reasoning though, it didn't mean he was out of trouble, far from it. Even so, you are well aware of the importance of it and shouldn't have embarrassed the whole village like that. Oh please. Pulling Hinata to his side, who blushed into his chest, he continued. As if me declaring my love for my Haim is anything for the village to be embarrassed about it in the first place. Minato only became angrier at his son's easygoing response. It doesn't change the fact that what you did was wrong and humiliated both the Hyuga and our own clan. Hinata is Menma's fiancé. Do you have any idea what rumors are going to spread because of that goddamn sign? Naruto glared at his father, causing him to be taken aback by the anger and rage his eyes contained, all of it for him. She isn't his fiancé by choice. His shout rocked the room, his hold on Hinata increasing to the point that it was hurting her, but she persevered, knowing that he needed to let this out and release all the long overdue feelings he's been bottling up for years. Hinata-chan never had a choice in this and was just forced into it by you and her clan. Minato had no idea about that. Looking to the girl, he saw her holding a worried expression that made Minato think it was so, Naruto likes her too. But we're not just going to break the engagement over a little jealously. Hinata never once spoke up, knowing her clan and Otu-sama would never let her get away with it. She was locked into the agreement with no escape, her silence giving Minato the wrong impression. Naruto, this is no excuse. You're just letting your jealousy over Menma making you try and tear them apart. You're a part of this family, act like it. To Minato, he assumed that Hinata, the quiet girl, was just dragged into this by her jealous friend who didn't want to give her up. Menma needs Hinata. He's already shown leaps and bounds in his training since they were engaged. We can't risk the fallback the prophecy spoke of. The way Menma acted since the deal was struck only strengthened their fears that Menma and Hinata were the child of prophecy and his light. Naruto and Hinata were shocked by his words, more so Hinata, who tried to comfort a very silenced Naruto, who had her in a death grip. His blue eyes turned to slits, striking fear into his two sen's eyes as a dam finally burst after years of holding back a raging flood. Is that really what you think? The force of the shout alone hurt everyone's ears, but Naruto didn't stop. I've had enough under Uzumaki Clan Charter Article 8 Section 1, I hereby challenge Menma for the right to be the heir and for Hinata's hand in marriage. His words shook Minato to his core, gapping like a fish as his son basically declared war on his own Itato. What, you can't? His words fell on deaf ears that long ago stopped hearing and believing the man's words. Yes, I can. You said for me to act like family and I am. As the previous heir, I have every right to take back the title that was taken from me unjustly. This was penance for what his family did. Everything they did to both him and his Haim was going to be paid fully, no matter what. Do you honestly think I would allow that? For you to fight your own sibling? There was no way Minato was going to let his children fight over something so trivial. Menma needed Hinata more, for the good of the village, their family and the whole bloody world. In his mind, Naruto was being selfish and trying to take back his lost idol when he didn't deserve it. You don't have a choice. It is a part of clan law that any suitable candidate for clan head has the right to challenge the current heir for the title. Interfering would be a misuse of the Hokage's power which the Shinobi Council won't tolerate with you interfering with the clan's right to self-govern. It goes against the laws passed down since the founding of the village. He has him there. Even if he used his power and refused the challenge, Naruto had the backing of every other clan except the Hyuga, who would fight for the principle alone to protect their own right to self-govern their clans. The clan politics would never allow the Hokage to undermine the village's laws, even if the clan was his own, and would be seen as an abuse of power. Not to mention that it would damage his reputation if word got out about this. He could talk to Kushina about changing the law, but that takes time, and with Naruto's challenge already invoked, he would still involve the clans in it. Not to mention, his wife would be horrified if she caught wind of this. He had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he finally gave his son his answer. Fine, I accept. But do you honestly believe you can win against Menma? Naruto just smiled. Everything was going according to plan. You'll just have to see that for yourself firsthand. Fine. The stage will be the upcoming Chunin exams in 2 months. Naruto's brow raised in question, expecting to fight Menma face to face right away. How will that work? He questioned, not understanding what his no, the Hokage was trying to pull. Exactly as it is. If you beat Menma in the Chunin exams, you win and the title is yours. If you don't face each other however, it will be whoever gets furthest into the competition. This was the best compromise. This way he could prevent them from fighting. All Menma had to do was win, which he was confident would happen. It was sad, but from what he knew of Naruto's skills, the boy wouldn't be ready for the exams in just 2 months and either not enter or fall out early and learn his lesson. However, the smirk of victory the boy gave was unsettling. It screamed that he had already won. They turned to leave without another word, but the Hokage's voice stopped him. You know this won't affect the contract with it. He didn't even get to finish before a smirking Naruto responded with a victorious tone. Don't worry. The contract states that Hinata will marry the clan heir, regardless of who it is. As the words entered his two-sense mind, the look of surprise on the man's widened eyes only made the wind. Once Naruto left the room, Minato took his seat, his hands coming to his face as grief over the situation hit him full force. My own family is fighting each other. I need to fix this somehow. But that was impossible. The fact that Naruto said that meant he saw the contract and planned this all along. No. There was no doubt about it, his challenge wasn't on an emotional whim, but a planned-out tactic. Naruto must have been planning this for a while. He did it on the exact day that they became genin and were legally recognized as adults, which is a requirement for the challenge to go through. Not only that, but he knew that the betrothal contract would be affected, which even I forgot to check since I never considered anything could happen to disturb it. Minato started to sweat more and more. He first believed Naruto would never be able to match Menma, but the cunning he just witnessed was something else entirely. The more he thought about it, the more he questioned just how little he knew about his own son. Before he could make any other thoughts, Menma came barging in, slamming the door open. Where is he? It was obvious who he meant, and now Minato would have to explain to his youngest why his Ani wanted to fight him. Hinata watched her love seethe in anger and outrage. Everything went according to plan, but neither expected the Hokage to say such cruel words. Putting her hand over his shoulder, she gave him her support. Naruto-kun, don't worry, I'm here. Naruto's own hand came up to grasp hers, and he gave her heartfelt smile. Thanks, but can you believe that he told me to act like I'm a member of the family when he and the rest of them kicked me out of it a long time ago? He growled the last bit, those hypocritical words just enraged the boy even more. How could his two-sen expect him to act like a family he wasn't a part of? He did that for years, and all it did was give him heartache and grief. I know, and they will learn that when we show them just who Naruto Uzumaki is at the Chunin exams. Hinata gave Naruto a peck on the lips, only for him to pull her into a full-blown kiss. When they broke apart, Naruto leaned his head on her forehead. I love you, Haim. He whispered softly, staring into her lavender eyes. She was right. Everything will change with the Chunin exams, and his family will realize their mistake. Both continued on to Naruto's home. No, to the place he had to stay for the last 12 years. At least everything went like planned. Just 2 more months and it will all be over. Hinata held Naruto's hand tightly, brightly smiling. Yes, in just 2 months and it would hopefully all be over. When Naruto entered the house, the first thing that greeted him was a shout of, Naruto, what the hell were you thinking? His Kachan screamed. Great, I just got done with the Hokage and now this. He walked past her while she went on about what he did was wrong, paying no mind to the person he called Kachan in name only. You know Menma and Hinata are engaged, and the Hokage monument is super important, where are you going? Kushina shouts at her son who just ignored while going upstairs. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, come back here, I'm not done talking to you. The screech echoes throughout the house, but still the blonde boy paid no head, knowing all too well the familiar tune of her scolding and the pointlessness of it all. Right when Kushina was going to drag her son down and make him listen to her, she spotted the silent Hyuga behind her. So sorry Hinata-chan. Sorry for my boy always dragging you into such trouble. I know he can be handful. A little surprised by her sudden change in attitude, Hinata just responded with what she really thought. No, no, Naruto-kun isn't a handful. I'm always happy to go along with him. It was true, Hinata would follow her Naruto-kun to the ends of the earth and back, doing so with a smile. Even the darkest days seemed like sunshine as long as she was with him. Giggling at the darling little Hyuga's response, she was thankful that she forgave and ignored all her troublesome son's faults. No need to be so modest. Naruto's always getting into some sort of trouble. I can barely keep up with him, he's just always been so rebellious unlike his siblings. Hinata went wide-eyed at this, glaring at the Kachan of her beloved. It would always be like this. His Kachan would act like a normal mother, only to say something that completely contradicts the Naruto she knows and loves. Naruto-kun isn't like that. She shouts. She knows all too well that Naruto was better than his siblings. He never really acted out, no matter how much his parents neglected him. Besides the occasional prank for good fun and to kill boredom, Naruto never did, and her shouts land on deaf ears as Kushina just keeps belittling her Naruto-kun with a smile on her face. Now Hinata-chan, you don't need to cover him. Naruto's always causing problems. Just the other week he picked another fight and beat up some children for no good reason. Can you believe that he just misused his training? You would never catch Menma or Akami doing that. The Lavender Princess felt anger at how the woman in front of her ridiculed her beloved. But more than that, she was confused. She went everywhere with Naruto and didn't see him pick a fight with "you're wrong." Her shout was full of outrage. Her anger boiling so much that even her Byakugan activated. Naruto-kun never started that fight. Those kids did, they were picking on me and he defended me. There was only one fight she knew that fit into the time frame, and her memories of the event were far different from Kushina's. They picked a fight first, but Naruto ignored them until they insulted me. She remembered well that the kids made fun of Naruto. That he wasn't really the Hokage's son, that he was just a random street rat, nothing special about him, unlike his siblings. But despite all their taunts, he did nothing. It was only after one of them made the mistake of calling Hinata a Byakugan monster and was whoring herself to Menma to get in the Hokage's good graces that Naruto lost it and beat them black and blue. Tears started falling down Hinata's face, her voice hoarse from shouting too much. Naruto-kun has never started a fight for himself. He's always taken any abuse because he's that selfless and only ever defends others, but never himself. She knew that Kushina was bad. She knew that she neglected Naruto just as much as his Tusan, but never believed that she was thinking of him as a problem child when her Naruto-kun was nothing of the sort. Just how much do you really know about your son? Because the Naruto-kun I know is far different from the one you do. Kushina stood there, shell-shocked, not even noticing that Naruto passed her with a backpack, leaving with Hinata hand in hand. What? But Naruto never said anything like that. He never offered any defense for himself. The thoughts ran through her head, bringing back one phrase Hinata said to the forefront of her mind. He's that selfless and only ever defends others, but never himself. Her eyes widen as a horrifying thought takes root. Could that be the case? Could Naruto never have defended himself from her because he never needed to justify his actions to her? Did her own son not care about how she thought of him? Has she been ignoring his side of the story this whole time? No, that can't be true. I've only ever acted like a mother. Always trying to make sure Nari-chan takes the right path and is disciplined properly. She thought in denial, but the seeds of doubt already took hold, and in the coming months she would come to realize with her own eyes just how much she failed as a mother. Naruto was walking with Hinata his Haim by his side. Upon reaching their destination, they looked up at the building that would serve as his new home from now on. Naruto opened the door, seeing a perfectly clean apartment. The apartment was only slightly bigger than his old room, but he didn't care. The important thing was that after years of being alone, he now had a place to call his own, a place that was now his home and sanctuary. Well, the apartment building was in the poorer section of the village, but thanks to that the rent was cheap enough for him to live off of a genin's income. Though he made sure to save up enough money so that he could afford rent for at least half a year without work, if he wanted to. It had one bedroom and a bathroom, with a living room and kitchen shared the same space. He had a balcony where he could grow his plants and leave his laundry. It wasn't anything special, but it was homely and his. Putting his bag down, Naruto breathed deeply before scooping his Haim into his arms. The best part was that this place would become their own little love nest. Their family won't be able to interfere here, and they were free to love each other. Naruto kissed Hinata gently on the lips, a kiss she happily reciprocated. Kushina was walking down the village streets, heading to the Senju compound visiting her children's godparent, Tsunade. As the clan of the Shodai Hokage, the compound was big despite the fact that only 2 people lived there. It caused Tsunade a lot of stress, having no idea what to do with all the extra space. With her being the last Senju, there wasn't really a need for the place anymore, but it still held precious memories of her grandfather, so she couldn't bring herself to part with it. Kushina entered through the front gate, seeing Tsunade and Shizune sitting on the porch drinking tea. The two waved at her, Shizune already preparing Kushina her own drink as she sat down. "Thank you," Kushina told Shizune with a smile. "Looks like everyone passed the exam fine. Menma and Akami got top scores as expected. No surprise there considering all the training they went through," Tsunade replied with her own pride having helped train them on occasion. But not just Menma and Akami, Naruto-kun also did pretty well. He's easily in the upper tier of the class, Shizune spoke, shocking Kushina and Tsunade slightly. The oldest son was hardly ever spoken of, mostly due to Tsunade being uncomfortable about the boy who looks so much like her late brother. And the other half, because Kushina knows nothing of Naruto's achievements or work efforts. Hearing this brought Kushina's thoughts back to her son and the telling off she got from Hinata minutes before. "I see no surprise there. He is my and Minato's son after all." Kushina laughed awkwardly, knowing nothing about Naruto's true abilities. "I don't know about that. Naruto-kun has his own talents. He and Hinata-chan are always so good working together in medical class that it's no surprise they're together now." Kushina almost spat out her tea at this. "Nari-chan is in your medical class?" Kushina asked, putting her tea down, eyes wide, never having heard anything about this before. Why didn't her son tell her he was taking medical classes? Considering what she knew of Naruto's attitude, she assumed it was because he wasn't the best student. That must be hard, Nari-chan has always been a real handful. I can't see him sitting still in a medical class. I hope he hasn't been too much trouble." Shizune frowned as Kushina said such a thing about her own son, and with a smile no less. "Actually, Kushina, you're wrong. Naruto-kun is easily the top of my class with Hinata-chan a close second. As matter of fact, Tsunade Shishu, I think it would be a good idea to have Naruto-kun and Hinata-chan do some work experience at the hospital. They're more than qualified for it." Kushina's surprise only seemed to grow more and more at the praise Shizune was giving her son that she just couldn't believe it was the same boy. "Now, Shizune, you don't need to lie on my account. I'm sure Nari-chan has quite a few faults and has been a burden on you." That was the last straw for Shizune, she wasn't going to have anyone insult her students, even if that person was said student's mother. "Kushina-san, how much do you really know about Naruto-kun?" The question was asked with a respectful tone, but the question itself only made Kushina second guess herself more. How much did she know about her son? She knew he was always making trouble for those around him and that he refused to listen to her. "Because from what I am hearing you don't know anything of how Naruto-kun is like, nor the fact he's been attending my classes since they first started." This caught Kushina off guard once more. The medical classes were added years ago, and Naruto had been doing them since then with her having no clue. Kushina felt her dignity as a mother was being trampled upon and wasn't going to take it. "I know my own son." Her outrageous shout shocked the two women. Shizune glared at her. "Do you really? Because I've seen Naruto's reports and wrote a few myself. You've been describing him as if he was problem child, whereas Naruto is anything but one. He works his hardest, even staying after class every day to practice. He stays behind and cleans up after everyone else, and I am proud to call such a fine, outstanding ninja my student." When the usually quiet and respectful Shizune shouted at you, you just knew you were in the wrong. Kushina's energy seemed to deflate, her mind going over her earlier interaction with her son, how he just ignored her and walked right past her. But it wasn't just Shizune, but also Hinata who defended her son. "Just how much do you really know about your son? Because the Naruto-kun I know is far different from the one you do." As Hinata's words rang in her mind, Kushina couldn't help but agree. The Naruto she knew and the one Shizune and Hinata knew were two different people. What went wrong? All she did was try and raise him as a mother should. Why didn't she, his own mother, know what he was really like on the inside? Later Kushina was setting up the dinner table where her husband, son and daughter were seated and ready. But no Naruto, who still hadn't come back. Kushina wanted to speak to him, but it seemed like it wasn't going to happen. The rest of the family was digging and not minding the absence of the boy at all. Only Kushina seemed to be concerned about the empty chair at the other end of the table. But even then, she did nothing like all the times before, ignoring it thinking that another chance would come. If only she knew that Naruto would never eat dinner with his family again like before. No, those times were long gone and she would only have herself to blame. Back at Naruto's apartment, candle fires flickered across the room, light licking from them, illuminating the place that was absent of any light. An angelic humming was heard as a human figure was showered in the light, her eyes reflecting pale lavender. "Here you go, Naruto-kun." Hinata put a plate down at the table. She was wearing a cooking apron and smiled that made Naruto want to have her for dinner instead. Hinata set another plate down, taking her own seat at the table opposite Naruto. Blue eyes met lavender ones, the light of the candles dancing between them. The room lights were turned off and they only had the candlelight, but even then, they could perfectly see each other. This was both a housewarming party and a date. It was just the two of them sharing a homemade meal they made together. It was simple, but to the two of them it meant the world. This was where they belonged, nowhere else, not with their family, but here with each other. Naruto took a bite, humming as he did. "Kami, Hinata Haim, you're the best cook there is." His words made the girl glow bright red, adding a little more light to the room. "Well, I have such a picky boyfriend, I have to be." Naruto was smirking at her comment and she was going to get after dinner. "Well, this boyfriend better watch out because Hinata Haim is all mine." His eyes said the same, making Hinata gulp, knowing Naruto was going to drive her insane before she left and then leave her wanting for more. Hinata walked into her compound, a heavy blush on her face and equally red lips. Her face held nothing but smiling eyes twinkling in pure bliss. Hinata, the shout full of anger and authority, was one she knew all too well. In fact, she couldn't remember a time where the owner of said voice actually treated her kindly. "You're late. Where were you?" Her father growled out, eyes demanding an explanation. He most likely having seen Naruto's sign that still wasn't taken down fully just yet. Hinata breathed deeply, calming herself down like a true Hyuga. If it were any other situation, Hiashi would be impressed by her ability to stay calm in front of his anger, but not this time, not when his daughter showed up late looking like that. "I was out celebrating graduation with my friend," she didn't get to finish, finding herself on the floor, a stinging cheek as her father glared. "Celebrating? Your red lips say otherwise. You were with that Naruto brat despite the fact you have a fiancé." Hiashi roared, Hinata's glare rousing his ire further. Before he could hit her again, Hinata was saved by her mother, who almost jumped out her seat, grabbing Hiashi, holding herself up as best she could. Enough. At seeing his wife desperately clinging to him, Hiashi stopped this time. "You will cut all ties with Naruto and focus on your engagement with Menma. Do you have any idea how much humiliation you've caused the clan by sneaking behind your fiancé's back? Whatever you have with this Naruto ends now." Hiashi ordered, leaving it at that. The Hyuga was a noble clan, and if word spread that the daughter of the head was fraternizing with another boy would ruin the clan's image. They would become a laughingstock. No. He must have heard wrong, surely his own flesh and blood wouldn't deny him and shame the clan further. What was that? Hiashi turned to face his daughter, who was just getting up. "I said no." Both Hyuga activated their Byakugan, glaring at one another. "I am your father, and you will do as I say," Hiashi demanded, his wife watching with fear, knowing that in her current state she couldn't do much to stop her husband. "I will not marry a man I don't love." Her shout echoed throughout the compound, drawing the eyes of her clansmen. "It doesn't matter what you feel, you are engaged to Menma." Hiashi went to leave, not wanting to make a bigger spectacle than they already had and to keep his growing anger in check. "You're wrong. I am engaged to the heir of the Namikaze clan, and that is by birthright, Naruto-kun's." Hinata shouted, still glaring at her father's, no at the clan head's back. He didn't deserve to be called her father, not after what he had done. Naruto was deposed of the title years ago, and Menma is the current heir, Hiashi stated while walking away, hoping his rebellious daughter will get it through her thick skull already. Not for long. Hiashi stopped in his tracks, but before he could question more, Hinata was already walking away to her own room. Surely there was nothing that could be done. Menma was trained by a Kage and a Sannin, there was no one better to succeed the clan, especially not some third-rate ninja who could only make trouble. Kushina was in her house watching her babies playing. Neri-chan was nudging Menma to join in whenever he shied away like a good Ani. The three siblings started cooing to their Kachan. Kushina opened her arms to accept her children. When they leaped into her arms, it wasn't their baby selves, however, but their 3-year-old selves. The scenery changing to that of the triplets' third birthday party. But one was missing. Where was Neri-chan, she asked herself. She spotted her son in the corner alone. As Naruto was walking over to her, Kushina happily held her arms out for him. The minute he was almost in her arms, the scenery changed once more, this time back to the house. Naruto was older and still walking to her. Kushina kept her arms open, only for the boy to walk right through her when she tried to hug him. Turning around, Kushina couldn't see her Musuko anymore and the front door was wide open. Minato was crouching on the ground, watching Naruto unsteadily standing up after only a few weeks after his birth. Naruto wobbly made his way to his Tusan, hands waving as if trying to grab something. Minato smiled with arms wide open, encouraging his son as he took his first steps. Closer and closer the boy got, each step filling his Tusan with pride. Finally, when Naruto reached him, it wasn't him, but Menma and Akami who were in his arms. Seeing a figure in the corner of his vision, Minato saw his son, much older in age than the toddlers in his arms despite them being triplets. The older boy kept walking past him, going on ahead, leaving Minato with his much younger siblings. The two children in his arms seemed to age, but were still children, while their Ani was a young man. Both Kushina and Minato bolted up, waking up from their odd dreams. Kushina got really worried as her husband comforted her, telling her it was a just dream. Keeping it to himself that he had a similar one, hoping that it was just a dream. Minato was reminded of the son who passed him earlier that day, the one who could barely look at him and challenged him and his brother. Shaking his doubts away, Minato told himself. He's just going through that phase. Yet as he hugged his sobbing wife, Minato's doubts never went away. 1 week later Naruto was making his way to the academy when a certain kid with goggles and scarf ran up to him. "Naruto Nai-san," the boy called, making Naruto grimace a bit, remembering when his real siblings used to call him that. "Hi, Konohamaru, what's up?" Naruto answered as the boy came to a stop. Konohamaru looked the dragon slayer up and down. "Wow, nice clothes, Nai-san," he gushed with stars in his eyes. Naruto's latest attire consisted of various items. First there was the hit I-8 on his forehead, keeping his long hair in place, and the scarf around his neck with what looked like a scale-like pattern that had a rainbow sheen coming off it as the sun hit. He wore an orange jacket with black lining and collar and only having one sleeve, and for pants he wore the standard issue black plain ninja trousers along with a pouch with matching ninja sandals. Each hand was covered by a ninja glove with a metal plate. It was an unusual fashion statement, but a cool one at that. "Yeah, been saving these for once I become a ninja. Don't I look cool?" Naruto pointed to himself before fingering the scarf. It was made with Iris's dragon scales, or at least the amount he could materialize when they first tried to get her out of the seal. But what mattered most was that it was a present from his Haim after they both got together and he was officially recognized as a dragon slayer. Naruto sighed. He was barely able to see his Haim after his little prank thanks to her being on Hyuga lockdown, and the only reason he managed to see her at all was thanks to the only other good Hyuga, her Ka-san. But finally, he would be able to sit and talk with her without her clan getting in the way, at least until the teams were decided, which he doubted they would be on the same one. "Nai-san?" Konohamaru questions as Naruto was in memory lane. "Oh, right." Looking at the boy, Naruto was reminded of how they met. The boy had been following his siblings around on one of their birthdays, but as they were too busy to bother with the smaller child, Naruto being who he was took the boy in instead. At first, Konohamaru didn't believe he was one of the Yondame's children due to how unknown he was. The kid introduced himself as Sandame grandson, acted all cocky until Naruto had enough, and hit him, shutting the brat up and making him cry, stating the fact that he was the Sandame grandson meant nothing. Naruto got into huge trouble for it, but afterwards Konohamaru did the opposite of what most kids would do, which would be to get scared and start avoiding him. The boy started following him around and listening to Naruto when he told him to behave. Before he knew it, Naruto had another Itato to take care of and one who treated him better than his real one. "I can't play with you now since we have our team orientation, but maybe later," Naruto said with a smile. "Okay." Konohamaru followed Naruto all the way to the academy. There Naruto's breath almost hitched as he saw his beloved and a Hyuga guard, but he didn't care about him. "Hinata-chan." Naruto calls, running to the girl, the Hyuga guard trying and failing to prevent Hinata from meeting him halfway to greet him with a hug. "Naruto-kun." The two wrapped their arms around each other, relishing the fact they were together. When Naruto pulled away, he couldn't help but drool over Hinata's new outfit. Her hit I-8 was hanging from her neck, which to him made her seem even sexier. The girl wore a lavender kimono with white hem and collar, at the sleeves of the kimono going all the way to her hands covering them halfway, and a flame pattern was on each sleeve in a much lighter purple. The kimono clung to Hinata's figure, leaving nothing to the imagination. The way her white sash was tied at her waist made it clear the girl had an hergless figure. His eyes wandering a little too much, Naruto caught sight of the sarashi wrappings holding her breasts in place and hiding them from view as best they possibly could. This only made Naruto wonder how she would look without the kimono. Matching her kimono shirt was a skirt that ended just above knee height with the same color and flame pattern on the bottom of it. The outfit itself screamed modesty, as if Hinata was trying to hide her beauty, but in doing so only further showed off her cuteness, her own shyness only arousing Naruto further before the bothersome guard interrupted. "Namikaze-san, please get away from Hinata-sama. She cannot be seen doing such acts with you in public," the guard told him. Naruto recognized him as Ko, Hinata's bodyguard and retainer. Rolling his eyes, the blonde dragon slayer reluctantly let go of his Haim. "It's Uzumaki. Didn't you see the sign last week? A cross could be seen on the Hyuga's head." Well, the sign was long gone, there wasn't a person in the village who didn't see that embarrassment. The Hyuga was about to repeat his words when Hinata injected. "That's enough, Ko, you may leave." But, Hinata-sama, Ko started to say, before getting cut off by his charge. "You were ordered to escort me to the academy. I can't have you sitting in as we get our teams, as that would affect my It was obvious he wanted to argue, but couldn't, as his lady was right, her reputation would be affected if he stayed and would only show that there was credibility to Uzumaki-san's prank. Ko left Hinata and Naruto to enter the building. Hinata had her Byakugan active, and as soon as she thought it was safe, she and her beloved linked hands. Inside, Naruto looked around for an empty seat so he could sit with his Haim. His poor ears were greeted with a shout of unease and the shout shook the room as a girl with fiery red hair waving in the air stomped up to Naruto, her eyes almost as red as her hair. "What are you thinking?" Naruto rubbed at his ears, making sure the booming voice didn't make him go deaf, while also noticing her new ninja gear. Hizumato was sporting a red sleeveless ninja kimono with a white collar and hem guard with a matching ribbon was on her back. Underneath she wore a fishnet skirt that along with her kimono struggled to contain her ample bosom. At age 12 she already had quite a womanly figure that was amplified her own natural beauty and was tempered further by her ninja training. Her hips were slim with a perfect hergless figure, her C-cup breast second only to Hinata. She wore a miniskirt that left her legs free for movement and perfectly showed her toned calves and rosy soft skin. The rest of her legs were covered by fishnet tights diapering and blue ninja sandals. Her crimson hair was done into two pigtails, matching with her heart-shaped face could make almost any man think of her as the perfect girl. Okami continued, not caring as she pretended not to have heard. "How could you have moved out without telling anyone first?" After they graduated everything was like normal for the first 3 days until finally Kushina mentioned Naruto hadn't been home for 3 days. After looking into it, they found out that the oldest child had moved into an apartment of his own. Kushina found it shocking, but her husband calmed her down, saying that it's no surprise he wanted to be more independent at this age especially now that he was a ninja. However, ever since her Ani left it hadn't been the same. Koch-an seemed to be tired, her Itato was angry all the time, and her Toussaint didn't seem to care. Naruto rolled his eyes, ticking Akami off. "It's not like you care, and besides Koh-san saw me before I left. It's not my fault that she never paid enough attention to see the backpack I was carrying," he spat back. They didn't care about him at all, and now that he suddenly left, they cared. Well, they were too late, 2 years too late. Just because she saw you leave doesn't mean she knows you're moving out. And what about Itato or Toussaint and me? You shouldn't have just up and left, the female Jinchuriki shouted, Naruto giving her glare as she did. Your pranks are going too far lately, if you want Toussaint and Koch-an's attention, then start being responsible instead of making trouble for your family all the time. Oh no, that was the wrong thing to say. Hinata's wide eyes looked to her beloved he was shaking, putting a hand on her love he shoved it off, before sending Hizumato a glare with slitted eyes. It's not like it ever made a difference. You and everyone else can fuck off. Okami backs away in surprise, never having heard her Ani swear let alone so angry at her. I'm doing this for me, and no one else, because my family obviously doesn't care enough to even bother. They only care about you, and Menma as far as they are concerned, I'm an unwanted child killing intent waves off Naruto, and tears well up in Okami's eyes. Before Naruto knew it, his cheek was stinging, Hizumato having slapped him. You've changed, Ani. No, you're the ones who have changed. I'm just not letting you get away with it anymore. As Hizumato stomped off, Naruto rubbed his hurting cheek, sadness welling up in his blue eyes. Feeling the hand of his beloved he turned to see calming lavender eyes. Yes, he wasn't wrong, they were the ones to change first, they were the ones to abandon him. But she was right too. He did change, he was no longer taking their abuse, and soon Okami and the rest of their family would see who the real him was, that the so-called failure wasn't one. A tear fell. Even though they hurt him so much, even though they did nothing but hurt him over the years it still hurt seeing her cry. It hurt knowing he made Hizumato cry, someone he once swore to protect, no matter how much it hurt, but she and Hizumato made it clear they didn't need Ani anymore. They didn't need him. Menma was glaring at his Ani as he entered the room alongside his fiancée. He watched the interaction with his youngest Namika's child was wearing a dark crimson jacket that matched his red hair, which was held back by a black banded hit I-8. The jacket had a black collar with a zipper and lining the same color that broke up the crimson with a pocket on each side, and on the back was his clan symbol in black. While unseen when his jacket was zipped up, Menma had a black shirt underneath with a Uzumaki crest in red on the back. His pants were the reverse color scheme of his jacket with black being primary and red for the lining. He had his ninja pouch on his holster and his shuriken holder on his right leg just above his red ninja sandals. He finished his look with his own personal touch. Fingerless opera-length black gloves wrapped in studded red leather straps. Looking across the room, seeing his one-san cry made him angry, but he was already going to make Naruto pay, and after today his Ani will no longer be interfering with his relationship with his beloved. Naruto sat down, his Haim next him. Catching the glare of his Itato Naruto returned said glare. Finally, after a staring contest Iruka walked into the class, a clipboard in his hand. Alright, everyone, here are your teams I will only state them once, so make sure you pay attention. A few seconds and some unimportant teams later Iruka finally got to the important teams. Team 6 will be Hinata Hyuga. Naruto and his Haim focused all their attention on their teacher for once. Okami Uzumaki Namikaze and Naruto held his breath, wanting his sensei to call his name, even if it meant being on the same team as Okami, she was at least the least annoying member of the family. Menma Uzumaki Namikaze knew. It was the worst fucking team they could have put his precious Haim on, a team with both his siblings. In the corner of his eyes Naruto caught a smirking Menma, the look on his face telling Naruto all he needed to know. It was all set up, planned from the start. His two-san made it so those three would be put on a team together. Sensei, this is bullshit. Hinata would have been much better on a tracker team. He knew his sibling were powerhouses, but no matter how he looked at it, they didn't fit with Hinata's style of fighting. Sorry, Naruto, I only read them out. While I do give advice, the final decision is up to the Hokage. Hokage, Hokage, Hokage. Naruto hated the word, abusing his authority like this. Oh, he was going to enjoy knocking his two-sen off his high horse. Your sensei will be Jiraiya the Gallant. Iruka read off, embarrassed that they actually put a title in it. And they had a Sannin to boot, it's not like he hasn't them taught for almost 10 years, already increasing Naruto's annoyance further. Team 7. Your team will be Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha. Your sensei will be Kakashi Haddock. Naruto head fell to the desk, laughter could be heard from his irritating Itato. His team wasn't bad besides Sasuke's too good for everything self. He was on par with his siblings grade-wise, and Sakura while being a fangirl, did take medical classes and was top of the class like him. Teammate will be Shino Abiram, Kiba Inuzuka and Yakumo Kurama. Your sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. Iruka continued naming all the teams before they broke for lunch and to make sure they came back to meet their senseis. Naruto was leaving with Hinata, half a mind to barge in and complain to his no-good Hokage, but knew nothing would come of it. Hinata-chan. His annoying Itato called. Do you want to eat lunch with me since we're teammates? With the innocent way the boy asked, you wouldn't think he had a mean bone in his body. But Naruto and Hinata knew that Menma wasn't really as innocent as he acts most of the time and that his question was also meant to rub that fact in Naruto's face. Naruto was about to step in and tell him to go away, but Hinata waved him off, silently telling him to let her handle this. Sorry, Namikaze-san, but I have other plans. Hinata smiled politely, just the way the Hyuga taught her to turn down an offer they didn't want. Oh, if only her Otu-sama saw that she was using it to turn down his favorite prospect for her future. Turning to rejoin her beloved, she was stopped as the Jinchuriki grabbed her hand. Wait, Hinata-chan. Why not? Why are you calling me that way and not Menma like you used to? We are close enough for that. At first, he thought it was just being polite in public since they became engaged, but even when they were alone, she persisted on only using his clan name. But there was more to it. Menma had enough. Hinata was his, so it's only right she treated him as such. Not only that, but why are you friends with that loser Naruto and treat him with so much care even after he embarrassed us last week? Referring to the sign that declared her and Naruto dating. I am your fiancé. I refuse to let you hang around with other men. Hinata pulled away in outrage, glaring at Menma with her Byakugan active, the bulging veins and pupilless eyes scaring him a bit. Not by choice. You are selfish, you knew I had feelings for Naruto-kun, but you still used your clan position to force me into the engagement and you want me to be happy with that. She had enough, she was going to make it clear that she never had and would never be his, there was only one person she loved, and it was not him. You never once cared about what I wanted, the only thing you were interested in is what made you happy and only you. Her shout made Menma back off, the boy reverting to his stuttering and shy self. But I trained really hard to become a powerful ninja. It was all for you, I'm the only one worthy of you. Menma's voice was weak, the boy looking like he was about to cry, not understanding why he wasn't good enough after everything he did. Hours upon hours of training all to get his Hinata-chan's attention, to protect her and keep her by his side. So why? Why wasn't it good enough? Did I ever say I wanted a powerful ninja as a husband? You say it was for me, but it wasn't. I never once cared for you that way and you becoming stronger was never going to change that. Just because you're stronger now isn't going to make me love you. The one I love, and the only one worthy of me is Naruto-kun, who instead of being spoiled by his family was with me. While you were getting stronger, Naruto-kun was the one protecting me, not you. Whoever told you that becoming stronger would make me like you more obviously had no experience with women, because it doesn't matter how strong you are if you don't have a good heart behind it. Now if you would excuse me, I have lunch plans with Naruto-kun. Hinata spat, making Menma shed a few tears, his fists digging into his hands painfully enough to draw blood. You can't. You are my fiancé. I refuse to let you spend time with him when you should be spending it with me, the Jinchuriki shouted, eyes a bloody crimson. Hinata was his, no one else's. Naruto has done nothing but lazy around while he trained his butt off to get Hinata to look his way. Hinata was his. Menma was about to force Hinata to be with him when the girl turned around once more. That is another thing I hate about you. You treat me as some sort of possession, you can't control me. I will choose who I do and do not hang out with, now please leave me alone, Namikaze-san. She left with her beloved Naruto-kun. Menma was glaring at his unease back. This is your fault. If you weren't here Hinata-chan would be mine. You did something to her. Well, it won't last. I'll show you that you are nothing but a loser and take my beloved back. It's a promise, and I don't go back on my word. Menma was thinking of only one thing, to completely and utterly destroy his Oni, know the failure of the family at the Chunin exams. You better hope we don't face each other, because I have no intention of letting you off easy for trying to steal my. Hinata-chan was soon joined by his One-E-chan who sensed his chakra rays, but arriving too late. If only she arrived sooner, she would have seen just what her Atauto was really like and maybe have been able to prevent the ruin of her family. After a rather peaceful lunch, Naruto and Hinata went to the class to meet their senseis. The room was tense thanks to the Namikaze siblings, but luckily or unluckily depending on whose view you use Team 6's sensei was the first to arrive. Jiraiya entered the room with an exaggerate dance making everyone else doubt his sanity. He called his team over with a smile of pride, Hinata reluctantly following behind. Turning to her beloved, they shared a sad look, knowing that after today their time together will be sparse. The tension cleared as Team 6 left, and soon after Team 8 and 10 followed, leaving Team 7 to wait and wait and wait. Bloody hell, what's taking him so long? Naruto shouts after 3 boring hours. Naruto, I'm sure he just has important business to take care of, he is a jonin after all, Sakura argued, but inside was agreeing with the blonde boy. Yeah, what the hell is he doing? It's great I get to be practically alone with Sasuke-kun, but now he's in a bad mood. Sakura looks to the Uchiha that haunted her dreams. While his face was impassive, the slight twitch gave away the fact that even the Uchiha was annoyed. As for said Uchiha, he spent the time thinking about the team. While he was slightly glad it was one of the better fangirls that was the member of the team, he would have preferred Hinata, the only girl who wasn't all over him. As for Naruto, the Uchiha didn't really care. The boy was just above average, but nowhere near the level of his siblings. Considering himself far above the two, but then remembering the earlier words of his Nai-san not to underestimate the, in his Nai-san's words, blonde devil. I wouldn't count on it, Sakura, the guy's a friend of the family, and this is pretty normal for him. He listened in as Naruto spoke, making him dread what kind of person his sensei was. Kakashi Haddock. Sasuke was positive he heard the name before, and any ninja that heard once was a name worth remembering. But despite this the fact their sensei was late annoyed Sasuke to no end. How the hell am I supposed to surpass my Nai-san and the Namikaze twin sitting around here doing nothing? At that very moment Naruto got up, taking a small sphere with white markings on it and jamming it on top of the door. It didn't even take a second for the 2 other members of Team 7 to realize what he was up to. Naruto, stop that, you're going to get us into trouble. Sakura shouted, however I hope that little sphere is something gross and icky, he deserves it for making me and Sasuke-kun wait. Our teacher, regardless of his punctuality is a jonin and would never fall for something like that, the Ravenhead stated, his eyes looking out the window. He was currently in a staring contest with what he believed to be one of his Nai-san's crows. Sasuke-kun is right, that would never work, the only girl of the group agreed with her crush, though she did want their sensei to pay for being late. At that second, the door opened. All eyes turned to see a man with gravity-defying white hair and his hid eye 8 covering his left eye and a mask covering most of his face. To most people he would be the cool and mysterious sensei that they would love, the same would be for Team 7 if it wasn't for the sphere that fell and exploded on his head with red smoke going everywhere. The smoke seemed to do nothing as the man nonchalantly turned to the new genin. My first impression of you is that you're a bunch of idiots. Simultaneously cross marks appeared on the genins' heads, each glaring at the late jonin as he left. The team followed, but Naruto was looking at the teacher's back with suspicion. The bomb he used was the same one he used a week prior on the Uchiha duo, if a bit weaker. But even with a mask on, their sensei shouldn't have been able to shrug it off so easily, but he did. Which also meant he most likely took the prank on purpose. On the roof of the academy the 3 genin waited for their sensei to start with their patience running thin. Alright, introduce yourselves, Kakashi said, staring at his 3 new students. Introduce ourselves, Sakura repeated with a look of confusion. Yeah. Name, what you like, what you hate, hobbies and dreams for the future, that kind of stuff. Maybe you should go first, sensei, so we can see how it's done. Clearly seeing an eye roll from the man made the girl want to sock him one. Alright, I'm Kakashi Haddock, as for my likes and dislikes, I don't have any in particular. As for hobbies, well, I have lots and I don't feel like telling you my dreams for the future. The jonin's voice was indifferent as he told the genin, all of them sweating as the only useful thing they got was his name. But then another voice spoke up coming from right beside the 2 genin. Kakashi of the Sharingan, student of the Yondaime Hokage and last surviving member of his team. Likes to read perverted smut in public and his hobby is making up ridiculous excuses for being late. Naruto smirked as the jonin was glaring at him for ruining his mysterious image. Oh, why I did have to get paired up with the troublemaker of all of people. Flashback. Kakashi was standing in between 2 other jonin while waiting to get his team assignments. It was probably the first time since his last S-rank mission that Kakashi finally arrived early. Under his mask Kakashi had a smile that no one else could see. He knew which team he was going to get, his sensei promised him ages ago, and it was only right as the village's best jonin he got the best. But then another voice spoke up coming from right beside the two genin. Kakashi of the Sharingan, student of the Yondaime Hokage and last surviving member of his team. Likes to read perverted smut in public, and his hobby is making up ridiculous excuses for being late. Naruto smirked as the jonin was glaring at him for ruining his mysterious image. Oh, why did have to get paired up with the troublemaker of all of people. Flashback Kakashi was standing in between two other jonin while waiting to get his team assignments. It was probably the first time since his last S-rank mission that Kakashi finally arrived early. Under his mask Kakashi had a smile that no one else could see. He knew which team he was going to get, his sensei promised him ages ago, and it was only right as the village's best jonin he got the best genin team. But when he heard the formation for Team 6 included not his own but another name, Kakashi was utterly shocked. Sensei, I thought I was supposed to get a Kami and Menma. I have the ninjutsu experience to teach them many jutsu and the Sharingan to calm them down if needed. Kakashi was referring to the unlikely event of the Kyuubi incident happening. He waited and waited for his chance to train the twins, so busy with missions and Anbu he barely ever got to spend time with them, let alone train with them. And when he did get to train them, Minato or the Sannin were always taking the lead and he was nothing more than an assistant. Kakashi, I know that, but we obtained information that the twins will be targeted, and while I don't doubt your skills, I'm not taking any chances with my daughter and son. Jiraiya can deal with the Kyuubi and any attacker. But don't worry, Kakashi, I'm trusting you with Naruto. He needs all the help he can get. Minato smiled with confidence, his words that of a father concerned with his children. The fact Kakashi never passed the team and had zero teaching experience didn't have anything to do with assigning his wayward son to Team 7. Nodding at his sensei father figure, Kakashi accepted the reasoning, but he was far from happy. Menma and Akami were diamonds, and if it weren't for the changes made a few years earlier, they would already be out of the academy and probably would have been Chunin or a higher rank by now. Naruto, on the other hand, was the class troublemaker and the black sheep of the family, not having an ounce of his siblings' talents. As an elite jonin, it was no surprise his sensei wanted to entrust the most troubling child to him, but it didn't change the fact that Naruto would never become anything to brag about, nor at the level of his siblings. Sighing depressingly Kakashi muttered an alright before zoning out as teammate and 10 got their assignments. End of flashback. If only he had a Kami or Menma instead of Naruto they would at least go along with his introduction. Sakura and Sasuke, on the other hand, were staring at the boy in shock that he actually knew enough to introduce their jonin sensei. Sasuke was even more so because as soon as heard the moniker he put two and two together. Kakashi of the Sharingan, the only person to bear the Sharingan without being an Uchiha. Many clansmen were enraged by the fact, but his father left the issue be due to the circumstances of how Kakashi obtained the eye. Also, his Nai-san once said that Kakashi's use of the Sharingan was exceptional even among the majority of the clan. Sasuke's attitude did a 180. He could forgive his sensei's eccentrics now. It wasn't often that you got a jonin sensei who could teach you your own Kekkei Genkai. After all, clansmen were usually never put on a genin team together. Alright then, Blondie, since you were willing to introduce me, you can go next, their sensei stated with an eye smile. Sure. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like Ramen and Hinata-chan, I hate people who show favoritism or are arrogant, and my hobbies include gardening, while my dream for the future is to marry Hinata-chan. Through his speech Naruto's face went from smiling, to enraged, to a dreamy grin. Kakashi was eyeing the boy warily, well aware that Menma was engaged to Hinata and that the boy's dream would never come true. Alright, Pinky, you're next. Kakashi pointed at the girl. I'm Sakura Haruno. I mean the person I like and my dream for the future is, she never got to finish, squealing out almost every moment she was going to say something important. But the gaze she gave her rave-haired teammate was enough for you to guess what she was going to say. Right. Next, the brooding kid, their sensei said, getting a laugh from Naruto and glare from said Bajen and glared at him in response. And what gives you the right to say that? You haven't even seen what we can do, Naruto shot back. Believe me, I've seen plenty already, and while you passed the academy exam, the final decision of whether or not you become ninja or not is up to me, and I am free to send a team that's not ready packing, Kakashi said, his irritating eye smile never leaving only infuriating the genin further. Tomorrow we will have a training exercise. If you pass, I will allow you to continue. If you fail well, then better luck next year. Each genin had a different reaction. Sakura's eyes were wide, Naruto was glaring, ready to take the challenge, and Sasuke, well, he was Sasuke. Right. Meet up at 6 AM sharp at training ground 3 with your ninja gear. Getting up from his seat, he gave one last look and warning before leaving, also skip breakfast, otherwise you'll puke. With that, he vanished, leaving the three to go their separate ways, each one determined to not go back to the academy. Team 6. Jiraiya being Jiraiya skipped the regular protocols and just went right on to what he wanted to do. Right. Usually you would be tested on whether you were ready to be ninja or not, but since I already know what Menma and Akami are capable of, let's skip that and go right to some training. Hinata could only give a look at the irresponsibility. Was this really how Sanin acted? Even if he knew what her teammates could do, there was no way to know what she was capable of. Yet their sensei didn't seem to care, as if the only thing that mattered were her teammates and that her own prowess meant nothing. As they arrived at training ground 3, Jiraiya turned to the group. Akami and Hinata, you two will spar first, no jutsu and only taijutsu. The two girls nodded, walking to face each other and giving the usual shinobi sparring etiquettes. Hinata got into her stance, one hand in front, the other at her waist, both palms open, legs spread apart and each foot facing planted in front of the other to the side. Checking her opponent's stance, she saw that they were both ready. Begin. At Jiraiya's signal, Akami was within Hinata's space, already throwing a straight. Hinata showed no reaction, as if she couldn't even keep up with Akami's speed. But at the last second Hinata swayed her head to left, the punch missing by a narrow margin. Throwing an open palm with her right, Akami jumped back before she could even throw it. Akami was by far the fastest in their class, but compared to having to react to Naruto's unpredictable style, it was still easy for her to avoid. Sadly, it seemed countering would be ineffective as Akami's reaction was above her own with her Byakugan. Eyeing her warily, Akami pivoted on her foot and dashed in, going for another exchange. What she did not expect was to meet Hinata at almost over half the distance she needed to clear to reach her. Shit. She took a palm strike from her opponent but was still able to block with her now slightly numb arm. Hinata kept the exchange going, not giving her a chance to gain distance and balance. Trying to gain the advantage, Akami threw several punches, but none got through Hinata's defenses, her hands pushing them away and releasing chakra at the points of contact, making her arms get heavier as they were attacked on the inside. Hinata kept her barrage up, but with every attack thrown, every strike blocked, she could see Akami's attacks were getting sharper and faster, picking up the advantage as her focus increased. Sadly, this was exactly what Hinata wanted. She disappeared from Akami's view, and before the crimson-haired girl could realize what happened, Hinata was already landing with a spinning sweep kick, taking her legs out from under her opponent. Mentally swearing again as she felt an unexpected force knock her legs from behind, Akami was falling, her body in the air and ready to collide with the ground. For many this would be game over, the surprise strike added, with the weightlessness followed by the feeling of falling, would be enough to disorientate the opponent and give a win. For Akami, though it wasn't, her reaction speed was far higher than most, and to her it was almost like she was falling in slow motion, giving plenty of time for her to regain her bearings. Planting both hands on the ground, leaning all her weight on her hand and almost kicking Hinata as she did, Akami back-flipped away, regaining that was to be expected of the top of the class, but Hinata watched Akami's fights and even fought her a few times. She was well aware of the habits and patterns of her opponent at this point. Akami was masterful when it came to covering a wide distance before her opponent even knew what hit them, but at that speed Akami's reaction, her greatest weapon, was cut short. All Hinata had to do to stop her was time a dash at the exact moment Akami did, and it would mess up the girl's rhythm and prevent whatever she was going to do. At the speed the girl was going, she simply didn't have the time to adjust to the opponent's new location while moving. Akami was staring the Hyuga down, planning her next move, and the match was a stalemate. Hinata figured out her moves and would stop her in her tracks the moment she made a move, but with Akami's speed the minute Hinata tried to get close, she would already be countering back without the Hyuga having time to do the same. The two Kunoichi were unwilling to make a move, not wanting to give the other an advantage. Sadly, that stalemate was broken from a shout from their sensei. Akami, stop holding back and get serious. The order made both girls frown, but their eyes never left the other. Sorry, Hinata. Before Hinata even knew what hit her, she felt a hit to her ribs, face, chest and stomach so fast that she didn't even know what she was hit with or the order it happened in. To Hinata it seemed almost as if all four strikes landed simultaneously. Now her turn to be disorientate, Hinata refused to fall, regaining her balance and planting down. Fuck, what was that? Hinata swore, regaining her bearings. Akami was calmly standing in front of her, the look she was giving almost one of disinterest. Hinata knew that Akami was strong, that out of the whole class she was the fastest. But the speed that was just used now was unreal, and she had never seen the young Namikaze move that fast before, which only meant one thing. She's been holding back in class. This could be trouble. The speed she was going at was comparable to her cousin's teammate, and no matter how she looked at it, Hinata would have trouble keeping up even with the Byakugan, and without it she was going to lose. Akami vanished again, and like the steady beat of a drum, Hinata felt the sting of pain from her midsection. Luckily, she was prepared. Knowing more attacks were going to come, she put a random guard up, hoping to stop as many blows as she could. She felt 2 more blows in her arms and another one in her ribs. Once more Akami was standing before her as if she never moved at all, frightening the Hyuga. Sharpening her senses like a blade readying for battle, Hinata searched for even the slightest hint that could help her stop the red flash's barrage. Once more getting hit in the stomach, Hinata lost her breath, her legs shaking, body getting heavy and getting weaker as the flow of oxygen was temporarily cut off. She felt herself fading, darkness encroaching her vision, yet a flash of white she saw the bright yellow boy she admired, the one she cherished above all others, her precious person. It was an old memory, his body was battered and bruised 100 times more than hers was now, yet he still kept training. Instead of slowing down, he picked up his pace, pushing his limits again and again with endless tenacity. His light, his strength, chased away the darkness, and once more Hinata looked at an uninterested Akami's eyes, with lavenders blazing with resolve. Her red-headed opponent's eyes changed from impassiveness to irritation. Getting impatient, Akami once more vanished from the all-seeing Hyuga's sight like a mirage, fists readying to finish this fight. She felt impact, and a very painful one at that, but not her opponent's. She felt the sting of pain on her face, the dribbling of blood from her nose. Shocked as time seemed to skip a beat, she was brought back to reality as someone clamped onto her extending arm. When her blue eyes looked to see what happened, she saw Hinata's hand clamped onto her arm, the Hyuga's body shifted sideways, and a tiny bit further from where she was. Hinata had an uncharacteristic smirk on her face. Once more her beloved had saved her, his presence in her thoughts giving her the power to push through even the hardest situation. Hours of training with the #1 unpredictable ninja made Hinata a master at quickly learning an opponent's rhythm and reacting on it with an unbelievable trained-like practice, even though she just figured it out. And unlike her elder brother, Akami wasn't a genius able to change her rhythm at random moments. She may be faster than Naruto, but her moves were like clockwork, and that only made them easy to figure out. Akami's blows would always come at the same time, less than a second after she disappeared, but the timing was still perfect every time down to a millisecond. She only hit 4 times before returning to her previous position. The Namikaze girl could have followed up while Hinata was open instead of backing off and end the match, but she didn't, and that overconfidence was going to cost her the match. Thanks to her own experience at learning rhythm and the added incentive of pain, Hinata's body had the timing of the attack down. It took only 1 step back followed by palm to the face to put an end to Akami's lightning fast barrage, and now Hinata was going to even the playing field. Akami saw everything in slow motion, trying to will her body to move, but the latest blow to the head delayed that reaction, and her body was no longer able to keep up with her advanced reflexes. She saw with wide eyes as Hinata lifted up her leg, her hand holding Akami's extended arm in place, and then with as much force as the little Hyuga could muster she stomped down right on the side of the leg where the joint was. Akami felt a sharp pain as her muscles struggled and twitched, almost breaking her bones, to keep her knee from popping out due to the stable footing she had. Luckily no long-lasting damage was done, her bones survived the onslaught caused by the combined force of her opponent's stomp and her muscles' reaction to try and keep the stomped knee in place and aligned with the rest of her leg a success. Unluckily, her leg muscles would be torn and it would take some rest and half a day to heal, her speed cut in half and only getting worse the more she tried to go at full throttle. Looking at Hinata, who did what almost no one else has ever done, she saw the girl was wearing a proud smirk. Hinata's medical knowledge telling her that leg was more or less out of commission. Akami was shocked. With one move Hinata turned the match around. Hinata had learned from both her love, Naruto, and Sensei Iris that if the enemy outmatches you, take advantage of whatever you can and take away their strength. It was a strategy she used many times on Naruto, meticulously attacking him in ways that would wear down his power and speed to a level she could keep up with, and the same thing was going to work on his Amato. Take away the legs and you take away her kicks and speed. Jiraiya let the match continue for a few minutes before stopping it as neither girl made any progress on a victory. The Toad Sage honestly found Akami's performance disappointing. He trained the girl since she was 3 and knew her skills and talent like the back of his hand. When it came to pure talent, Akami was the best out of the triplets. Sure, when it came to throwing around powerhouse ninjutsu, Menma was unbeatable in both power and scale, but with Akami it was different. She could throw heavy jutsu around just like Menma, but simply chose not to. Only one word could describe the red-headed Uzumaki girl: skillful. She was just like a little Minato, maybe even better than her Tusan when he was that age. Her talent wasn't just in ninjutsu, it was everything: Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Shuriken Jutsu, tactics, mastering everything with godlike speed and then capable of using it all at once. You could never be prepared because this girl was several experts in one body. That was what made her devastating. Every move made was perfect, every attack crippling, every jutsu killing. If Akami made a move it was guaranteed to end it if you weren't careful or lucky. At least that's how it should have been. Jiraiya glared at the girl. Akami had one and only one fault: she never used her talent to its full potential. She never pushed for that finishing blow. She won't take the opponent seriously and always gives them a chance to turn it around. This was why she couldn't beat Hinata. She could have pushed and overwhelmed the girl with her speed and ended quickly. Instead she made a few attacks and then backed off, letting the girl recover and eventually counter. Sadly, Jiraiya knew the cause of this bad habit. It was developed during their early training years. Akami's talent was starting to show, and Menma, while talented in his own right, was falling behind his genius One-E-san. Eventually Menma grew frustrated and started acting out. Akami, being the kind and caring One-E-san she was, decided to hold back and let him win. This was where Jiraiya made the mistake. At first it was good: Menma was growing more confident and showing progress, so he let it be, but before they knew it, Akami was going easy, not just on Menma, but everyone, and all the time at that. Akami got into the habit of holding back and did it so much that it happened all the time regardless of her will. Jiraiya turned his gaze to Hinata, looking her outfit with a quick once-over with approval before going professional. She was good and at a level way above academy standards, though not quite Menma and Akami's level. The way she held on and eventually crippled Akami's legs was a wise and masterful move. The Hyuga's style was different from the rest of her clan, and the girl herself was feisty. She was also quite the looker. With looks and strength she was the perfect woman for Menma and would be a great asset for the team. Jiraiya gave a perverted smile, focusing on the more revealing parts of Hinata's clothing. Damn, Menma, you're one lucky dog. The girl's everything and is going to be one hell of woman when she grows up. Akami, covered in dirt, approached Hinata for the match. Though it was a tie, Hinata held out better than she thought, and Akami wished she took her more seriously. There weren't many girls who could match her in a fight. Hinata, good job, that was great spar. The Hyuga gave the girl a look of disinterest. Was it? You didn't seem to take me seriously, Hinata accused, her voice laced with anger. She got enough of being put down, but even her own teammate childhood friend wouldn't fight her at her best. Ah, Akami's confidence vanished as the girl felt like crawling under a rock. Yeah, right, sorry about that, just never thought what? That I couldn't give you a hard time. That I was too weak to be a threat to you. If there was one thing she couldn't take, it was people treading over her hard work. The fact that person was Akami only made her anger double. What? No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just in the academy there was no one that could push me to be serious, the girl defended, hoping to placate the Hyuga girl. Sadly, it had the opposite effect. You and I both know that isn't true. Well, we did not spar at the academy, and while cross-gender spars don't happen often, you fought Sasuke and Menma plenty of time, and there was also Naruto-kun. TT, Akami laughed. Sorry, I get where you are coming from with Sasuke and Mayatato. Naruto, though, he could never keep up with me, even when I hold back, let alone make me get serious. Hinata's eyes showed the pulsing veins of her Byakugan, anger filling the void of her once calm and lovely lavenders. Really? Cause I distinctly remember you only fighting Naruto-kun once, and you lost, and was crying your eyes out afterwards. Hinata got angrier when the red-headed girl only gave a confused look. At the academy entrance ceremony, you lost to Naruto-kun and was crying. Well, Naruto got into trouble, Hinata explained herself, having never forgot the day Naruto was shunned in front of most of the village and how he was told off for hurting his spoiled Amato, even though he was hurt far. Oh, that, come on, you can't count that. Naruto was going way too serious in the spar and even broke my nose while I held back. Akami snaps back, getting sick of her friend's attitude. Hinata's was clenching her fist as if readying to sock Akami, but only harsh words were spoken. Were you really holding back? Because I clearly remember that how you fought and how Naruto-kun was after the fight. You were far from holding back. All Naruto-kun did was respond to your excessive force. Only difference was that Naruto-kun didn't cry about it like you did. The shout resonated with the memory of her bruised beloved, how he barely had even the strength to walk afterwards, and how his own Amato hit him so hard that he peed blood afterwards. Akami glared at the Hyuga and only said a few words. You changed, Hinata. Hinata could only agree, before responding with her own words. You're right, I have changed, but only after you did. You and Menma were the first to change. What we are now is only because you left us no choice. The girls' conversation ended there. Akami was confused about what Hinata meant when she said they changed, and why did she use we and not use me. The girls of Team 6 were off to a rocky start. Akami was missing a big clue to what was happening around her and what she could have prevented. If only she paid attention to her own actions. The next day, training ground 3. Team 7 assembled at the training ground 6 AM sharp, and none of them were surprised to find their sensei absent at the appointed time. All the three could do was hope it didn't take him nearly as long as it did yesterday to show up. Naruto took his seat leaning on one of the logs, his eyes shutting, trying to get as much extra sleep as he could. A very cranky Sakura had her arms crossed, foot tapping impatiently up and down, her inner self complaining up a storm. Sasuke was leaning on the post like Naruto, only he was standing up, his eyes glancing at Naruto, remembering a conversation he had with his Nai-san. Flashback. Sasuke was having dinner with his family, Itachi and Izumi, there for their weekly get-together, but their father was absent today. Sasuke was telling them about what happened today, who his team were, and his sensei showing up late. Itachi could only smile, while Izumi and his Aka-san were giggling. Well, looks like you got your work cut out for you, Itato, but overall, it sounds like a good team. Itachi told him, knowing firsthand just how troublesome two of his teammates were. What's good about it? I have sensei, that shows 3 hours late, a fangirl and the Hokage's mediocre son. Grumbling with discontent, the young Uchiha couldn't see the good in it, while his Nai-san just gave a knowing smile. While I admit Kakashi has his quirks, his skills as a ninja are first rate, and he'll be able to teach, not only the Sharingan, but a pantheon of ninjutsu as well, and, as for Naruto, well, I can guarantee he'll surprise you. His Nisan tells them the memory of last week's prank and getaway fresh in his mind. I doubt it, if he was anything special, he would have shown it already. The guy is average, and you only don't catch him because you go is easy on him. Was his Itato's response, but he was wrong. While Itachi never tried to kill the prankster, going easy on him by far the last thing he would when up against a blonde devil. A ninja must see through deception. Itato, you haven't uncovered all there is to Naruto Uzumaki. If you had the Sharingan and could see what I have, you would agree. Itachi teasing Sasuke while also trying to teach him a lesson. Glaring at his Nai-san for bring that up of all things. Sasuke couldn't stand the fact he didn't have the Sharingan, yet when his Nai-san awakened it at 8. Sasuke's skills were far above the other children of the clan, and his eyesight has already achieved low Sharingan level in some aspects, but for the life of him it wouldn't awaken. Unlike most other Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan could only be awakened with a strong emotional stimulant. Sadly, that meant that the vast majority of them won't awaken it, while almost every ninja of the clan ends up with it at some point. Having such a restriction has affected the clan's power and stalled the growth of several Uchiha. Sasuke was one of them, his Sharingan inactive and refusing to do so regardless of the training he went through. But Itachi's words made him curious. Just what did his Nai-san see when he looks at Naruto with those eyes? Sasuke was broken out of his when he saw the empty chair of his Otu-san, frowning, asking himself if his Otu-san saw the same thing in Naruto that his Nai-san did. His Otu-san has been getting home later and later, and Sasuke was afraid it was because he wasn't meeting his high standards. Sasuke was going to pass the test tomorrow and show himself with pride to his Otu-san. End of flashback. What can be so special that even Nai-san takes an interest in you? He mentally asks, eyes twitching as a snot bubble comes out of Naruto's nose. Sasuke turns away as soon as he sees a glint in their female teammate's eyes. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she mistakenly thought he was checking her out. Minutes went by and still no sensei in sight. Hour 3. Where is he? Sakura shouts, the air trembling at the strength of it. Sasuke was ready to murder someone, his snoring teammate the first on the list. Suddenly Naruto's snot bubble popped, his nose twitching before the boy stood up, sky blue eyes staring out ahead. Both Sasuke and Sakura follow suit, seeing nothing, until minutes after the fact Naruto woke up. The shadowy figure of their sensei approached. You're late. The three shout, Kakashi giving his famous eye, smile and even more famous excuse. Ah, sorry about that, you see a black cat crossed my path so. His students tuned him out, wondering just what they got them. The glares of his 3 students didn't seem to faze him, the Jonin sensei continuing to explain what their little exercise will be. Alright, your test shall be these. With a jingle showing them 2 bells in his hands. Bells? Sakura questions, her teammates eyeing the man knowing there was more. Yes, your test will be to get a bell from me. Giving them a smile, Sakura asks further, but the gears in Naruto's and Sasuke already had a fair guess. But there are 3 of us and only 2 bells. Sakura didn't understand how the team was supposed to pass if like lightning it struck. Seeing the look of revelation, Kakashi finishes her thoughts. Yes, only 2 of you will pass, while the other one will be sent back to the academy, as well as watch the rest of us eat lunch while they are tied to the post. Each had their own reactions, but the common trait Sakura and Sasuke shared was this thought. So that's why he told us not to eat breakfast. However, this thought was absent from the 3rd member, who was instead looking down, a shadow covering his eyes and fists clenching. Though I suppose none of you could pass. Kakashi pulls out a clock. It is set for noon, within that time get a bell or off back to the academy for you. Everything is allowed, weapons and jutsu with no restrictions. Sakura gave a gasp. But sensei, those tools are too dangerous to use for a simple exercise, you could die. Was Sakura's foolish reply. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Sakura, as a matter of fact. Trailing off his only eye-opening with frosty glare that sent shivers up her spine. If you want any hope of getting a bell, you better come at me with the intent to kill. His words were meant with silence, they could easily tell he was serious. Now your time starts now. Quicker than the eye could see, and the words could leave his lips. Sakura and Sasuke disappear into the surrounding forest. A ninja must hide their presence and strike when the opportunity presents itself. Was Ninja 101 and Team 7 seemed to have it down, though Kakashi still easily knew their general area, such was the difference in their level. They seemed to have that down at least. Kakashi was about to pull his favorite book out when he noticed orange in the corner of his vision. Turning, he saw the Hokage's son standing unmoving from since the test started. Seems not all of them have it, oh well, not like I expected anything from him anyway. In their hiding places, Sakura and Sasuke could see the clearing Naruto and Kakashi now stood. Both were thinking the same thing. Naruto, you idiot, neither of them had any love for the blonde and weren't going to lift a finger to help him. Is this what Itachi meant? Naruto was more foolish than I believed he could be. Was Sasuke's thought as his eyes focused on searching for an opening. You know, Naruto, you would have been better off hiding like the others. Don't assume, just because of my history with your father, that I am going to go easy on you. Kakashi told him, continuing to reach for his book, certain that the Hokage son or not Naruto wouldn't be able to push him like his siblings could. Kakashi, Naruto's voice was blank, his head not looking up from the ground. Did the Hokage put you up to this test? His voice devoid of emotion, as if asking the weather or some other regular subject. Looking at the kid, Kakashi was smiling. This test was something passed on from his sensei, from the time his sensei, and he was proud of that fact. Yep. For the first time since the test was announced, Naruto looks up shocked. His eyes blank, as if his very soul was pulled out of him. Teeth and fists clenched, a breeze blew by the grass from his feet, swirling and turning into a mini whirlwind. Synchronizes his muscles all move, and next thing Kakashi knew, Naruto was in front of him, fist rearing to strike. What? It was only the highly trained reflex developed from years of battle that Kakashi was even able to react, his body moving the instant he saw Naruto appear almost right on top him. Blocking his punch with effort, sweat was dripping from his brow. He should have known to have expected Naruto to surprise him somehow, given his reputation with the Anbu. Arms still connected, Kakashi was going to fling Naruto away with a counter until his keen eye saw the whirl of wind around his arm and fist. Faster than a second, Kakashi pulls his arm away. No, it would more accurate to say it was blown away, several tears and cuts from invisible blades appearing as he did. This is wind. As a jonin, Kakashi had many experiences with wind jutsu, to gentle breeze and violent tempests, from swords and knives sharpened and extended to deadly efficiency. But this was new. Naruto's arm, for a better word, was clad in a whirl of razor-sharp wind. Never before had he seen wind release used like this. It was hard enough to make a breeze or sharpen a blade, but using it to augment jutsu, that was new. His wind was sharp even without the medium of a blade, but still maintained its formless shape and controlled perfectly under the boy's will, as if his fist and the wind were one and the same. Something like that would require both shape manipulation and change in chakra nature that was comparable to his Chidori. With one glance, Kakashi could tell Naruto's shaping and wind release were at an incredibly high level. It was literally a wind version of Chidori, maybe even better, and if he didn't pull away in time, Kakashi was sure he wouldn't have gotten away with just a few cuts. Kakashi didn't have time to wallow in wonder as he saw the grass beneath Naruto pushed down by an invisible force. That force soon became more visible as another whirl of wind appearing on Naruto's left leg. His legs as well, hands were one thing, but the legs, it takes years to learn how to channel and control elemental chakra in one limb, but getting two down and with enough proficiency to use both simultaneously. There was only one thought in his head: Naruto was a genius. Quickly forcing chakra to his feet, Kakashi leaps backwards into a backflip right as Naruto's attack comes in. Blue eyes glare at the jonin, an aura of wind encircling Naruto's arms and legs raging like storm, ready to destroy all in its path. His eyes focused on the gash in Kakashi's vest. Noticing the gash himself, Kakashi spoke up. Really, Naruto, after today I'm going to need a new wardrobe. Growling softly in response. You're going to need more than a change of clothes once I'm done with you. The aura of wind grew stronger, enveloping his body as new whirlwinds appeared on the rest of his limbs. The force of the wind grew so strong that it was felt by not only the jonin several feet away, but also the genin hiding even farther away. Kakashi was going to pay. Naruto would make sure of that. Sasuke and Sakura in their separate hiding places shared the same thought. Is that really Naruto? Sasuke couldn't believe his eyes as the class clown was clad in wind and within seconds was able to score hits on their sensei. Was this what Nai-san meant? This was what Naruto was hiding. This was unlike any jutsu he had ever heard of, and a dangerous one at that by the state of Kakashi's clothes. Sasuke's eyes focus on the fight as Naruto got ready to relaunch his attack. Damn it, he dodged both the Sky Dragon's spiraling fist and Sky Dragon's claw. Naruto was pissed. Not only did the Hokage abandon him, but he was trying to prevent him from becoming a ninja entirely. For a second, Naruto saw his family smiling, but that vision was shattered. If he had any doubts, they were gone now, they were beyond redemption, and he wasn't going to let the Hokage get away with what he's done. He was going to use every ounce of strength he had and show not just his sensei, but that worthless 2 cent of his, why they should fear dragon slayers. The whirlwinds on his legs increased in speed, and with a leap they acted as springs, launching Naruto at Kakashi at unbelievable speed. However, Kakashi was ready this time. With ease he sidesteps out of Naruto's line of fire and goes for the counter with his left fist. There was no way to dodge it mid-air as the fist got closer and closer. However, the speeding bullet that was Naruto stopped it was only for a split second, but Kakashi's trained eye caught it all as Naruto, that was facing head-on twist, and turns to face him, completely clearing Kakashi's fist. Yet that wasn't the only thing. Naruto's previously avoided attack was now on course for Kakashi's midsection, but instead of fist his hand was wide open and fingers bent like a claw. Sky Dragon's crushing fang, the upward slash slicing into Kakashi's midsection, a transparent trail of aqua and whitish wind behind it. Kakashi was sent back several more feet seemingly unharmed. That was until slash going right to the skin appeared in his vest from the stomach to his lower chest. His lone eye twitching, this was really annoying. Not only do his attacks have extra range and cutting power behind them, but he can also do the impossible and change course mid-air as naturally as. For a second Kakashi's hand twitches. Should I use it? If he used a Sharingan he would easily be able to read and avoid Naruto's unusual attacks. No, I can't. Talented or not, Naruto's still just a kid and that would be going overboard. Plus, if word got out that Genin forced him to get serious, Kakashi would be made a laughingstock of the village and his new students wouldn't respect him. Once more Naruto charges, throwing punches, slashes and kicks with Kakashi dodging by a hair's breadth, but not without little tears. At first it seemed Naruto's was whining and slowing, gaining advantage as his sensei stayed on the defense, but that soon disappeared. Kakashi started parrying the attacks from the upper parts of the limbs where the wind didn't reach. A fist aimed for the face, he struck it away with his hand, landing right on the edge of where the whirlwind started on Naruto's arm. As Naruto switches to a kick, Kakashi's own leg appeared on the thigh, stopping it in its tracks. This repeated, Kakashi no longer gaining any more gash, dodging and parrying each move perfectly. Catching on the minute, Kakashi went to parry his next Sky Dragon spiraling fist. Naruto focuses the whirlwind around his fist, getting smaller as it moved up his arms, forcing Kakashi to send him flying with a kick to the stomach. Yet Naruto held strong the wind around him, stopping him from going any further than 2 meters away. His arms came up above his head, bringing them down with a shout. Sky Dragon's wing attack, a large whirlwind struck out right at Kakashi the Jonin, unable to dodge and blasted into a tree behind him with enough force to shatter the bark. Dust clearing Naruto's eyes, followed the trail of flattened grass right to ground zero, but what met his eyes wasn't an injured Kakashi. Instead, in the Jonin's place was a shattered and destroyed log embedded into the tree. What? Where is he? Naruto fractally started searching left to right, his ears twitching followed by his nose. Faint rumbling was heard, getting louder and louder. Raising his right fist into the air, the whirlwind around grew in size, the spinning of it getting faster and faster. Earth release. Double suicide decapitation technique. 2 hands appear right under Naruto, grabbing his feet and pulling him down. At that exact moment Naruto brings down his fist, the whirlwind around it built up to a sphere the size of Naruto. Sky Dragon spiraling fist. As Naruto began to disappear into the ground, the whirlwind crashes with a mighty boom that rocks the training ground. Dust, smoke and shattered rocks explode everywhere, the ground giving way to Naruto's typhoon. Sasuke and Sakura saw the explosion, and soon after they felt the aftershock as the training ground shook, accompanied by the boom and roar of the class clown's attack. The dust and debris exploded out like a normal explosion, but soon after it changed. Instead of outwards, it returned, getting closer to the source. It was phenomenon that denied the law of physics, but what came next told them just what was happening. The dust gathered up, moving into one direction, the debris slowly doing the same. It kept moving clockwise and raising, and it was then that the explosion came into its true form. There, having appeared out of nowhere on a clear sunny day, was one of nature's most fearsome forces. A tornado, well small to call it that, there was no better description they could give. The dust rotated with amazing force, pulling more air towards it that the 2 spectators feared they would get sucked up in it. The heavy debris was pulled around like paper, and drilling sound accompanied it as Mother Nature's earth and sky fought for dominance. After a minute or so the tornado fizzled out, the debris dropping or crashing into the ground, the cloud of dust getting thinner and thinner as it spread like morning mist. Peering through the dust, Sasuke and Sakura saw a lone shadow. Soon a gentle breeze blew away the dust, the shadow's identity revealed. They're standing in the crater of shattered earth, at least 10 meters in diameter, with cracks that went deep in the earth. Around it was a boy in dark orange jacket, hardly a scratch on him. As leftover debris came crashing back down to earth, not a single one was close to him, as if some higher power was telling the lifeless rock that this area was off limits. They couldn't believe their eyes. The once clear and grassy clearing was now a wreck of pulled up earth, not a speck of green remained meters from ground zero. As more dust cleared, the two genin saw their teammate was out of breath and was staring in front of him at their sensei. Is this really Naruto? Sakura was in wonder. Their Jonin sensei's clothes were in rags, while Naruto still looked as good as new. It was obvious to the girl who won, the class clown, the loser, the Hokage's unwanted child. So, this is Naruto's true power. Sasuke's reaction was completely different. His body shook, but not in fear. No, it was shaking in a feeling he knew all too well, one that he felt many times towards the boy's siblings, but never this strongly. Anticipation, the desire to fight a strong and worthy opponent. His Uchiha blood was screaming at him that Naruto was someone that would push him to his limit. However, Sasuke wasn't blinded by the overwhelming power the boy showed. While Kakashi more or less looks worse for wear, there was one difference between the two, one which told the young Uchiha the battle was far from over after that big attack. Naruto was out breath, while Kakashi besides from his clothes was in perfect condition, his breathing totally normal, energy to spare as opposed to the weakened Naruto. Despite his attitude, Kakashi was every bit as worthy to the title Jonin, and even without having seen it in Yu, Sasuke couldn't help but approve to Kakashi having his clan's Dojutsu. If anyone was worthy other than an Uchiha, it was him. The whole fight it seemed Naruto was pushing him, but it was the opposite. Every attack dodged at a hair's length, no direct hits, no lasting damage. From keeping up with Naruto's moves, to parrying something that seemed impossible. Kakashi's skills were beyond image, that even the raw power and force of nature that was Naruto was powerless against this refined diamond of skill. Looking back to the battle, both participants weren't moving, they continued like this for several, when the young Uchiha sees what he's been waiting for. They're crossing his arms, shuriken appearing in between each finger, his black eyes focusing solely on their sensei. It was slight, almost instinctual, but Sasuke saw it, the slight slouch in Kakashi's stance, the way his eyes and other senses were focusing solely on Naruto. This was the opening he's been waiting for. Taking aim, Sasuke let loose his deadly weapons flying through the air to take their intended target's life. Naruto was glaring at his sensei, who was unharmed by his previous attack. He hated to admit it, but Kakashi was way stronger than he lets on. The way he reacts to all his attacks just in time to avoid fatal damage was superhuman, and the fact he avoided that widespread attack despite the fact it was thrown right when Kakashi grabbed his legs was even more unbelievable. Not letting his guard down, Naruto was preparing his next move, his body ready to move at moment's notice when he comes up with a plan or when Kakashi makes his move. Now Naruto, it's like you're seriously trying to kill me here. Kakashi playfully spoke, irritating Naruto. Wasn't it you who told us to come at you with the intention to kill? Naruto plays along, buying time to not only recover, but also to come up with a plan. I could switch now, but the loss of range and speed with his reflexes would put me at a disadvantage. My only hope is to take him by surprise again. A plan. Mind Naruto watches for his own opening. Touché, I did say to have a chance you would need to kill me, but it hurts my heart that you could seriously try. Aren't we like family, Naruto-kun? Kakashi mockingly puts his hand over his heart, as if he'd been stabbed there. Showing a visible reaction to his words, Kakashi smiles under his mask as Naruto's face twists in rage and the boy crouches, but remains in control. However, what he didn't know was that he was walking a very fine line, as it wasn't the action and mocking that enraged Naruto, but the use of that one taboo word, family. That's rich considering this fucked up test you the Hokage set up. It's almost as if you want me to fail. Spitting out each word, Kakashi frowning in response. You're just too cruel, Naruto, as if me or your father want you to fail. I'm just testing whether you are fit to be ninja or not, and that depends on you. Growling softly in response, Naruto holds his hands in front like a wild animal. Do you really think you can get the bells on your own? Because if so, you aren't ready yet, a ninja must look underneath the underneath. Keep it up and at his rate you'll have to go back to the academy. That was it, Naruto charging ahead. His speed was much slower than before, but Kakashi thought nothing of it. Closer and closer he got, and when Naruto covered half the distance, that was when it happened. Kakashi was struck down by several projectiles, some in his head, one his neck and the rest in his arms or back. It was as if they perfectly hit every vital place they could get to. Naruto's eyes widen in surprise, his fist which started glowing red stops no sooner than it as the shuriken pieced into Kakashi's body. All Sasuke could do was smirk. His Nai-san drilled it into his head again and again that even the strongest ninja would lose if taken by surprise. At this moment in time Sasuke was enlightened, he beat someone who even his Nai-san respect. It was only seconds after the fact that he realizes his arrogance got the better of him. The Kakashi that was struck by his shuriken when poof, a cloud of smoke in its place, and when it disappeared a log was in his sensei's place. Eyes wide in shock, Sasuke jolted from his current position, fleeing into the forest for a new hiding place, all while scolding himself. Damn it, how could I have been so foolish? Of course it was a trap, no way a jonin would let themselves get hit so easily. If Sasuke was his usual self, he would have realized that the opening he saw was a trap, he would have never fallen for it and let his position be discovered. But that was just what he did. The reason why was simple: seeing Naruto, of all people, someone who has always been looked down upon as inferior to his siblings, fight at such a high level, lit a fire within him. He wanted to fight Kakashi as well. He wanted to pit himself against him and see how far he could go, to see if he could match the hidden strength Naruto just showed. And because of that, he let his feelings and excitement pull him in, making a move that no matter how he tried to rationalize it would never work on a jonin such as Kakashi. After Kakashi disappeared, the first thing Naruto did was rush into the cover of the surrounding forest. The reason why he did this was twofold: one, to recover his stamina, and two, to calm down. Naruto was a loose cannon, no would deny that, but he was also smart in his own way. He wasn't like Hizumoto or Sakura. No, cunning would be the best word to describe it. He didn't use complicated plans, but unusual tactics would flow out and allow him to gain the upper hand. But his anger was getting to him. Kakashi's words put fuel on the fire, making him lose his senses and turn into nothing but a brawler, and that wouldn't work on an opponent of Kakashi's level. HTC. Naruto calms himself, closing his eyes, putting both hands together and crossing his legs, meditating like Ira-sensei showed him. As he did, a whispering voice got louder. Hot TCH. Hatchling. Eyes snapping open, Naruto wasn't in the forest of the training ground anymore, but he was standing on an endless sea sparkling in rainbow colors. Looking up, Naruto saw a gate, and inside it was his sensei, the rainbow dragon Iris, her appearance still as majestic as the day he first saw her. I finally got through to you. The mighty beast starts off, worry in her voice. You need to watch your temper, hatchling. Once your rage gets the best of you, you block me out without realizing it, and I can't help you then. She scolds like a mother would her child, which was just what it was. With his own cause and neglecting him, Iris was the closest thing he had to a mother's love these past few years. Naruto looks down in disappointment. He hated to let Iris down after all she's done for him. To him, the feeling of guilty he felt at disappointing her was worse than any punishment she could give, and Iris knew that, which is why she let it go, knowing that Naruto would do a better job at punishing himself than anything she could come up with. Now, little one, you need to calm down. You can't beat someone of that level when you are clouded by rage. Iris's motherly voice echoes. I know that, but everything he said, getting cut off before he could finish as Iris's calming voice washes over him. I know, hatchling, but if you think this through, then you would realize there is more than meets the eye in this test. Confused young Naruto speaks up. What do you mean by that? The way it's set up screams that blasted Hokage doesn't want me to pass. Normally he would be much calmer and more respectful when speaking to his mother figure, but his emotions were getting the better of him. But have you ever heard of only one person failing the Genin test when the rest of the team have? Blinking at the question, Naruto puts a hand to his chin and thinks it over. You see, we've seen plenty of other people get sent back to the academy in previous years, but they were always in sets of 3. Her words got through to Naruto, but the lingering doubt still. But we know for a fact that the Chunin exams, finals and promotions are done on an individual basis, but the rounds before that are team base. Meaning it wouldn't be surprising if there was a pool of Genin without a team and that they can fill in a left open spot in a team. Referencing what they found out about the exams, despite being estranged, Naruto has gone and seen the exams with his ex-family before. It was always the finals, but he clearly remembers that sometimes only one member of a team would get promoted and that the rounds before the finals were done in teams. Knowing that, it was easy to deduce that there are Genin whose teammates are Chunin and in need of a team. Yes, but they have never been cases of Genin being sent back to the academy without the rest of their teammates. Was Iris' counter-argument. But that doesn't mean it can't happen, especially with the Hokage against us. Anger flashes in his eyes at the mention of the Hokage. Yes, but the Hokage can't interfere without political backlash. Moreover, he would have had the third member be someone who could believably get a bell over you. That girl Sakura may be smart, but her practical skills in anything but medical jutsu are non-existent. She wouldn't be able to get a bell before you if you both competed. The Dragon Slayer's eyes widen at this revelation. No matter how he slices it, there was no way to let Sakura beat him unless Kakashi let her get a bell, and even then, it would be suspicious. However, the biggest clue is a memory from long ago when you and your family were in happier times. Pulling the memory from Naruto's subconscious, the boy quickly puts the puzzle together. In another place, Sasuke was leaning on tree, catching his breath after several minutes of non-stop running, while also hiding his tracks and changing direction. Damn it. Frustration was all he could feel as his surprise attack not only failed but was most likely a trap purposely done by their sensei. To make matters worse, the clock was ticking and Sasuke hadn't the faintest idea where to find Kakashi. Even if I do find him, would I be able to get a bell? The fight between Kakashi and Naruto showed the Uchiha just how far above them Kakashi really was. The whole time the bell didn't leave Kakashi's waist. Even with Naruto's unusual and invisible wind jutsu, the wire holding the bell was never cut. Though it looked to the Uchiha that Naruto wasn't going for the bell, that only made the fact the bell was never in danger even more daunting. It meant that even if Sasuke focuses only on the bell, there would be no way for him to get it without Kakashi stopping him. I could use a fireball to burn the wire, but with Kakashi's reactions, I doubt I would be able to retrieve it before him, plus I doubt that he wouldn't have prepared a wire strong enough to take almost anything, including one of my clan's signature jutsu. Scenario after scenario passed through his mind, but all of them end the same failure. Cursing and frowning, glaring at the seemingly impossible task at this rate, he had no choice but to wing it and hope he got lucky or managed to find a weakness mid-battle. If worse comes to worse, he could try a suicide attack and hope it catches Kakashi by surprise enough for him to get a bell. Snap was there. Shouting in frustration as well as surprise, so busy coming up with a plan that he lost sight of his surroundings and failed to notice the appearance of someone once so close. Not long after his shout, Sasuke was greeted by the sight of blonde hair and big smile. "Sasuke, I have proposition for you." As Sasuke listens, all he could do was smirk. With this plan they could defiantly get the bell. Kakashi was lazily reading his favorite book. At the moment he was in the middle of juicy part, and once done he would hunt down his genin one by one. He already knew where Sakura was, and he was disappointed the first thing she did after Sasuke's failed attack was rush after the Uchiha. She didn't bother hiding nor anything, she was just blindly searching for Sasuke without concealing her presence. It would take less than a second to find her. Sasuke would be a bit hard, but easily traceable for an Anbo level ninja. The only one he would have trouble finding was Naruto, but considering how the boy acted, he would most likely be drawn out by just standing out in the open. Kakashi's eyes suddenly sharpen, slamming his book, he says. "Looks like I won't be able to finish," and it was just getting good. Ryota was about to sneak into Junko's room for a forbidden tryst. He laments that he would now need to finish this after the test. "Shut up, you pervert, we don't need to hear about your porno." Naruto, next to him, Sasuke was glaring at the arrows. "How dare you, this isn't porno, but art." Kakashi cradles his book, whispering comforting words as if it was a child, making both boys sweet drop. Once done, Kakashi gets serious for once. "Well, I must say this is a surprise, you two teaming up, but do you honestly think it would make a difference? We won't know that until we try," Sasuke said, getting ready to attack, knees bent to leap at their sensei. Naruto raises his arms, Kakashi wearily watching, expecting another wind jutsu, while Sasuke sweated, hoping the plan will work. "Vernier, arms, armor." With a shout of these words, Naruto swings both hands down, Kakashi filching slightly, expecting the attack, but instead watches as both Sasuke and Naruto glow red and green respectively. Both of these glows were around sphere size, but then shrink so that the glow was only coming inches off their bodies. Wondering what the hell they were planning, Kakashi watches as Naruto nodded to Sasuke. Within seconds, Sasuke rocketed at Kakashi, appearing right in front of him, surprising the Jonin. Kakashi easily sidestepped the attack, though the surprise on his face was evident enough to know that he was not expecting such a level of speed from Sasuke. It would be an impressive feat if it wasn't for the matching surprise on Sasuke's faces. Sasuke, to all witness accounts, was floating in the air, his decent slow on body all over the place and disorientated. "What is this? My body, it's all light," and the slow falling Sasuke suddenly twists in midair, similar to what Naruto did before. Overflowing with power. Sending a kick straight to Kakashi's face, his sensei's blocks only for the 67 kilograms man to be forced backwards, his feet leaving marks in the dirt as he did. What the hell? That strength was way too much for a mere genin. Kakashi's arms felt as if they were hit by a hammer, feeling the force with his whole body and a numbness setting in his arms. Kakashi didn't have time to lament what was going on, as with 3 times the speed of earlier, Naruto appears to his side, a whirlwind-clad fist heading for the bells. Shit. No sooner had he finished the thought, a burst of chakra shot out of his feet, lifting him up into the air and into a backflip, saving the bells. As Naruto's fist passed his sensei, grabbed his arm in the safe area where the whirlwind didn't reach. With the muscle strength of his arm only, Kakashi held himself up, flexing the muscles from his arm. Kakashi swings himself back the way he came, his heel on course for Naruto's head. At least it would have been if a blue blur didn't crash into the arm Naruto held out, causing the boy to be pulled out of harm's way as he moved clockwise. However, it wasn't over, with the attack having missed. Kakashi was wide open, and Naruto wasn't going to miss it. With added force, Naruto swung his arm clockwise, and as it came back into Kakashi view, the Jonin was surprised to see a Sasuke attached to it, who was about to kick him in the midsection with his left leg. Ugh. The air knocked out of him, Kakashi is blown back several meters, but recovers himself, glaring at the two boys with weary eyes, as Sasuke lets go of Naruto's arms, landing next to the blonde genin. Giving a tired sigh, Kakashi thinks he seriously underestimated them. Kakashi was prepared for Sasuke to be at low Chunin level, but his speed and strength were closer to high Chunin, and Naruto was closer to low Jonin now. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the fact Sasuke was disoriented and as surprised with his newfound speed as was Kakashi, he was sure Sasuke would be a Jonin as well. But this lack of control only meant one thing, and that this wasn't Sasuke's natural speed. Remembering the glowing from Naruto jutsu, Kakashi is confident that was the cause of this sudden power boost. I have seen plenty of jutsu for boosting speed or power, but never one that was used on other people. If I had to guess, Sasuke and Naruto are at least 2 to 3 times faster and stronger than usual. Troublesome. Kakashi couldn't help but borrow the Nara clan's catchphrase originally. He wanted to beat them without using too many chakra control techniques, but they already made him do that twice, and at the rate they were going, he would end up pulling out the Sharingan. I'll be a laughingstock if I'm forced to use that on them. I have no choice but to attack as well and incapacitate them. While Sasuke still doesn't have full control over his new speed, he is picking it up quickly, and Naruto is obviously used to it, not to mention the two's teamwork is unparalleled. Not even a team with years of experience working together would be able to pull off the moves these two were doing. Kakashi's body flickered going on the attack, his previous thoughts were so fast that not even a few seconds had passed and Sasuke disappeared with a leap that took him several meters further than where he wanted land. Shit. Cursing the fact that his little boost was so hard to control, who knew that great power was so hard to handle. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke saw the boy unmoving as Kakashi's punch landed right in his gut. What, he didn't even try to dodge. This thought was not thought of by just Sasuke, but Kakashi as well. As his punch connected, his lone eye saw Naruto smirk slightly, but that wasn't what had his attention, it was the slight glow over the boy's skin that had his focus. Don't tell me. His fears were confirmed as the feeling of the impact of his fist finally reached his brain, telling him that Naruto's gut was rock hard. An attack like the one he just threw should have sent the boy heaving, but instead he was smiling. Kakashi tried to pull his hand away, but Naruto grabs it with an iron grip, not letting Kakashi get away. Drat, it wasn't just his speed and power, but his defense also increased. This was bad. If their defenses were at least 2 times stronger, Kakashi would need to not pull any punches to take them down. From the corner of his eyes, he sees Sasuke getting ready to attack him. Turning to the smirking Naruto, Kakashi apologized in his head. Sorry Naruto, a little shock shouldn't hurt too bad. A faint blue glow surrounded Kakashi's hand as chakra poured from it. A single spark of blue lighting happened, soon followed by even more sparks as electricity was made. The lighting poured into the boy, shocking him, the smirk on his face turning into grimace of pain, Kakashi giving a slight smile. At least he was, until he noticed that Naruto wasn't letting go. Kakashi didn't have the opportunity to react as Sasuke rushes into him with a devastating kick to the head that set him flying and seeing stars. Kakashi tumbled on the ground several meters till his body regained its balance, switching from tumble to standing in a moment. His vision slightly blurred and head pounding as he got ready for the next attack. Sadly, for Kakashi, the two genin weren't going to give him a break. The boys rushed Kakashi once more, Naruto going low and Sasuke going high. Kakashi blocked Sasuke's kick while simultaneously jumping Naruto's, then using the momentum of his jump, Kakashi responds with a kick of his own, twisting his body mid-air, nailing Sasuke with a kick to the temple. The next thing he had to deal with was the raising, spinning kick that Naruto's low kick leads to. For a second there, Kakashi thought it was Guy's Konoha sent coming at him, but it was just similar. Using the momentum of his last kick, he twists and strikes Naruto with a hammer fist right to the chin, knocking the boy away. However, before his feet even touched the ground, Sasuke, having recovered from an attack that would have knocked anyone else out, was already on him once more. Leaning back, his feet finally found the ground. Kakashi parries a punch from Sasuke to the side and repaid it back with a knee to the gut. Kakashi had the chance to follow up instead, however he chose to back off, going into a backflip, causing a charging Naruto to miss his mark. Sweat dropped as he sees Sasuke shrug off his gut hit like it was nothing. Whatever jutsu Naruto was using was insane. Not even armor provided this level of protection. All of his attacks were meant to knock them out, heck, some of them could kill with the amount of force he put into them. Yes, a bit excessive, he knows, but he really didn't have a choice considering the fact the boy's defenses were several times stronger than a samurai in armor. While those hits did basically nothing, Kakashi was able to get the basic principles of how the defense works. Most likely the thin layer of chakra around them diffuses the force of his attacks just before they land, making it hard to knock out or even injure them. Well, Kakashi was definitely in a tough spot, and even he has to admit that with skills like these he kind of has to pass them. Sure, they haven't completed all of his criteria for passing, but they earn enough extra credit with their skills for him to allow by. Yet he wasn't going to tell them that would hurt his pride. He'll throw out a few impressive jutsu first, maybe run them into the ground before time runs out. After all, he needs them to respect him. If they somehow got the ridiculous notion that they were stronger than him from this scuffle, they would never listen. The two genin charge once more, this time Sasuke in front, Naruto hidden behind. Sasuke dashed, well, more like blown right into throwing a fist at his sensei. But before it even has a chance to land, Kakashi's hand is on his head, pulling him down as the Jonin leaped over, as if doing leapfrog despite his age. On the other side of Sasuke, Kakashi saw Naruto's hands were in the same movement they were in as one of his earlier jutsu, summarizing that Naruto gave Sasuke a little boost in speed with his jutsu. Throwing shuriken with his free hand, Kakashi starts running, though the seals for a jutsu. Earth style, mud wall, slamming his palms to the ground. Two walls pop up both in front and behind, immediately after Kakashi whizzes through more seals. With his back and front protected, both Naruto and Sasuke would need either jump over or go through the side to get him. At least it was supposed it happened, as Kakashi saw a shadow over him with Naruto head over the wall he just put up. Considering the angle, Naruto must have made it close enough to him get caught on the wall. Now normally this would be no big deal if it wasn't for the sparkling sharp metal objects in his mouth that Kakashi recognized as his shuriken. As Naruto took a deep breath, Kakashi cartwheeled out the way, narrowing, dodging wind enchanted shuriken. Sasuke coming behind Kakashi finishes his jutsu. Water style, raging waves, a blast of water from his mouth, he blows Sasuke back. Seeing a shadow on the ground below him, Kakashi blocked above just in time to catch a heel kick from Naruto. The power behind it made Kakashi's feet dig into the ground, yet the Jonin withstood it, opening his blocked arms to send Naruto back once more. The two genin kept going. Kakashi parried a punch from Sasuke, a kick from Naruto, he punches Naruto, and then Sasuke over and over again. Regardless of how much he hit them, the boys kept coming back like lost puppies. Having parried another of Naruto's hits, Sasuke vaults over the boy for a headshot, only for Kakashi to dodge and then block his next attacks. Sasuke backs off and Naruto takes his place. It was like this for a while now. While they had little visible signs of exhaustion, the two were no longer coming at him together, instead switching between the two to keep him going while one of them rests. Naruto pushes off Kakashi with his legs and into a backflip. With his sight now clear, he sees that Sasuke had started seals for a jutsu. Not enough time to counter with his own jutsu. Kakashi was going to get out the way. But while his focus was on Sasuke, Naruto in midair had twisted to face him, having taken a deep breath. And alarm bells rung in his head at the starting signs of a wind jutsu. While he was focused on Sasuke, Kakashi didn't see if Naruto made hand signs, but he could guess what type of jutsu they were, and he was in trouble. Sasuke finishing on the Tora, Tiger, Seal, and Naruto holding his breath. The two boys said their jutsu's names at the same time. Roar fire style, Sasuke made a breathing motion, while Naruto made a roaring one. Fire and wind burst out of each respected boy's mouths. On a deadly course to Kakashi. The Sky Dragon Fireball jutsu from Naruto's mouth, a white tornado-like blast was released. From Sasuke, a stream of orange flame that grew into the shape of a ball as it got bigger. Kakashi perspective went into slow motion as he saw the tornado collide with the fire, looking as if it will swallow it up, shrinking and growing in size like it was going to explode. He watches as the orange flames fight with the swelling wind, and then as the orange turned to white, the explosion finally came, but not the one you would expect. From the sphere of warring elements, an explosion of spiraling white flames shot right towards him, roaring for Kakashi's death. The blast went right through Kakashi, incarnating everything within its path. The ground melts, trees vanish, and the leaves of trees lucky enough to not be on its path burn. Its heat so intense that the whole temperature of the training ground was changed with that single move. Wow. Was the genin's reaction to their jutsu's path of destruction as their attack finally met its ending, exploding miles away in a dome of fiery death. The aftershock so strong they struggled to not be blown away by them. They knew combining fire and wind jutsu together would make the jutsu stronger, but this was just insane. I think we killed out Sensei. Naruto says with a drop of sweat on his forehead, never having expected for there to be so much damage. Huh, was the Uchiha's speechless response as he watched the smoke and dust clear, seeing even more of the aftermath of their jutsu of mass destruction. The trench left from the blast was several meters deep. The ground it was made of now red hot and melted magma. The grass near the trench was burned completely black, and no matter how they look at it, they couldn't think of a way for Kakashi to have survived. That was until the ground that was away from the trench and the grass still had life started to move. Cracks appeared, and from within them roused Kakashi, his flak jacket completely gone, leaving him in his dark blue ninja shirt that had burn marks all around it. His hair was disheveled and his headband was missing. Oh, good, he survived. Naruto smiles weakly, not knowing whether the fact they didn't kill him was good or not. While mostly unharmed, Kakashi was sluggish, the heat from the blast alone doing a number on his stamina, but he was able to escape with a Seal Lesser Earth style hidden mole jutsu, diving himself underground deep enough not to die from the attack. Well, I almost died, but I won. There's no way to get the bell from me in the remaining time. Now all he had to do was play off that big attack like it was no big deal and then fail them by explaining the meaning of the test, but then give them barely pass since they did work together and showed amazing but unrefined potential, and they will follow him anywhere. As Kakashi was gloating, a pink blur shot out from the trees, heading right for the bells on his belt. Naruto and Sasuke smile as their true ace in the hole made their move. Flashback. Naruto and Sasuke were hunched on the ground, Naruto explaining his plan. Kakashi's a jonin, so even if we work together, we won't be able to get the bell from him, so we need to make an opening. Me and Sasuke will fight Kakashi on our end, then you. Pointing to a third person present. We'll go right for the bells after me and Sasuke fire off a collaboration fire and wind jutsu. He finishes, Sasuke looking with cold eyes at the plan, but the other person having doubts. But wait, even if I go for the bells, won't he notice me before I even get close to them? A feminine voice arguing. Don't worry, this will be our last-ditch effort, there won't be enough time after we launch our jutsu for me and Sasuke to do anything else to get the bells, plus we would be exhausted from fighting. Kakashi will lower his guard down and won't be expecting you, plus he should be fatigued as well, slowing him down. The other person gave an unsure look, but Naruto encouraged them. Don't worry, I can assure you will be able to get bells with my jutsu in effect, you will 3 times faster than normal. You're our ace. Let's do it. After seeing Kakashi fight, he is obviously too skilled to fight head-on, it's a risk, but also the only chance we have of catching him off guard. Sasuke speaks, and at hearing his words the other person puts her hands up with a loud shout. I'll do it. Naruto and Sasuke look at their female teammate with smiles. End of flashback. Sakura was rushing right for Kakashi at speeds equal to the transportation jutsu and faster than she ever gone before. She was shocked at seeing how well Naruto and Sasuke fought and felt insecure, but kept reminding herself that the whole plan rested on her. Naruto watches from afar, knowing that in his current state and with the speed boost he gave Sakura, there was no way Kakashi could react. At least it was until he saw a glow of red from Kakashi's eye. Shit. Their plan didn't include the Sharingan. As a matter of fact, the whole plan was centered on making sure Kakashi didn't get a chance to pull it out. The increased visual perception of the eye would allow Kakashi to perfectly see the speeding Sakura's moves and react within the shortening timeframe, where it would have been to physically and mentally tried to avoid her properly before. Putting his hands together, Naruto made a hand seal. The disheveled Kakashi turns at hearing the sound of something coming out the bushes to the side of him. The Sharingan in his left eye was spinning, and the blurry form of Sakura came into focus, seeming to be moving in slow motion. Under his mask he smiled. I see, so that was their plan all along. Now normally it would be easy to mistake Sakura's surprise attack as a last-ditch effort to pass, and done solely on her own, but the thin layer of chakra over her confirmed that she was working with the other two. Thinking back to when Naruto first cast the jutsu. He cast the jutsu on Sakura while doing himself and Sasuke, and then Naruto and Sasuke engaged me, so I would let my guard down at the last second. It was a beautiful plan, and would have worked had his headband not been blown off from that last jutsu. With his Sharingan, revealed he could prevent her from getting the bells by making the best possible move. Sorry guys, but after all you put me through, I want to give you at least a little scare. With Sakura closing in, Kakashi moved his hips, planning to grab her as soon as she got close, but at the final stretch Kakashi froze, his body refusing to move as he commanded it to. What? From the corner of his vision, Kakashi catches a white glow coming from his right arm. Stuck on it was a small piece of paper with an odd symbol on it. It looked like a circle with points on the top, bottom and sides of it, then what looked like a 4-pointed shuriken making a cross over it. Finally in the center was what appeared to be a kunai with 3 blades. Kakashi had memorized many seals in his time, but never seen one like this before. He channeled chakra to the seal to disable it, but it was far too late. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. At the sound of the bells moving, the alarm of the clock sounds, Kakashi watched in slow motion as Sakura with the bells in hand fly by him, Naruto and Sasuke smiling. Victory was theirs. I lost with that. He closes his Sharingan eye, and the slow-moving Sakura suddenly zoomed off, getting caught by her teammates who congratulated her on a job well done. After getting the bells, Kakashi drags the group to the memorial stone. Alright, you got the bells, but which of you are going to pass? The 3 just smile, Sakura and Sasuke each holding a bell with Naruto in between them. Come on sensei, we figured out that getting the bells wasn't the true test, and besides, after everything that happened, we either all pass or we all fail. Sakura jingles her bell after saying those words. She's right, neither of us would never have gotten the bells on our own. I'm not going to pass if it means those who helped me get left behind. The usually brooding Uchiha smiles, his so-called useless teammates having earned his respect. Ah, so you guys did figure it out. You're right though, the whole point of the test was to have you overcome your odds and work together despite the fact it would mean one of you doesn't pass. Huff, you guys really take the fun out of it. Failing incompetent genin who couldn't figure it out was the fun part. Kakashi pretends to sulk, but on the inside, he was happy. Getting the bells was very rare. As a matter of fact, the only reason got the bells from his own sensei, because Minato sensei let them after showing teamwork. But this was different. He tried not to let them get the bells, but in the end, they overcame all odds and surpassed his expectations. Sasuke and Sakura felt sweat on the back of their heads. In truth, neither of them figured it out, despite being two of the smartest people in their graduation class. No, it wasn't them, but the class clown and black sheep that revealed the truth behind the test. Yep, and you owe it all to me. I think I deserve to be treated to some ramen. Naruto gloats, pointing to himself. His two teammates remained quiet, knowing he was right, as infuriating as it was. They need to make sure to shut the blonde up with that ramen, otherwise they will never hear the end of it. Well, before you pass, I need to explain the reason behind this test. This stone before me has the names of village's greatest heroes on it. Each one of them someone who gave their lives for the village. Some of my closest friends are buried here. A solemn tension fills the air, everyone taking in the seriousness of those words. Listen, all of you, this is your first lesson. Working together is the only way you're going to survive. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Even if you're criticized for it, I want you to never abandon one another and make sure to make it home alive. 3. Genin took his words in deeply, Naruto the most of all. He couldn't help but think Kakashi a hypocrite, trash who abandoned him. But he wasn't the worst. Unlike the rest, Kakashi never had an obligation to care for him, and in the few interactions they had, the Jonin treated Naruto fairly. Yet in the end, Kakashi still favored Naruto's siblings over him. He joined on the training sessions, never questioning his absence, never caring enough to check on him. When Naruto heard Kakashi's words, he could feel the emotions behind them, and this left him conflicted. He mourns for those who were lost and wants to prevent from happening again. He wasn't a bad guy, but that didn't make the anger Naruto felt for him go away. In the end, Kakashi was still among the people that left him alone. After the test, the Hokage office. Minato was dealing with the bane of all cages as he felt a presence from the window. You know, I really need to stop leaving that open, so you will use the door for once. He smiled, turning to see his last remaining student, and his sharp eyes widened so much that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between him and "Yeah, well, I learned everything from you." Kakashi eye smiles, before noticing his sensei's shock face, and looks down at what was left of his clothes. Oh, this funny story behind this. Kakashi jumps off the windowsill. But I think I'll sum it up with the least embarrassing report, that Team 7 have passed. If it was possible, Minato's eyes seemed to grow wider. And not only that, but really Naruto was something else. At first, I felt shortchanged at the fact that you didn't give the twins, but boy was I wrong. Not only did they put me through the ringer, but they also managed to get the bells. Kakashi says happily, looking forward to his new team. Minato on the other hand seemed like a gaping fish. But really, sensei, you've been holding out on me with Naruto. He's just like you. I can see why you hit it. The boy is a genius. With that, Kakashi waves the papers for the team's registration, leaving them on the desk before vanishing from the room. Minato picks up the papers, conflicted with the fact that his son passed. On one hand, he was delighted that his son did so well, on the other it also meant that the battle between brothers was going to happen. But more than anything was the ominous feeling Kakashi's words. Surely Kakashi was just exaggerating, because he is my son. I mean, there's no way Naruto could be a match for Menma and Akami. He told himself, but he was going to regret those words, for the time where Naruto's true strength will be revealed was coming closer. Minato was going over paperwork in his office. It had been a few weeks since the teams were made, and they were raking in the D ranks at an alarming rate, all but one. Minato. Jiraiya's voice comes from the window, the Hokage not showing an ounce of surprise, either due to knowing the Sannin was there or because he was that used to this intrusion nobody knows. The Anbu made note to put electrical barbed wire on the windows. It was just too much of security risk if the Hokage was too used to people coming through the window. What is it, sensei? The Yondaime voice was tired and weary, with accompanying dark bags under both eyes. Minato, please give us a C-rank mission. It's been over a week since graduation. Menma and Akami are getting restless. The Sannin pleads, his former student sighing in response. With Naruto moving out, Kushina hasn't been herself, plus he saw firsthand how antsy Menma was becoming lately. I would like to, but you know I can't. Jiraiya, huffing at that, asks the question. Oh, and why not? His black eyes watch as Minato picks up one of the many stacks of papers from his desk. Mission records for the new Genin. Team 9, 8 D ranks, Team 8, 14 D ranks, and Team 7, 23 D ranks. Minato glares at Jiraiya as he reads the next part. Team 6, 0 D ranks. You expect a C rank when your team hasn't even got one mission under your belt. You know the minimal requirement is 20 D ranks. Minato scolds the Sannin, pinching his nose as he does. I know that, but both you and I know D ranks are far below Menma and Akami level. Heck, let them get a few C ranks under their belt and they would be ready for B rank missions, no problem. The Sannin trained a Hokage, for God's sakes, and he was positive either Menma or Akami will succeed their father one day. They shouldn't need to bother with D ranks of all things. Minato only shakes his head. I know that D ranks are far below their skill level. His sensei cut him off before he could finish. See, leave the D ranks to the other genin and let Menma and Akami be the assets to the village that they are. Instead of seeing his former student agreeing with a smile, all he received was a frown. But I can't give them C rank right off the bat, it's not how it works. Why not? Jiraiya raises his voice in objection, not understanding why the Hokage couldn't bend the rules a little. You're the Hokage, surely you can make an exception. Blue eyes gazed into black as the yellow flash utters the words. I already made an exception. Minato follows with an explanation after seeing the confusion on his sensei's face. You know it is unprecedented for a Jonin to be given a genin team a second time, and more than that, assigning a Sannin to not just any genin team but the team with my children on it. Let's just say the council was not very happy at the show of favoritism. Minato grunts the last word. Well, he couldn't deny that a part of him was showing favoritism, no matter how unbecoming it was for a Hokage, but that wasn't why he gave Jiraiya the team. His original plan was to let Kakashi train Menma and Akami when they became genin, but Jiraiya recommended using this as a chance to step up their training for their coming destinies. Who gives a fuck what the council thinks? We are trying to save the world. Jiraiya couldn't believe this. Sure, it wasn't the first time the council didn't know its own place, but Minato kept them under control. You forget that the council holds more influence as a whole than the Hokage does. Between the clans and elders, my hands are tied. For whatever is to come, I can't afford to have my authority as Hokage usurped. We were lucky that we could use the excuse of keeping the Kyuubi in check. It's the only reason both Menma and Akami were allowed on the same team in the first place. Minato pointed to the door, having had enough. He respects his sensei greatly and has always been open to his advice, but he was Hokage and the one who knew how to run the village firsthand. Go out there and do D ranks or wait till all other teams who have completed a C rank. Sulking Jiraiya left the room, knowing that when Minato was like this there was nothing he could do about it, but there was no way in hell he was going to experience D ranks for the third time. Minato picked up some paper, looking it over. Luckily the Sannin didn't check any of his papers because in his hand was C rank mission and one he was going to assign to a team very soon. At training, Kakashi was watching his genin do another team exercise these past few days. That was all they were doing mostly. He did have them do some spars in D ranks, but was only gauging their skills while he works out the best training methods for each. He half expected them to explode and demand a hard mission, but was sorely disappointed that they never reached that point thanks to one blonde-haired boy. Surprisingly, Naruto got both his teammates to take D ranks seriously by telling them the more they do, the quicker they would be free of them. Since then the team has worked through D rank after D rank, and soon Kakashi will have to make good on Naruto's promise. Closing his book, Kakashi shouts orders at his team. Okay, that's enough, Naruto. Sasuke, I want you to spar. Anything goes, ninjutsu, taijutsu and jinjutsu, just don't kill each other. Instead of them jumping at the chance to beat each other up, his genin only gave him a weird look. What, I need to act like sensei sometimes? I know you two have been holding out on me, so I want you both to give it your all and show that you are ready for a C rank. That last words were all they need. Without even waiting for a signal, the two boys charged at one another. Naruto was the first to attack with leaping roundhouse that Sasuke dodged easily, the Uchiha going for a counter punch, but Naruto flips in midair avoiding it. The Uchiha scowls. Their fights were always like this. Naruto's form was messy, but strangely it worked. The boy dodged from weird angles and then attacked in an unpredictable manner that even the Uchiha's interception fist had trouble keeping up with. Keeping the pressure, Sasuke punch and kick before Naruto gets his feet to the ground. The boy blocks them, getting knocked back, but relatively unharmed. Sasuke takes his stance, an arrogant smirk on his face, to taunt Naruto, and it works. Naruto throws a straight, Sasuke parries it. Naruto seems to tumble from too much force behind it, but Sasuke knows better. Naruto spins on his back foot going for a hook kick, but Sasuke stops it in its tracks with a front kick. Nice try, I already know that move. The Uchiha proudly thinks with a smirk. Yet when he feels the force behind Naruto's kick disappear as he gets hit with a tremendous force that sends him tumbling back several feet. Flipping himself right up, Sasuke wipes the new bruise on his face and stares at Naruto, wondering what the fuck happened. What he did not expect was to see two flaming fists as the blonde boy's hand were covered in orange flames. Kakashi's eyes widen, seeing that instead of the whirlwind fists he used during the bell test, Naruto was using fire style in much the same way. He released fire from his hands and then propelled himself in the opposite direction, adding extra force behind the hit. Naruto was getting more and more mysteries. Having two elements as a genin isn't unheard of, but it's still rare, and Naruto's control goes beyond the norm for even most jonin. Sasuke's black eyes focus on the orange flames that now engulf Naruto's hands. If you think that will stop me, you are surely not right in the head. Preparing his stance, Sasuke gets ready to defend as Naruto charges him. The blonde boy throws a flaming punch, Sasuke's eyes sharpen, the Uchiha unmoving, as the attack gets closer and closer, then inches away from his face. Sasuke deflects the blow, his left hand pushing Naruto's arm away from the wrist. It was the perfect answer. The Uchiha saw Kakashi handle Naruto's attack the same way. Well, he would have trouble blocking as long as he kept calm and waited till the last second. Sasuke could easily counter every one of Naruto's attacks. The Uchiha's prodigy's next action was stepping into Naruto, his right hand grabbing Naruto's back, pulling his teammate down, the boy almost losing his lunch as his stomach meets with Sasuke's knee. Dazed, Naruto was forced to the ground, Sasuke's left hand now on his shoulder, pinning him down, while the right hand twisted and held Naruto's left arm ready to break it. Kakashi looks from short distance away, clearly impressed. Unable to block, nor able to really trade blows, a grab and hold was the best choice Sasuke could make, but the Jonin sensei had the same thought. In close combat, Naruto's elements gave him the advantage. A single hit would be devastating, but stop him from throwing an attack, and the boy was defenseless. "Give up, it's my win," Sasuke arrogantly declares with a smirk, Naruto glaring back from his pinned position. "Get bent," was the Dragon Slayer's reply. "Ow." Sasuke tugs at Naruto's captured arm, making the boy wince in pain. "I could always break it," Sasuke suggests, a growl being right when Kakashi was about to step in and stop him. Naruto's right hand that was trying to push him off the ground back starts to propel flames out, lifting the boy into the air. What if he forces himself up like this? His arm will break. Seconds from letting go to not cause permanent harm to his annoying teammate, the arm Sasuke had an arm look began to spit out flames as well. With the propulsion from the flames, the two boys start rotating Sasuke's hold, weakening from the sudden shift in positions and the loss of his grounded stance, Naruto not missing the chance to escape. Pulling himself free, Naruto retaliates with a swipe of the same arm that was locked, pushing Sasuke away, the two regaining distance once more. It was easy to see that Sasuke wasn't pleased, and Kakashi knew why. Close combat was one of Sasuke's greatest strength, but with Naruto's unique jutsu, holds and throws would be the only effective measure he could do. It would have been too difficult to take out Naruto with a throw, so that left only subduing him with holds the possible choice. Now that Naruto showed he could get out of a hold using his jutsu, it only made the fact that close combat was his range clear, and Sasuke would need to win without it. Kakashi looks at Naruto, who was smirking, replaying the events that just happened. Naruto was still able to use jutsu, despite the pain caused by the hold. The focusing of chakra in that situation is really hard even for most jonin. Not only that, but the fact he didn't just make the flames appear on his arm to burn Sasuke could only mean two things. Naruto's was able to freely release and control elemental chakra at will, and two, there was limit to what he could do based on his conscious control. Kakashi thinks, beginning to see just how Naruto's jutsu works. Naruto can release and control elements as if it was seconded nature, but the more difficult actions require him to focus as still. This would help greatly when training him, since it means there was still something he could help the boy improve on. Sasuke makes several hand seals, ending on Tora taking a deep breath and then exhaling a ball of fire at his teammate. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Naruto only smiled, running right at the fireball before jumping in it. Sasuke heard a strange whooshing noise before Naruto came out from his still spawning flames completely unharmed. What the hell? Sasuke didn't have time to stop his flames as a fire-covered fist sent him flying into the trees. His mind reeling and face burning, Sasuke flicked his hand, several shuriken appearing in each. If jutsu and close range didn't work, this was his only choice. That's enough. Sasuke was stopped as Kakashi ended the match. The Uchiha growling, slightly not happy he was made a fool of without the chance to strike back. "Ha, did you see that, sensei? I totally beat Sasuke me over there." This only made the raven-haired boy angry, and he contemplates if he can get away with throwing his weapons and pretend he didn't hear his sensei. "Really, cause it looked like he had you on the ropes with that arm hold," Kakashi commented, Naruto sticking his tongue out in response. "But I escaped it, didn't I? Really, it was pretty clear he was winning." Sasuke ended up defending almost the whole match. "Yes, but a real enemy would just break your arm when you didn't surrender." Sasuke didn't really care that Kakashi was on his side. In his eyes, he lost. Sure, he made a few good moves, but in the end, Naruto was winning. Clenching his fist in irritation, not till last week he was top of class with only Menma and Akami giving him any form of a challenge, yet Naruto, the black sheep of their family, was proving to be just as strong if not stronger. Sasuke looks at Naruto. "Hey dope, what the hell is that jutsu of yours?" Sasuke wants to know if it was something he could learn. He will make himself stronger, then the Namikaze, the Uchiha, would not lose out to them. Kakashi was also showing an interest, having been unable to find any jutsu that works like Naruto's does. "Oh, it's kind of a Kekkei Genkai. Once I master an element, I can use it however I want. You could probably do the same if you just focus your fire in your hands, but for me, producing and controlling it is just natural." The Uchiha gave him a weird look, not believing what he was hearing. "Wait." So, you're saying that once you learn the element you can use it just like that? Naruto's smile was unnerving, in some ways it was superior to the Sharingan, even if they copied jutsu, unless they had mastered the element, they couldn't do it, and their proficiency was nowhere near as good as the original without practice. Yep. Naruto's short reply made both his sensei and Sasuke's eyes. Is there anything else? He would soon regret asking those words as what Naruto said next just made it worse. Oh, also I am more or less immune to the element once I master it. The sight he got was something he would remember for the rest of his life, and Uchiha gapping like a fish. Immune? So, with the fireball. Sasuke's hand weakly pointed, if that was true, then it meant Sasuke would have defiantly lost. The nod from Naruto was all he got and his reply was. That is just stop mastering elementally manipulation, and being immune is just not fair. It was so un-Uchiha-like, but Sasuke really just had to say it. This coming from a clan with eyes that can copy jutsu, see in slow motion and cast in jutsu with a glare, your clan is a lot more op than me and besides, my jutsu does have its weakness. Naruto left the boy hanging, clearly wanting to know just what weakness the damn jutsu had. Sakura was listening and having an even harder time comprehend Naruto's newly discovered powers. When she noticed the talk was over, she went to speak to Sasuke when Team let me heal those wounds. Sasuke wanted to refuse, but before he could even utter a sound, he was enveloped in green light, his wounds disappearing in seconds. Sakura was frowning having missed a chance to personally nurse her Sasuke-kun. But more than that was a feeling she thought she would never have inferiority towards Naruto of all people. Sure, she was never that good in practical skills, but her grades and medical ninjutsu skills were top of her class. Yet Naruto could fight on par with Sasuke, and while she hates to admit Naruto was always the true number one of the medical class. Her high grades in theory have proved nothing but useless so far, and Naruto as well as Sasuke-kun were leaving her behind. So, lost in thought Sakura didn't even see them leaving, she hurried to catch up but keeps a few paces back, feeling like she just doesn't have a place on the team. Team 7 was in front of the Hokage's desk, no love was shared between the Yondaime and his eldest son. Naruto stood quietly as Kakashi requests a C-rank mission. Sensei, I believe Team 7 is ready for their first C-rank mission. Kakashi says with a hint of pride in his voice. Minato's gazes to Naruto and he has to ask the question. Are you sure you're up for it? I mean a C rank is a big jump from D ranks. Naruto didn't miss the gaze huffing at the Hokage's response. Don't worry sensei, my team is quite talented, they already complete the minimal requirement of D ranks needed and in record time I might add. These genin are ready for anything that may get thrown at them. With a sigh Minato had no choice but to give them the mission. Kakashi wasn't someone that would misjudge his team's abilities and is also more than capable of handling anything that might happen. Alright, there is one mission that would be good for a new team, it involves guarding a bridge builder from bandits and other outlaws while he does his work. Minato called the client in. The client was an old man with dark eyes and glasses, his hair was grey with a beard to match showing his age. He wore a dark sleeveless V-neck shirt and pants the same color. Around his neck was a towel and, on his head, a pointed hat. The man had a blush on his cheeks and a bottle in his right hand, even if the smell didn't give it away the old man was clearly drunk. His dark eyes scan the team huffing at what he sees. These brats are what I get for my money, a girl, a pasty brooder and short stack. Safely to say none of Team 7 liked the man. Well, you better do your job properly, I am the great Tizuna of the Land of Waves and the master bridge builder. My land needs this bridge and it won't be done without me. Team 7 didn't really care, but Naruto replied with a tone of discontent. You can't be that great if you're drinking this early in the day. We'll do our job, but you better not make it hard for us by getting your ass drunk. The bottle in Tizuna hand cracked. What did you say? The bridge builder growls. You heard me, if you were really so great and your bridge is as important as you make it out to be you wouldn't be drinking on the job, looks to me like someone isn't taking his work seriously. Naruto barks at the old man. Tizuna was about to shout at the whippersnapper when a loud voice beats him to it. Naruto, enough. Tizuna is a client and you will treat him respect. Your actions now affect the whole of the village if you aren't ready for this job, I'll give it to someone else. The Hokage threatens Naruto shutting up, his teammates and sensei surprised that the Hokage would say something like that to his sorry about my son he is a bit of a problem child, but I assure you his team were top of their class and their sensei was my own student. You are in safe hands that I can assure you. Minato smiled, Naruto clenching his fist words of praise for everyone but him. His son Tizuna thinks sweating slightly, even he knew how strong the Yondaime was, slayer of armies, Kano has yellow flash, the youngest Kage in history, and he made the mistake of insulting his boy. Luckily though it seems the Hokage was acting professionally and not letting any feelings for his son get in the way. The boy was arrogant, but Tizuna did feel better, after all there was no way the Hokage would put his son on a weak team, so his safety was assured. Naruto discontent started leaving as soon as Kakashi gave the meet-up place. He hated being in the same room as the Hokage and seriously needed to wind down. Hinata was going through another day of Jiraiya's boasting and Menma flirting, with training going nowhere. Kill me now. Hinata was starting to lose it, their sensei focused only on the twins, mostly ignoring her, besides the occasional talks about how great he or Menma were. If they didn't get a mission instead of training soon, Hinata was going to seriously try seeing if she could get away with accidental murder during sparring. She felt two arms wrap around her waist, her first instinct was to shove an elbow into his stomach, thinking it was Menma, but the size and feel of the arms was completely different from the scrawny boy. No, these were muscular and subtle arms that she didn't mind having around her. It also helped that Menma was entranced talking to Jiraiya, most likely getting more cheesy pickup lines to try. Looks like a certain princess needs to be whisked away. A husky voice blew in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Oh yes, please. She whispers back. Turning around, amethyst lavender meets sapphire blue by some all-powerful force, the two were drawing closer and closer. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The gemstones were forced apart thanks to the untimely shout. Ani-san. Akami exclaims in surprise, unsure whether to be happy, angry or sad to see her Ani-san again after their last encounter. Atauto, Imauto, did you really have to interrupt? Naruto almost growls it out, he was running dangerously low on Hinata element and needed to recharge. Right when it was getting good, little longer and we would have kissed. He screams in his head, resisting the urge to pull her to him and ravage her delicate lips. Get away from Hinata-chan. Menma shouts, Naruto rolling his eyes as he did. Hey Atauto, you shouldn't be so angry, we just missed each other. Menma softly growls as he did. Akami didn't approve of Menma reactions, sure he can understand not wanting his fiancé hanging around with other men, but this was their Ani. Then again, the prank during graduation did give her slight worry. Ani, what are you doing here? She hopes it was to make up and come home, maybe even an apology for their last argument, but no such luck would happen in this world. I only came to say bye to my Hinata-hime before I leave. Naruto states, giving her a wink as he used his affection nickname for her. Hinata turns a slight pink as this was the first time Naruto called her that in front of someone. Why are you finally leaving for good? Well, good riddance. Menma smiles, any news that involved Naruto being gone was good news, it meant he could no longer interfere with him and his fiancée. Menma. Akami snaps, not liking him talking like that. Yes, they were estranged, but that was going overboard. Sorry, I'm sure he didn't mean it. Like any good one, he sent she apologies for her Atauto's behavior. Don't worry, I knew exactly what he meant. Akami breathed a sigh of relief thinking she defused the situation, only to miss the glare the two brothers gave one another. And for your information, Menma, no, I am not leaving for good, my team just got our first C-rank mission and I wanted to tell Hinata-chan before we leave. He so enjoyed the sight of anger that appeared on his Atauto's face, the look of surprise and worry on Akami was just as good. What? You're getting a C rank before us, we haven't even had a single mission yet. Menma shouts in outrage, he was far stronger than Naruto, yet all he was doing was training, while the loser went ahead. Ani, are you sure you'll be alright? I mean, a C rank is a real mission, you could get hurt. His Imauto worries, a part of Naruto found that she still cared enough about him to worry endearing. Please, be to B or even an A rank, I'll get it done with ease. You just worry about yourselves, not having had a single mission doesn't really look good on your record. Naruto boasts to Akami, making the girl feel bad. What could she say? He was right, but this was a C rank missions, the C standing for curse, almost something always went wrong on one, and even if they didn't, you weren't a true ninja until you complete one. It was also a well-known fact that loads of genin retire after experience what being a ninja is truly like. They may not be getting along, but she didn't want to lose her only Ani who barely had any training. Well, Hinata-hime, I'll see you when I get back, promise, and unlike some people, I always keep my word. Naruto winked at her before going off. Hinata watches with a wishful looking, wanting to go with him. But instead she was stuck on this team and would have to go weeks without her Naruto-kun by her side. Their sensei calls them over for more drills only for the twins to speak up. Sensei, I want a mission already. Menma demands, as if he was entailed to it. Atauto's right, if Ani already getting a C rank, then we should have had D ranks by now, enough with the training already. Akami states also, having had enough training, her Ani was possibly risking his life on the next mission and it wouldn't be right to stay safe doing just training. I hear what you are saying, but there are no C ranks right now. Jiraiya was, in a word, pissed Minato was holding out him and instead gave the perfect chance to get his team out the village to a lesser team. Well, there are plenty of D ranks. Hinata smiles, finding the glare Jiraiya was giving her oddly satisfying. Yeah, what Hinata-chan says, let's do some D ranks. Menma agreed with his love, giving her a dreamy look that made her shiver, and not in a good way. Jiraiya looked to the twins, they had so much potential, they shouldn't be doing the lowest of the low mission, and he was going to make sure of that. D rank are far beneath you guys, just wait, a real mission will come eventually. It was Akami that responded, though. When? Won't they just go to another team that is actually bothered to do D ranks? If waiting was all it took, we would have gotten one before Ani. I don't get you, we should be doing missions no matter how small, not sitting back doing training, which we have done before. Looking at Menma and Akami's determined eyes, Jiraiya reluctantly gave in. Hinata could only smile. They finally get a mission, and the defeated look on their sensei's face made her beloved's departure less saddening. If you didn't know better, you would think Jiraiya was the one doing the D ranks. Naruto was the last to arrive at the gates, the rest of his team and client already there, each carrying a rucksack on their backs. "You're late, brat." Tazuna shouts, Naruto not caring at all as he gave him a tut. "Naruto, where's your bag?" Kakashi asks, Tazuna wondering the same and about to throw another fit over it. "Right here." He pulls out a scroll, Kakashi nodding understanding, Sasuke having similar look. It was only Sakura and Tazuna who were confused. He asked for a bag, not a scroll. Sakura states, starting to get embarrassed by her teammates' behavior on their first real mission. Tazuna was seconds away from starting another fight when Naruto channeled chakra in the scroll, and 3 months worth of raiment popped out, silencing the old man as he removed his glasses. Sealing scroll, with a good one you can store just about anything as long as it meets the conditions, and it is as light as a feather to boot. Kakashi tells the confused man. But why raiment? Was a question he couldn't help but ask. Because it is the food of the gods. The blonde boy responded with confidence in his voice that creeped the bridge builder and his team out. As the team left, Naruto looked back at the village, soon regretting doing so after seeing his 2-cent face with the rest of the Hokage. Why couldn't they have made it the great stone faces of Hinata-chan? They would get twice as many tourists that way. He paused, thinking of a way to make that happen. With his beloved in his thoughts, Naruto left on his first C-rank mission. Nothing happened for the first few miles of the journey. It was so normal that Naruto was sure death by boredom was creeping up on him. But then at the 5 miles mark, Naruto's nose twitches. Sniff, sniff, sniffing the air a few times, he caught the odd scene of water mixed with iron. Few more sniffs later, he identified 2 very similar scents. Kakashi. "We have 2 ninjas up ahead, both around Chunin level in chakra reserves." Naruto speaks up, shocking everyone as they all. Kakashi gave him a serious look and asking him the question. "Are you sure?" When Naruto looks back, his eyes seem to be silted like an animal, but Kakashi wasn't sure if it was his eyes playing tricks on him as Naruto gave his response with assurance. "My nose doesn't lie, there are 2 ninja, and considering that they are waiting on a path this close to our village, that leaves only one option." With the confirmation, was all Kakashi need to believe him. As a ninja hound user, he was familiar with Semninkin, having the ability to be able to smell the chakra scent of the person. Yet a person doing it, he only heard rumors of that in gifted Inyazuka clan members. The fact Naruto could do the same meant his sense of smell was already greater than his own, and maybe even as strong as Pakin's. "Come on now, you can't be serious, why would ninja be after us?" Sakura states, shaking a bit and worrying a sweat. Kakashi turns to Tazuna, seeing the obvious signs of worry and panic. Naruto is probably telling the truth. "What, don't look at me, I have no reason for ninja to be after me." Sakura was the only one who even slightly believed him, but the members could easily see the difference in the bridge builder's demeanor. "So, what do we do?" Sasuke inquires, their sensei giving them an eye smile. "Why, we spring the trap, of course." Sakura had a grimace, while the 2 boys gave eerie smiles matching their senseis. Gumzu and Maizu were twin Rouge ninja from Kurigakure. They earned the moniker Demon Brothers due to their bloody fighting style and demonic-like wardrobe. The 2 were using the hiding in water technique in a puddle as they waited their prey. After leaving Kiri with their master, the 2 became mercenaries specializing in assassination, and they were darn good at it too, with a 100% rate, but did their master care about that? No. All their master cared about was that spoiled little Kekkei Genkai brat. They have been working their butts off to make war funds for him, and yet do they get even the slightest thanks? As the 2 brothers telepathically complained to each other, they saw their prey finally come into sight. The 2 caught a glimpse of the bridge builder and his escorts. The bridge builder was underestimating them a great deal if he thought a Team 3 Genin could stop them. Sure, the Jonin would be a problem, but they will just take him out first and then take their time with the rest. As the group of 4 passed the puddle they were in, the 2 Oni burst out their shuriken chain, making its way around to surprise Kakashi, and with a tug from each their arms the man was ripped to shreds. Charging at the remaining genin who were ready to fight after their sensei's death made the Oni Kimdai respect them a little, but the sheer foolishness for even attempting to fight them made both deadly ninja chuckle darkly. That was till they felt the burning sensation on both their faces as something impacted them hard. Looking, they saw the orange brat in the middle of them. The boy grabbed the chain with fire-engulfed hands and pulled, twisting his body as the 2 missing nin came towards him. "Fire Dragon's Claw." The boy shouted, kicking both ninja with fiery kicks as the 2 got sent back that both disconnected the link on their chain shuriken. Gozu looked, seeing the blonde brat smiling at him, taunting him before the two brothers could coordinate their counter. Maizu was already being attacked by the blue-shirted brat. He didn't need his brother to deal with one little brat, one swipe from his little claw here, and the boy will be dead in minutes. Sasuke, watch out, their claws got poison on them. Naruto shouts, his warning coming just in time as Sasuke flips back, kicking one of the said claws away. Enraged at their secret getting found out, Maizu charges Naruto with his claw, but the boy dodged easily and stretched out his hand, catching him by the gauntlet, and with burning fist he destroyed it. With the loss of his best weapon, Maizu only got angry, engaging into jutsu as he threw a left hook. Yet Naruto blocked it with ease using his left hand. His right burning still, Naruto stepped and struck the Oni brothers midsection. Fire Dragon's iron fist, Maizu almost losing his lunch as the attack blew him away into one of the trees. Luckily, he was wearing leather armor, otherwise he would have suffered a nasty burn on his stomach right now that would have had him out of the game. Ani-san, meanwhile, Sasuke was having a harder time handling his, as he couldn't just destroy the gauntlet like his teammate did. Pulling a kunai out, Sasuke blocked a slash from Deadly Claw. Gozu calmly pushed down with his heavier weight, the claw slowly approaching Sasuke's pretty face. Shifting his head away, Sasuke let go, ducking under the swipe and kick. It doesn't do much, and as the missing nin tried to bring his claw back around, Sasuke jumped and roundhouse kicked him to the head. Now stunned, Sasuke goes to finish it off, his kunai heading for the man's neck, but at the last second, he hesitated, his kunai changing trajectory for his upper arm instead, and the few seconds it took was all he needed. Gozu slammed into Sasuke and once more tries hitting him with his claws, this time the boy totally defenseless. Foolish, if you are not prepared to kill then you shouldn't be a ninja. He roars, his claw about to take the young genin life. Sasuke starts panicking, his eyes hurting, followed by his vision blurring for a moment. When he gets the focus back, the claw is moving slower. With a rush of adrenaline, Sasuke twists his body, kicking the claw away. Grabbing the gauntlet, Sasuke forces the older man down to the ground, locking the clawed arm between his legs. Damn it. Gozu curses, but with pure strength he manages to fling Sasuke off before he could follow, though Sasuke was in the air, his hands in the tiger sign having woven through them as he was flung back fire style, fireball jutsu. Spitting fire from his mouth, Sasuke watches as the ball of flame engulfs Gozu, sending him back into a tree with terrible burns. Shit, we underestimated them. He yelled in his head, eyes watching powerlessly as Sasuke approaches. Ani-san. Hearing his little brother in his head, Gozu looks past Sasuke, seeing him in the same position that he was in. The two share a new plan, and as one they both dash their target, the bridge builder who was hiding behind the little girl. No. Naruto and Sasuke both shout, disappearing in a shunshin, Naruto disappearing with a trail of flames left behind while Sasuke simply disappeared. The Oni brothers were readying to strike down not just the bridge builder, but also the little girl shaking in her boots right now. They may have gotten their asses handed to them, but they would get revenge before they escaped. However, their victory was short-lived as both felt a fist to the stomach with enough force to knock them out. Their last sight they saw was of the jonin they supposedly already killed. Kakashi held both by the neck, cutting both of their oxygen off just enough to prevent them from waking up. Naruto, Sasuke, good job. He was pleased to see both boys materialize in front of him seconds after he appeared. Even if he didn't interfere, the two would have still rescued their teammate in time. Turning to Tazuna, he says, I believe you have some questions to be answering. Tazuna gulps as Kakashi gave him a cold look. Unknown location in wave. A figure walked through the door and into what little and pale lighting of the place, revealing a white mask with a red wavy pattern. The mask had slits for eyes and the four wavery lines of Kiri adored its apex. The figure looked like some otherworldly ghost, its green haori with white trimmings hiding any features that would identity its gender. The figure got on one knee, bowing down as it spoke. Zabuza-sama, Gozu, and Maizu have failed. The person reported, a loud chuckle echoing throughout the room soon after. So, the demon brothers failed, did they? I told them time and time again to polish up on their individual skills and not rely on their teamwork. The man named Zabuza taunts. Though for someone to take them out together they must have some level of skill. Even if their skills apart are only low chunin, the two together are comparable with some jonin, and their assassination skills were also top-notch. Putting a hand to his bandaged chin, wondering just who Konoha could have sent for a simple bridge builder. What shall we do, Zabuza-sama? The other person asks, the white mask facing its master. Zabuza chuckled once more. Isn't it obvious, Haku? Pulling out a great broadsword that resembled a butcher's knife, pointing it to his companion. We shall go and finish the task ourselves and see whether or not the bridge builder's guards can entertain us. Haku removes the mask, revealing a feminine face with brown eyes. Of course, Zabuza-sama, I am your tool, I shall be sure to not fail you. The bandaged man nods approvingly at the words. The two leave the hideout together, their bodies fading into mist. After their encounter of the Demon Brothers, Team 7 found out about how dangerous their mission really was. Wave was currently under the tyrannical rule of shipping tycoon Gato, who used his wealth to isolate the island nation and profiting off it at the expense of its inhabitants. When they found out Team 7 did the only thing they could, they decided to continue the mission. There was no way in hell they would leave the people alone, not after finding out what was really going on. Now on their way inland to Tizuna House, the team was on high alert for another assassin which would come sooner rather. Finally, in the last stretch of the journey all was going well till Naruto's nose and ears twitch, pulling out one of his silver kunai, he throws it as a bush with wind chakra upping its speed. Surprising his team, they all ask what is wrong. When they investigate the bush, all they found was a little white rabbit. This made Sakura scold Naruto, while Sasuke tutted the lack of actions. Only 2 members of the team had a different reaction. The first was Naruto, who threw the kunai due to his nose and ears, picking up the scent and sound of a human, but that wasn't all. Those silver kunai Hinata gave him were made with chakra conducting metal. When combined with his wind chakra, the speed would have easily exceeded what a mere animal could avoid. The fact the animal was still alive meant it was put there in place of a person. Kakashi was having similar thoughts, having noticed the fur of the rabbit being white in color, which only happens in the winter, and they were in early summer. It was at this time Naruto smelled another scent, and it was horrifying. Just like the demon brothers, the scent was that of iron, but this was stronger and clearly blood. The stench so strong that it was palpable, Naruto tasting it in his mouth with every breath. This wasn't something you smelled from just one person, but something you smell from countless people, what was left of their old scents mixing and getting lost in the stench of pure blood. When Naruto turns to the source, his sensei shouts, "Get down." Naruto did just that, Sakura not far behind and Sasuke having pulled Tizuna with him. Over their heads flew a broadsword that was easily bigger than Kakashi, embedding itself in a tree. When the team look up, they see a man now on top of the just drawn sword. I see, it was no wonder the demon brothers failed if they were up against Konoha-famed Kakashi of the Sharingan. The man said, in a grueling tone as he faces Team 7 Kakashi, getting a good look at his face. "And you must be Zabuza Mamachi and Anbu, formerly of Kurigakure." Kakashi states, being a former Anbu himself, he was well aware of all the big names in the bingo book, and Zabuza was certainly one of them. "Wait, a former Kiri Anbu?" Sasuke questions, knowing that the Anbu are the elite of the elite. This guy was on a completely different level than the guys they faced before. "Ah, so you heard of me." The Rouge Kirinin says, his eyes glaring at Kakashi. From the village whose cruelty is so well known that it goes by the moniker Village of the Bloody Mist, and of one particular ninja who passed the exam there. Kakashi states, removing his headband, knowing without a doubt that this fight would be trouble. "What passed the exam? What's the big deal? We all passed the genin exam to get here, it is nothing special." Naruto states, and it was not Kakashi who answered, but the Rouge Nin they were about to face off against. "Yes, but did you tree huggers have to kill your fellow students to pass?" The genin eyes widen in surprise as Zabuza goes on. "Imagine it, people you ate together with, friends that shared your dream, their final test to prove worthy of the title ninja." His tone was sadistic, as if he enjoyed the acts he committed. The thought of killing their friends made Team 7 sick to their stomach. In order to become Ninja Kiri, graduation test was the taking of life of fellow student, but despite that you are by far the worst one to come out of that practice. Kakashi spoke with a sad look in his eyes, his genin looking in interest. 10 years ago, a boy who had yet to even become a ninja slaughtered the entire graduating class. That boy was Zabuza Mamachi and earned himself the title Demon of the Hidden Mist. Kakashi spat, anger taking over his tone. When Team 7 heard him, they all froze, having the same thought. He killed them. When Zabuza spoke up again, it freaked them out to no end. It felt so good. He declares, his eyes shining in ecstasy. After that he holds one hand up, calling out, "Ninja art." Hidden mist jutsu. A thick blanket of mist enveloped the area. With every second it got harder and harder to see, and soon Team 7 lost sight of Kakashi completely. The air was cold, biting into their skin, but that wasn't that had them all shivering. Not far from it. What had the whole team shivering was the silent killing intent seeping from the mist surrounding them from all sides as death closed in. None of the team was handling it well. Sasuke looked ready to stab himself and free himself from the torturous weight. This ended, however, when they felt a breeze of cold air hit into them. Turning to their teammate, they see Naruto, the mist getting pulled into his hands as wind revolved around them. Swinging both arms out, a mighty wind blows away the mist, the team finally being able to see in front of them the silent killer intent vanishing with the mist. As he cast his technique, though Naruto's eyes widen, his head slowly turning around. Impressive boy. Sakura and Sasuke got looks of shocks, as well as their standing right in the center of their formation was Zabuza. But not good enough. He taunted, bring his blade down upon Naruto. Naruto began challenging wind chakra to his feet. Dodging completely would be hard, but he could at least make sure he didn't die. Luckily though, that wasn't necessary as his sensei appeared right behind Zabuza. "I would appreciate it if you kept your hands off my students." He slashes Zabuza's back with a kunai, only for the man to turn into water as soon as he did. At the exact moment the clone dispelled the situation, reversed Zabuza. Now standing Kakashi, his sword bearing down for another slash. However, just like the Zabuza before, this clone turned into water as well, splashing them and surprising Zabuza. Seconds later Zabuza is kicked away from the genin and Kakashi took his place in the center of the formation with his Sharingan eye watching Zabuza movements. Really impressive, no wonder you are called Kakashi of the Sharingan, you use my villager's jutsu quite well. The former Kirin praised, Kakashi glaring at him, not getting distracted for even a millisecond. The two look at one another seeming to do nothing, but in their heads they were each going through scenario of how their battle would be played out, and unfortunately for Zabuza those seconds cost him big time. Vernier, arms, armor. Naruto calls, himself and the rest of Team 7 glowing as he did. Naruto was green, Sasuke red, Sakura pink and Kakashi glowed navy blue. Kakashi let slip the surprise he felt for just a second, and in that small frame of opportunity Zabuza charges at Sharingan Ninja. However, as soon as the Kiri Ninja moved, Kakashi planted a punch into his gut. What? Zabuza coughed out pain, lacing his weak voice. Jumping back, Zabuza swings from the right with his Kubikura. Kakashi's Sharingan eye looking at it with boredom, infuriating Zabuza. Right when the attack was going to take his head off, Kakashi raises his hand, the blade stopping the minute it contacted with the plates on his gloves. Surprised once at seeing his blade stopped with one hand, Zabuza didn't have time to react as Kakashi batted the enormous sword away, stating as he did, "You can't beat me, you never stood a chance." After he hears those words, Zabuza felt a clean impact to the right side of his head, his vision blurring as he felt it. When his vision returned to normal, he saw Kakashi with his leg extended jumping back onto a nearby lake, Zabuza making the Tora sign as he did, the water rising in several spots and taking on his shape. With 5 new clones made, they all charge for Kakashi as the original hand speed through more seals. The seals Zabuza was making reflected in the Sharingan eye as the clones charge, Kakashi vanishes and reappears behind them and continuing heading for Zabuza as the clones return to the water. Finishing the last seal, Zabuza calls. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The water behind him rose upward, its shape steadily taking on the form of the dragon as it rushes to Kakashi. Naruto twitches a bit at seeing the dragon, but had little time to think as Kakashi disappeared and the dragon headed right for them. With him and Sasuke grabbing Tazuna, Team 7 jump out the way and into the canopy of the trees up high. Looking at the trail of destruction his jutsu left with pride, Zabuza scours the battlefield for the fellow former Black Ops. "Sorry you missed." The playful voice came out, and when Zabuza turned to it, a water dragon several times bigger than one he just thrown is what met his vision. As the dragon hits the Kirin, a giant water explosion goes off, knocking Zabuza all the way past the lake and into the forest. Zabuza bandages go red as he coughed up a bit of blood, his ribs were broken, he surely had a concussion to top it off. It hurt so much that he had no idea what other injuries he had. Glaring at the man responsible, Zabuza refused to believe there was this much of a difference in their abilities. Using his blade as crutch, Zabuza stood himself up. It was a miracle he could hold on to the blade even with his bruised and battered right arm, and one worthy of respect for any swordsman. To let go of one's blade, especially one of the swords of the 7 swordsmen, and even when the force of the attack threatened to rip his arm off, Zabuza grip did not. Looking to his blade and arm, he saw the cracks appearing in the blade and the way his arm swelled up to twice its size, both having taken the brunt of the attack as he defend himself at the last second. Struggling to pull up his sword, there was no way in hell he was going to let it end here, getting so outmatched by a single opponent when they should be on the same level. Kakashi was leisurely walking over, his anger getting the best of him. Zabuza shouts out his fury as he charges for the Jonin. Kakashi. He didn't get far as his vision fades to black, his body going limp. The last sight he saw was of Kakashi walking towards him without a care in the world. Jumping between Zabuza and Kakashi was a boy wearing the mask of Akiri Anbu. "I thank you for your help, I have been tracking Zabuza for many months now." The boy states as Team 7 and Tazuna arrive looking at the down body of Zabuza. "Is it over?" Sakura asks, the Anbu responding to her. "Yes, the missing nin Zabuza is no more and has breathed his last." The Anbu says with confidence, Kakashi walking over. The Anbu shows no sign of hostility or surprise, simply letting the Jonin do what he was going to do. Everyone watches as Kakashi kneels down, placing his fingers on Zabuza's neck. Done confirming, Kakashi pulls his headband back into place over his right eye. As he gets up, the Anbu speaks up once more. "Don't worry, I will contact my village about the reward, so you will not go unrewarded for your troubles." Kakashi nods to the Anbu and Naruto starts shouting out a storm. "Hey, no fair, Sensei was the actually one who beat him, you just swooped in and stole the kill. Naruto, that's enough. He was just doing his job and taking the opportunity to kill him." Kakashi returns to his genin side. "I know that, but Zabuza was really strong and this guy just offed him like that. Naruto was frustrated having not gotten a chance to actually to fight. The fact that such a strong but messed up man was killed so easily just didn't sit well with him. I know, but in this world, there are people younger than you, but stronger than me. Kakashi ruffles the boy's hair as he says this, and the Anbu picks up Zabuza's body and sword before vanishing in mist. Team 7 plus Tazuna continue on their way, Kakashi looking wearily at the spot the Anbu and Zabuza once were. Team 7 walk through the forest after their fight with Zabuza. Despite having overcome a difficult enemy, the team was far from happy, as the way he was taken out, in the end, left a sour taste in their mouths. Tazuna was the opposite. He was now one jolly old man at the fact that not one, but three of Gato's best men were beaten. Wave's future was looking up. As Tazuna's house came into view, a woman with long blue hair and wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt came running out to meet them. "Otu-san," she shouted, hugging Tazuna as if her life depended on it. "Shush, my dear, it's alright. I brought the ninja and soon Wave will prosper again," Tazuna assured her. His daughter looked up and then turned to the ninja her Otu-san hired. "They're only children," she said with shock. Well, there was a much older man, the kids were only slightly older than her own son. "I know, I said the same thing, but these kids and their sensei have already fought off 3 of Gato's assassins," Tazuna said with pride. It was surprising how quickly his tune changed after being saved. She still had a look of doubt, but bowed to the genin. "Thank you so much for looking after my Otu-san. I am Tsunami, it's a pleasure to meet you." Blushing, Naruto was the one to answer, "You bet. The guy was rude at first, but we showed him we're more than capable to do the job." The bridge builder glared at the boy, but kept his mouth shut, knowing what was said was true. Tsunami invited them into the house. As they entered, Naruto's nose and ears started twitching. Looking into one of the rooms, Naruto saw a young boy watching them. The boy had a white hat with blue stripes across it, his brown spiky hair sticking out from underneath. His clothes were a simple yellow top with a green jumpsuit that acted as pants. The minute Naruto's blue eyes met his brown ones, the boy ran off. "Sorry about that, he's my son, Inari, he's a bit shy," Tsunami said as Naruto eyed where the boy was just standing. Sitting down in the kitchen, Tsunami spoke up. "I know this may be disrespectful, but aren't you a bit young? I mean, Gato's a tyrant, it doesn't feel right getting you involved without you guys really knowing what he is capable of." Her tone was full of worry, even if her Otu-san vouched for their skills, all she saw were children only as old as "I told you, dear, these ninjas already dealt with 3 assassins, and I am pretty sure they were the worst of what Gato could throw at us," Tazuna said. "Actually, Zabuza is most likely alive," Kakashi stated bluntly, the words filling the room with dread. Sakura was the first to ask the question on everyone's minds. "Sensei, how can that be? You checked the body yourself, he wasn't breathing. How could he have survived? It made no sense, even an Anbu took him away." "Sakura, what were the weapons used to kill him?" Sakura thought back. She didn't remember seeing a kunai, but it was definitely a throwing weapon that hit him, albeit a really small one. "Senbon, throwing needles. Correct, well these can kill if they hit a vital point, but not at the point of the neck they struck, and they were originally weapons used for medical use," their sensei said with the 3 quickly catching on. "If one is skilled enough, they could easily put someone in a near-death state that appears no different than the actual thing." Surprising all of them, Naruto was the one to speak, but then they remembered Naruto was in the medic class as well. Sasuke spoke next. "Why didn't you stop the Anbu if you knew? We could have finished him off." The Uchiha barked, not understanding why their sensei let such a powerful enemy live. Anbu usually dispose of the body on sight, even for evidence the head and sword would be enough. "The fact is it was very possible that Kiri wants Zabuza alive, and he put the act on to keep us from interfering," or Kakashi let his words hang in the air. "He was a fake and working with Zabuza. If it turned out to be the first case, then for all intended purposes, Konoha would have ended up starting a fight with Kiri, and our relationship with them isn't the best at the moment. It was too risky without proper evidence." Sasuke accepted the answer, but still did not like it. He, a member of the Uchiha clan, was made a fool of and he would not stand for it. If the boy appeared as their enemy, Sasuke will personally make sure to beat him himself. Well, it's not all bad. With Zabuza alive, it will prevent Gato from hiring someone else. Kakashi looked to the bright side, but neither Team 7 nor the family was convinced. If Zabuza failed, Gato is more likely to hire someone else to take care of the job. "You don't know the man, he would do anything to cement his control over us," Tazuna stated, clenching his hands tight, reliving unpleasant memories. "You're right, I don't know him, but I know Zabuza," and the Jonin paused, letting the tension simmer. "Well, let's just say he'll have no problem taking Gato's head even if injured, so it is actually the best case if Gato attempts to hire another person." Everyone got the meaning of those words. If Gato tried to break off with Zabuza, then he will be next on the man's hit list. Anyway, Zabuza will be recovering for at least a week, giving you time to work on the bridge and for me to give my cute little genin some more training. Kakashi returned his cute Genin's glares with a smile. Tazuna and Tsunami were smiling as well for the first time in a long while, their eyes sparkling with hope. Team 7 got into the forest to start their training. Alright, we'll start with the basics, nice and easy, Kakashi said, getting his orange little friend out. PFFT, this is easy, sensei. At least train us in something we don't already know, Naruto grumbled. His Haim taught him tree climbing and water walking long ago. The dobe is right, tree climbing is so basic even a child could do it. Like Naruto, Sasuke already knew tree climbing having learned it from his Nai-san. Sakura looked at the two boys nervously before agreeing with both of them. Yeah, Kakashi raised his eyebrow. Well, you wouldn't mind demonstrating then. Focus your chakra to your feet and use it to run up the tree. Kakashi demonstrated by walking up the nearest tree while also reading his pervy book. Both Naruto and Sasuke did the same, having no problem. Sakura watched with sweat running down her forehead. These two have already mastered it. Well, I haven't even heard of it. She was scared, that was all she could say. If she failed now it would basically be shouting out that she didn't have a place on the team. She then thought of all the training and fights Naruto and Sasuke had been in, while she mostly watched on the sidelines. Do I even have a place on the team? Even Naruto is better than me in not only fighting, but also healing. Sakura, come on already. Naruto shouted from the treetops. Sakura shook her head, getting rid of any disturbing thoughts. Right, I can do this. Clasping her hands together, Sakura focused her chakra and then ran to the tree. She climbed one step at a time with no problems and smiled. I can do this, I can be just as good as Sasuke-kun and Naruto. The second she finished that thought her feet slipped, the chakra no longer holding her to the trunk. She felt herself start to fall, completely helpless to stop herself as tears started welling. Why am I so weak? She knew that without breaking her fall she would get hurt, but she was panicking so much that she couldn't do anything but scream. Suddenly the falling feeling stopped, her body was stable and unmoving, besides the heavy breathing and racing heart caused by her scare. When she opened her tightly shut eyes to see what happened, she was in the arms of her beloved who was holding her princess style. She felt like she was ascending, having been saved by her crush of all people. Sasuke's black eyes pierced into her, making the girl shiver, and then without warning, he dropped her. Sakura landed on her butt, hurt not in body, but in mind. Sasuke-kun, see Sasuke, not everyone has been taught it, which is why we will be learning again, Kakashi teased the Uchiha. Said Uchiha just tuts. I don't see why we need to go through this again, we only have a week for preparing. There's no reason for all of us to be held back cause one of us can't do a basic exercise. Under his mask Kakashi was frowning at Sasuke's words, this was not the teamwork he wanted. Naruto was thinking along the same, except he was calling the team an ass. Kakashi really wanted them to work together, but denying training because of one will make them single out and hate said person. While Naruto did not have the personality that would hurt someone over their mistake, the same could not be said for Sasuke, and that was where the problem was. If Sasuke were to react negatively to Sakura, it would only damage the young girl's confidence and affect her training, which is a good sensei Kakashi couldn't have. Alright, I'll get you and Naruto started on some jutsu while Sakura practices the exercise. Sasuke gave an almost victory-like smile and all Kakashi could think was, laugh while you can. You'll get your training, but it will the most boring training I can think of. Actually, sensei, I like to be excused as I need to some training of my own for my personal jutsu, Naruto said, his sensei frowning at this, but was willing to let it go this once, only because he didn't want to punish him and give Naruto really boring training, along with Sasuke. Alright, considering your jutsu, what I have planned wouldn't really work anyway. Naruto smiled and hopped off to some secluded part of the forest. Kakashi turned to the only girl on the team. Sakura, don't worry, well this is called basic, it usually takes a few days to get down. I guarantee that even the almighty Uchiha over here has fallen on his butt 1,000 times when the Uchiha giving him the glare. How dare he mock the Uchiha. He only fell on his butt around half that much. And unlike him, you are naturally talented with chakra control in medical jutsu. You can do this a lot easier than the boys, you just needed someone to teach you. Sakura nodded, but his words don't seem to get through to her. Kakashi left Sakura alone to sort out her feelings. In another part of the forest, Naruto found a clearing. Sitting down in a meditation position, he closed his eyes. When next he opened them, he was standing in the sea of his mindscape, looking towards his teacher and friend. What's up, what did you need to talk about? Naruto questioned as the majestic beast flapped its wings. It has come to our attention that you need to get stronger much faster if you are planning to fight that abusive fellow again, the she-dragon stated, her voice carrying a wave of concern. Oh, come on, did you not see him getting his ass kicked by Kakashi-sensei? We saw you almost ending up sliced in two. This time Iris's voice was more masculine, signifying that Ignil's personality had taken control. That was luck. Next time I'll be ready for he was cut off by a loud roar. There is no next time, you can't rely on your sensei to save your ass all the time. Next time he'll have figured out that you were the one who boosted the scarecrow and target you first. Ignil's booming roar echoed in the empty space. While he sound enraged, the other dragon's personae were laughing, knowing full well that out of all of them, the fire dragon was the most concerned for Naruto's well-being. Naruto was frowning, not happy with the argument, but silently accepting that they were right. When Iris next spoke up, the voice switched again, this time sounding metallic. That Zabuza fellow is different from you. I've seen those kinds of humans before. They are born killers. You can't fight someone like that half-heartedly. I know that. He felt Zabuza's killer intent firsthand. He smelled the blood of countless victims from him as well. The difference between them was like night and day, the countless battles and lives the man took etched into his very being. Iris was far from relieved to hear that. It wasn't the fact that Zabuza was strong that worried them, but the fact that he was a killer, whereas Naruto had yet to take a life. When you fight someone as bloodthirsty as Zabuza, a fight to the death is the only way it would end, but they didn't know whether Naruto should go that far or not. Could their hatchling face the weight of taking another's life? The rainbow dragon was brought out of her thoughts when Naruto asked a question. So, what are we going to do to prepare, as at this point fighting Zabuza again or someone like him is bound to happen sooner or later? Her sapphire eyes gazed at the boy. If you face him again, then you are going to need to get way stronger than you are now, and the only way for that is with Dragon Force. Naruto's eyes sparkled at the technique as the dragon continued. Dragon Force is the ultimate move of the Dragon Slayers, giving them power equal to our own. So cool. How do I do it? I can't wait to be all badass and use it to beat Zabuza and that ninja that helped him. He was hyped up. He heard stories about how strong dragons were from Iris, and if they were true, learning Dragon Force would make him easily as strong if not stronger than Zabuza. The dragon was silent, lost deep in thought, and then it finally spoke, its voice shaking slightly as it did. We don't know, huh? Naruto's mouth hung open, his arms going limp as he stammered in reply. Why, you don't know? Iris looked away, embarrassment coloring her face as her hatchling looked to her with judgmental eyes. How can you not know? You said it was the ultimate move of the Dragon Slayers, and you taught them it along with dragon magic, didn't you? The Dragon Slayer couldn't understand it. The dragons were from where Dragon Slayer magic originated, the magic taught to humans based on the dragon's own powers. Yet she couldn't tell him how to do the ultimate technique that she just said he needed. Well, Dragon Force wasn't something we made. Iris explained, feeling awkward as Naruto's keen eyes looked to her to find out more. You see, Dragon Force isn't so much a technique, but a side effect of using Dragon Slayer magic. Naruto tilted his head like a puppy, not understanding what was being said as Iris explained further. You see, after we taught Dragon Slayer magic to humans, they began using it, but they couldn't match a dragon's power at first, but over time the humans started changing, becoming more like us. The slits of her eyes glow in rainbow colors at the same time Naruto's own pupils gave the Naruto's view changed. Now he was standing in a grassy field, in front of him was a human with dark skin and navy blue hair, but on his arm were what looked like black scales and blue patterns on it. The more they used dragon magic, the more they ceased to be human, thus allowing them to bypass their own limitations and truly gain the power of dragons. This side effect evolved into the technique that humans call Dragon Force. The man in the vision changed, black scales spread on both arms, blue marks appearing on his face. In this mode the human's DNA changed to that of our kind, and their power grew to match ours. However, the man's scales spread further till his whole body was covered. He started growing, his back hunching, wings spouting out blocking the sun, his face growing outward like a beak. His hands and feet morph into claws, his teeth became sharp, and his body changed to something else. Eventually the changes became permanent, spreading on their own till the humans we taught turned into the same species as us. The vision ended. Naruto's mouth gaped as he uttered two words. I'm going to turn into a dragon. Man, I can't wait. I hope look as cool as that guy did. The Dragon Slayer gushed. Iris only nodded her head, knowing the harsh truth. No, you won't. Naruto deflated at hearing this and responded with an upset why not. Humans did not want to become dragons, and for many the transformations caused them to lose their human mind or be driven insane. Some have retained their humanity during the change, but were discriminated by the very humans they fought for. To prevent this, we dragons started entering the body of those we taught, developing antibodies which prevented the change, while still granting access to our powers and Dragon Force. Well, different, I am still inside you, so your body has developed antibodies to fight the mutation. She explained. Naruto's excitement dying down as he asked the most important question. So, if I need this, then how do I do it, since you said you don't know? Naruto was getting annoyed at the idea of not getting such a cool move, nor being unable to turn into a dragon. As we said, it was a side effect to Dragon Slayer magic. So, continuing to use it and you will naturally develop the power on your own, otherwise the only other way is by eating a pure or enchanted version of your element, thus magnifying your power to forcibly awaken it. So ended her explanation, leaving Naruto with nothing but train, train and then train some more. Opening his eyes in the real world, Naruto stretched. The wind started gathering around him, growing stronger by the second. Well, if it was easy, it wouldn't be worthy to call it a power-up. With those words Naruto started practicing all that he's learned about dragon slaying magic. Kakashi handed Sasuke a leaf. I want you to use your fire chakra to burn this leaf. You're kidding, right? The Uchiha questioned the Jonin sanity. What would burning the leaf do to make him stronger? Nope, not in the least. Until you can burn the leaf completely, we won't move on to the next step, which involves us trying to awaken your Sharingan. That grabbed Sasuke's attention. Then let's do that instead. The Sharingan would be much more helpful to me than this shitty leaf. Sasuke chucked said leaf away. He was already lagging behind his Nai-san, he needed to get the Sharingan as soon as possible. Hey, that is our village's symbol you are calling shitty, and to answer your question because you already started awakening the Sharingan and there isn't much more we can do. Sasuke perked up at hearing this. You probably didn't notice, but during your fight with the demon brothers, your reactions improved drastically when you were pushed. My theory is that your Sharingan almost awakened when under pressure and you temporarily gained some of its abilities. Surprisingly Sasuke was giddy at hearing this, which was new to Kakashi as he didn't even know Uchiha could get giddy. All we can do now is raise your reactions to make it easier, but without a strong enough stimulus you're not going to get it. I doubt fighting me would make it awaken as you know I won't hurt you, nor do you have anything riding on it, so we'll instead raise your level, so you can fight higher level opponents who can give you the emotional response you need. The Sharingan user said, his one eye focused on his book. Then let's do that then. Sasuke was smiling as getting stronger and getting the Sharingan was literally one and the same at this point. We did, but you threw your training equipment away. His gaze briefly landed on the leaf. Annoyed, Sasuke started making the hand seals for fireball jutsu, but Kakashi stopped him with a hand. No jutsu, that isn't the point of the training. He waved a finger at I'm not hearing any apologies, his sensei called out Sasuke blushing as he did. Kakashi better hope he doesn't get this down quickly, otherwise he will be on the receiving end first. The forest was missing a few trees by the time Naruto was finished with his training. As Naruto started returning to the house, he went through his pouch he finds a slip of paper and summons a book opening it to a marked page and starts reading. When he got back to the area the team first arrived at, he saw Sakura running up a tree, but barely getting up 2 steps before falling back down. This confused Naruto greatly as he was well aware that Sakura's chakra control was top-notch, thanks to her medical training. Looking to his pink-haired teammate he saw her swearing, losing her temper, which wasn't much different from her usual self, her getting frustrated would only make it worse, and she should be smart enough to know that. Sakura, what's wrong, you should have no problem doing this. Naruto questioned walking into the clearing. Nothing's wrong. Sakura shouted going back to gathering her chakra, leaving an irritated Naruto. Sakura, you need to calm down. You'll never do it if you get so worked up, he advised, but all he heard was a growl from the girl. Will you shut the hell up? You're nothing but the class loser so stop acting like you're better than me. She barked, spit hitting Naruto's face, green eyes filled with rage. Naruto glared back at her with darkened blues. It took a few seconds for her to realize what she said, gasping in shock at her own words. Oh god, I am so sorry, I didn't mean to shout at you like that, she apologized, her hair getting messy as she gave a few bows. Naruto kept glaring as he said, now will you at least tell me what is bugging you? We've been in medical classes together for over 5 years, your chakra control should be easily beyond this level. He kept his tone harsh, as while he knew Sakura didn't mean her words, he was done letting people walk over him, and also the fact that she said those words meant on some level, that was how she saw Naruto. Sakura avoided eye contact. I don't think I have a place on the team, she admitted, Naruto's brow raised as she continued. You and Sasuke-kun do everything while I do nothing. Sakura, that's not true, you helped us in the bell, he was cut off as Sakura continued. But it is true. You and Sasuke can fight and you're both amazing at it, I was only able to get the bells in the test because you two did all the fighting and you gave me a boost. Looking down, she started doubting whether or not she even had the right to be a ninja. Sure, she had high grades, but that was it. She could never compete when it came to practical classes other than medical, if it wasn't for her book smarts, she would be bottom of the class for sure. Sakura, you're a medic, you're not supposed to fight. Don't you remember the 3 rules Shizune taught us? She laughed weakly at Naruto's attempt to cheer her up. Yeah, but that doesn't stop you from fighting, and unlike me, Naruto, you were top of the medical class. Looking down a sad smile graced her lips as she faced a harsh truth. I have to face it. You beat me both as a fighter and a medic. What's left for me to do? Frowning, Naruto pulls out a kunai. I'll show you. Sakura watched in horror as Naruto cut his own wrist. Baka. What are you doing? Sakura shouted, on instinct trying to grab the wrist to treat it, but before she could a green glow envelop Naruto's hand. Notice anything different? Naruto asked, his cut and glowing wrist faced towards her as he had the mystical palm active. Confused Sakura couldn't think of anything as the glow died down, to her eyes, it was a perfectly executed healing jutsu. Naruto wiped his wrist, showing Sakura the wound. I can't heal myself, Sakura. Green eyes widen in disbelief. It made no sense, the jutsu speeds up the body's natural healing process, it should work on some level, even with poor control or executed technique. But there it was, the cut while not bleeding anymore was still there, and just as big as when he first made it. My healing jutsu is magnified when I use it on others, but in exchange, my jutsu cannot heal myself. His blue eyes held a serious look, Sakura at first wanted to deny it and accuse him of making stuff up to make her feel better. She knew that was not the case though, she had learned the signs of the jutsu being done right and when it was being done wrong, Naruto's was perfect and should have healed. Now I admit I still have a higher healing factor than most people thanks to my Uzumaki side, so this cut would be gone by tomorrow, but the same is not the case for fatal wounds. Sakura, if I am injured, I can't use my chakra to accelerate the healing process meaning you will be my only hope, if you aren't on the team then I can't fight at all, and would be left to die. She looked at the wound still not believing what he was saying, slowly her hands came up glowing the same green Naruto's did. Hovering it over the wound, watching as it quickly healed shut. Seeing Sakura was still down Naruto kept talking. Look, Sakura, as you said I am a fighter, and you can be too, you just need to find your own style and figure out what you're best at. Once you do, you can find ways to help us out. You saw how we got the bells, it was only thanks to all of us working together. So, don't worry about having a role when the team is still new, cause when you do find out what you can do, we'll still be here for you to support me, and the self-proclaimed flawless Uchiha. The last bit earned her smile and Sakura joked back, but Sasuke-kun is perfect. Naruto just looks at her, before breaking into laughter, Sakura following. Yeah, a perfect team, he replied, Sakura calming down and giving Naruto a smile. Thanks, she said, turning around and focusing her chakra. Naruto watched as she ran to the tree, taking one step up and then another, followed with more, not stopping for even a moment. It didn't take her long to reach the top, stopping her run, feet still sticking to the tree. Looking over the horizon as the sun set over the trees, bathing them in orange light. She walked slowly down, Naruto smiling at her as she did. See, I knew you could do. He was cut off as the girl hugs him tightly. Thank you, she said with her head over his shoulder. Hey, come on now, I am kind of spoken for. But the girl's grip didn't lessen, instead getting tighter till Naruto turned blue, her excitement blocking out all sound including the boy's final breaths of life. From up in a nearby tree Kakashi watched the two, happy to see Naruto working for the team and helping Sakura get out of her rut. Seeing the way Naruto cared about Sakura reminded him of his own teammate that he lost. Thankfully the new Team 7 seemed to be faring better and won't end up losing its heart like his team lost to Bito. Finally releasing her death grip, Naruto gasped for air, his face slowly returned to normal. Looking down Sakura saw the book Naruto dropped. As she read the title, she was amazed. The Regeneration of the Human Nervous System by Tsunade Senju, that was the name of the book, and as she opened a page and looked through it and could tell at a glance that this was really advanced medical research far beyond anything that should be their level. Naruto, this book is of a really high level, what do you need it for? This kind of book was one you would see doctors and professional medical ninjas reading for their master's license or almost impossible operations, not something a genin would be reading. Oh, a personal project, it took a few years to build up to that level, but I am finally getting what I needed. He smiled and reached for the book. Sakura couldn't help but question who Naruto was as he took the book. His statement made it clear he was reading books at that level even during his academy days, while the rest of the class struggled with the basics. No, to be more precise, Naruto studied both the basics and even further all at the same time. Whatever personal project he was doing must be extremely difficult for him to be learning about it along with normal lessons of both ninja and medic training. Tazuna's house. Returning to the house, Team 7 was greeted with the sweet aroma of dinner. As the team was tired from all their hard work, they were all happy to see dinner already set up and on plates for each of them. Naruto sat down first, followed by the rest of the team who calmly took their seats, and with a chorus of Itadakimasu, the family and guests started to eat. So, Team E, what was your training like? Naruto asked, interested to know what Kakashi had him do, but the Uchiha stayed silent, calmly eating. Oh, he was just trying to burn leaves with just his chakra, Kakashi stated with an eye smile, emphasizing the trying part, indicating that the Uchiha prodigy wasn't getting anywhere with it. The prideful Uchiha glared at his sensei as Naruto gasped in surprise. That's blasphemy, how could he do that to the village symbol? Naruto made a big deal, waving his arms, exaggerating as he continued. You could get court-martialed for that. Sasuke glared at the blonde as his face started to turn red. Oh, don't worry, I made sure he apologized when he disrespected the Great Leaf by throwing it to the floor. Hopefully, by using it to aid in his training he will learn to respect the Great Leaf that along with the holy log is one of the symbols of our dear village. Kakashi and Naruto both silently prayed to the log after the words, earning a laugh from everyone all except Sasuke and one other. The Uchiha turned red, the contrast between him and his blue shirt only making the laughter worse. When it finally calmed down it was Sasuke's turn to wage war. So, dope, what was your training for your so-called personal jutsu, he mocked with a smirk. Naruto just smiling as he did. Oh well, mostly switching between my fire and wind mode while practicing control. I ended up burning or cutting all the leaves of a tree with just my chakra. Naruto smirked at the boy. Though unlike someone I don't need to hold the leaf, to do it can do it all from a range. Then I cut one tree up following the sacred ritual to turn said tree into several logs we may need, as well as praying to the great tree to bless them with its divine protection. After that, I planted 40 saplings according to the book of the log and then healed any other the trees that were damaged while offering a prayer of thanks to the great tree's brethren for their help. His comments only made Sasuke angrier and bring more laughter to the table. The Uchiha clan were not worshippers of the log and were at odds with the village, and because they have burned down quite a few training fields. Oh, and Sakura also got the tree climbing down, no thanks to you. I bet she'll beat you at the exercise you are doing now. Said girl looked away as Sasuke turned towards her, afraid she would see a look of contempt. Although he was glaring, the Uchiha was more worried Naruto may be right considering the number of days his own tree climbing training took. Naruto kept talking, moving from topic to topic when finally, it came. Will you shut up, we don't care about your damn leaves or training, why don't you all get lost, you can't win. Inari shouted across the table, mostly aiming his voice at Naruto. Inari. Hizuka-san warned, but the boy didn't listen. You shouldn't have brought them, they are only going to get killed as well. You shouldn't have even started building that damn bridge, Jai-san, it is only going to get you killed. The boy shouted. When would they learn they couldn't beat Gato, he'll just kill them like he did before. Inari, that bridge is our hope. Once it is finished Wave would be free from Gato, Tazuna said, the sparkle in his eyes making Inari sick to his stomach. Hope died a long time ago. There are no heroes, you're going to get yourself killed, and when it does, I'll tell you I told you. He was cut off by a loud shout. Enough. The whole table froze as the unexpected shout came from Naruto of all people. Why should I? You guys are the ones that ruined everything. Because of you, my Jai-san is going to get killed, all because you gave him hope, he shouted back, his brown eyes glaring at Naruto. We didn't give your Gramps hope, he already had that. Despite the threat to his life he still built the bridge. He is brave and a true hero who is risking everything for you. Naruto couldn't stand it. Here this kid's Gramps was risking his life to save his family and country, and the kid was hating him for it when everything Tazuna did was out of love for his precious people. I didn't ask him to, and what do I care, I never asked for a bridge, nor for my Jai-san to be killed because of it. You're nothing but a spoiled brat who knows nothing of what we've been through. You have no idea what it's like to lose your family to that damn monster. Jai-san will be killed just like I said, because he tried to be a worthless hero. Before anyone could move, Naruto vanished from his side of the table and Inari flew into the wall behind him. Ow ow, the boy started tearing up, everyone shocked to see that Naruto hit the boy and hard by the red cheek that he was now holding. Before Tsunami could react, Naruto grabbed the boy by his collar, pinning him to the wall. Do you think Tazuna is risking his life for nothing? Do you think your mother is supporting him for nothing? They aren't doing this for themselves, they couldn't care less about their lives, because what really matters to them is your future. Inari looked at Naruto with fearful eyes, the blonde boy's slitted eyes reminding him of an animal. They are fighting Gato, they are keeping hope, not for themselves, but because they love you so much. They are trying to create a future where you can smile and hope once more. His voice started straining from the constant. They are heroes, because they aren't letting themselves be pushed down, also they can protect what really matters to them, and that's you. Naruto started shaking, his bangs hiding his eyes. Yet you are spending what could be your last moments together hating them for doing everything they can when all they want is for you smile again, free from Gato. You're the only spoiled brat here. You're treating your mother and Gramps like trash and act like you don't care, but when they're gone it will be too late to regret it. With that, Naruto dropped the boy who was shaking for his life before he broke out into tears. Tsunami rushes to his side, glaring at Naruto for hitting her son, but any resort she had planned was stopped by one sentence of his. You shouldn't hate a family that loves you, cause not everyone is lucky enough to have one that actually cares for them. Tsunami hugged Inari. She knew her son went too far and that he was suffering. She wanted to yell at Naruto, though for what he did, but any words just died in her throat because all his words were true. She wasn't fighting for herself, gods no, she would gladly let Gato kill her if it meant giving Inari a happy future. She had her doubts as well, she didn't want her Otu-san to die, but when she tried to stop him, he only said one thing. I'm old and going to die soon anyway. At least when I do go, I can make sure Wave is a place where Inari can smile and hope again. And she agreed. She lived a happy life having fallen in love not just once, but twice. She got to raise a beautiful boy who was brave, strong and always smiling. But then Gato took all that away, leaving her precious on a shell of his former self. His smile gone, lost to the despair that Gato brought upon their nation. Her Otu-san was right, they were going to die one day, especially if they kept living under Gato's rule, but the least they could do was ensure that when Inari grew up, he can be happy and safe from the tyrant. Naruto was stopped by Sakura as he went to leave the house. Naruto, that was going too far, being so mean to a little kid, she shouted. Despite their earlier moment, she wasn't about to let him get away with what was clearly child abuse. When Naruto's blue eyes stared at her, she froze in place as the animalistic eyes were looking at her. The emotions in them were many, moving around like the waves in the boundless ocean, but out of all those little waves 2 of them were greater than all the others. In his ocean-like eyes, 2 tsunamis of emotions ruled the seas. There were cold anger and rage that made Sakura felt as though she was drowning just by making eye contact. The other was what looked like pity. These 2 emotions were so strong that even a civilian like Sakura could see them, and the gravity of his gaze was not something she could take lightly. Without another word from either Genin the Dragon Slayer left, the other members of Team 7 making no objections, clearly having seen through his true intentions. In the clearing, he was training it earlier, that day Naruto's fist started glowing bright red. With rampant fury, he swung at the trees. His arms a flurry of flames, all rationality gone, his strikes having one purpose, to express unrestrained rage. As the tree started giving way, tears fell from his blue eyes. With one final and mighty burning claw Naruto cleaved the tree he was hitting in 2. Both ends of them set on fire, illuminating Naruto's face, the orange light making his tears sparkle, while the shade of his hair hid his eyes. Smoke rose, blowing in the wind along with the flickering flames. Both elements seemed to almost embrace the crying boy. Clenching his fist, Naruto opened his mouth wide to express his emotions, but no, not in a shout like every other person, but a thunderous roar that shook the forest, reverberating all over the island nation, heralding of the chaos that was to come. The wind and flames came alive at his anguish, roaring themselves, as if to join the boy in his cries. As the boy roared like a beast of legend, his shadow was no longer taking the shape of a human, but of a dragon with its wings out as it roared to the heavens in defiance of its providence, declaring loudly to the world that he would not be stopped. That the dragon would soar through the heavens and earth as far as its wings could take him and beyond, that it would not give an inch and overcome any and all obstacles in its way. Back at Tezuna's house, the roaring was heard loud and clear. Inari wrapped himself up in his bed as Tezuna and his Aka-san closed every door and window in the house. The two wondered just what was making that beast. Hinata woke up and by the looks of it from a restless sleep. She had slight bags under her eyes and strands of hair stuck up thanks to bed hair. If her Otu-sama saw her now he would have fitted how unladylike she was. As she got up her thoughts was this, another day with that brat Menma. It had been 3 days since Naruto left on his mission, and during all this time Menma had been extra annoying. He seemed to take Naruto's absence as him being free to do whatever he wanted with her, and with a perverted sensei putting ideas in his head he was only getting worse by the day. Turning to a picture of her and Naruto taken secretly on one of their first dates she blew a kiss. Don't worry Naruto-kun, I'll endure it all for you. Yes, compared to the suffering her love's been through this was nothing, and since the fateful day they shared their feelings her Naruto-kun had been working hard to save her from a loveless marriage. She was determined to work just as hard to ensure they can be together without worries. Taking a slight cold shower in her private bath to wake her up, she gets dressed in her mission outfit struggling slightly to get her sarashi wrapped properly around her breasts. Once dressed Hinata leaves through the door and is soon called by a servant girl from the branch family. Hinata-sama, Hiashi-sama wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. The servant girl bowed and Hinata gave a nod of confirmation with a sad smile. With her and the girl going their separate ways, Hinata wondered what Hiashi-sama wanted, knowing that whatever it was wouldn't be good for her. It was a short walk across the compound to get to his office, the head family living quarters and the head's office being in the same building. Walking up to the door Hinata took a deep breath as she steels herself. With one hand stretched out she knocked. You wanted to see me Hiashi-sama. Seconds later his reply came with a stern tone. Come in. At the words Hinata opened the door, her pale lavenders crossing with Hiashi's more white ones. Taking place in front of his desk Hinata's face is cold, not showing an ounce of the nervousness she was feeling like a true Hyuga. Hinata, you have recently become a genin, and in both the clans and the village's eyes are now an adult. Hinata wanted so very much to roll her eyes at his words, but kept them locked with Hiyashi's own. Despite his words, Hinata knew he would never treat her like an adult. As such, we will be having an engagement party to celebrate both your and Menma's coming of age and for your future marriage in the coming years, he told her, his voice not showing a shred of sympathy for his eldest at being married off. Otu-sama, I refuse to celebrate a marriage that I don't truly want, she strongly opposed, earning the clan head's glare. Yet despite his glare, only a cold and calculating anger could be felt from him. What you want doesn't matter. You will behave in a manner befitting of a Hyuga. He raised his voice at the end, letting it carry the not so subtle tone of a threat. But I don't want to marry Menma. I don't love him. Her voice raised in outrage, yelling at the clan head. It was a sign of disrespect, yet she didn't care. He needed to listen to reason, even if he was a cold man, they were still blood. Hiyashi rose from his seat, and before Hinata could blink she felt the stinging from her cheek, surely starting to glow red after her own father struck her. You will do what you are told. You are a Hyuga, it is your duty to marry for the good of the clan. I don't care if you love him or not, you are not marrying him for yourself, but for the clan, and as my daughter I expect you to obey me, he shouted, and Hinata looked at him with cold eyes, not surprised by his reactions. The man having ceased being her Otu-sama ages ago. He was now nothing but the clan head and an enemy of hers. You will attend the ceremony in a form befitting one of your stature, and you will show both the guests and your future fiancé that you are happy with the engagement. He sent her one last look of warning before dismissing her. Hinata left the room, her eyes cold and struggling to keep unshed tears at bay. As she walked to the compound entrance, she met her Amato. Hanabi was 7, her face far too unemotional for a child her age. Hinata put on a smile greeting her beloved Amato. Morning, Hanabi-chan. Her greeting wasn't met with kindness as Hanabi's expression didn't change as she uttered words that made Hinata's stomach drop. You should be happy you're marrying the Hokage's son, who is also top of his class and clearly a genius. I don't get why you are against marrying someone who is more than qualified to. Hinata took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. Yes, Hanabi, while still her beloved Amato, wasn't the same Hanabi that she grew up with. There was a time when she would smile and live up to her name, a little firework that was always full of energy despite the dreary environment. She used to follow Hinata around begging her to play with her. She used to sneak into her room at night to sleep with her. The two were inseparable, and her Amato was an angel. But not anymore. All that changed when their Otu-sama sunk his fangs into her. Gone was the smiling face that brightened up her day and was instead replaced with the cold viscera of a true Hyuga. The second Hanabi was old enough to fight that man took her and trained her to the breaking point, breaking down her sweet little Amato until she became the perfect heiress he wanted. It didn't matter that he wiped away all traces of her personality. To him his children were just tools to be used for the sake of the clan. Now here they were, years later, and they hardly talked. Gone were the times where they truly acted like sisters should. Well, Hanabi, if you're so interested in him, be my guest and marry him in my place. She smiled, she didn't mean it, but wanted to see how her Amato would react if she was the one trying to get married off. I wish I could. Menma-sama is a great ninja and heir to one of the most powerful clans, as well as most likely to one day succeed his father. She waved her short hair, looking at Hinata with an arrogant smirk. But someone has to lead the clan since the firstborn was such a failure and wasn't fit for the job. Hinata frowned at her response. Clearly the old Hanabi was gone. She used to respect and dream of being like her once, and now she was nothing but another mouthpiece for Hiyashi's words. Closing her eyes, Hinata walked past Hanabi, ignoring her as best she could, her irritation there for all to see. However, it was not aimed at Hanabi, but at the monster who turned her sweet angel into a devil. Hanabi scowled. The nerve of the failure to ignore her, a genius and next head of the clan. She gave a vicious smirk, putting a hand on her mouth as she said words that she knew would push her dear One-sen's buttons. Oh, that's right. It's only fitting for a failure to be with another failure. Hinata stopped dead in her tracks. Hanabi's pale silver eyes sparkled in victory. After all, only a loser like Naruto would willingly take someone like you. He is the embarrassment to the Hokage family and would have been better off not being born. She gave a haughty laugh before it was replaced with a gasp as faster than Hanabi could see or react Hinata jabbed her in the throat. Pupilless silver eyes crossed pupilless lavender ones and Hanabi's body involuntarily shivered. Gone was the warm and always welcoming light of her One-sen's eyes, instead an icy glare she had never seen before on Hinata was inducing a fear akin to her Otu-sama's one. You never ever insult my Naruto-kun again. Hinata's voice rang out with a cold tone of authority and anger. Hanabi gave the Hyuga before her a nod and Hinata left, her Amato glaring at her as she did. Hanabi couldn't understand why her One liked that damn loser, especially when she was clearly being pulled down by him. Worse than that, she actually felt scared of the failure who was cast aside by their Otu-sama. Hinata was weak, and Naruto was the one to cause it, and Hanabi was determined to make her regret her decision in choosing Naruto, not only over Menma, but also her own clan. Arriving at the training field, Hinata spotted Jiraiya speaking to Menma, no doubt giving him some dubious advice. Okami was standing a little away, stretching. Seeing the Hyuga, Jiraiya declared, "Alright, now that we are all here, we'll start with a spar between Menma and Hinata." This caused said teens a shock as they have yet to fight each other. Menma turned to Jiraiya with doubt in his eyes, but the man only gave the boy a huge smile. "Alright, Menma, this is your chance. Girls love having a big strong man to protect them. So, go out there and show Hinata you are the alpha male, and make her yours. Maybe even try to get a little grab in, hee hee." He gave a wink and a perverted laugh at the end, watching as the boy went red. "I couldn't possibly do that," the Kyuubi Jinchuriki screamed in his head, his old shyness coming back at the thought of groping Hinata. However, his eyes lingered on Hinata's chest, or at least what little he could see wrapped in their bandages. Jiraiya slapped him on the back with some words of encouragement. "Go and get them, tiger." The boy gulped as he came face to face with his fiancée, his cheeks "Alright, remember to show her how strong I am, make her submit to me as her fiancée." As an alpha male, he thought with resolve, thinking Hinata was his and his alone. In his mind, she should be all over him and treating him like he deserved to be, not messing about with other boys. Menma was going to show her here and now why he was the only choice for her. At their sensei's signal, Menma leapt off, charging straight for his beloved. "Make her yours." Jiraiya's words echoed, and an image of Hinata under him, red-faced and her kimono slightly open as she whispered softly, "Menma-kun." His blush returned with force as his let his right fist go, Hinata easily parrying the attack. Menma tried to recover with a left roundhouse kick, but Hinata easily saw the telegraphic attack. Menma panicked and tried a series of kicks, but not a single one hit. Getting angry as she deflected another blow, Hinata thought Menma was holding back on her, having seen him fighting Akami before. Sure, the boy was nowhere near as fast as his One-Isan or Ani, but his fighting skills were still on par with Sasuke. That wasn't the case, however, as Menma was just distracted by Jiraiya's earlier words, filling his head with images. Unfortunately for Menma, having a super pervert as a sensei was backfiring on him majorly. The red-headed boy finally landed a decent hit, yet his good fortune was short-lived as his hormones took the chance to attack. The Hinata he sent back changed slightly in his eyes. To him it was as if she was moaning out as she repeated one of the many lines in Jiraiya perverted books, "Oh, you know I like it rough." This distraction prevented him from following up. Hinata had blocked his last strike, but couldn't stop the force from rocking through her body and sending her back a few steps. She panicked, yet was glad that he was finally taking her seriously. At least she thought so as she got ready, expecting him to follow through with another attack and press his advantage, yet when she looked up, she saw Menma just standing there doing nothing. She felt crossed at him, sure he was an ass, but she got treated as a so-called failure by everyone but her sweet Naruto-kun, and she hated it. She worked hard and improved, yet none of the people that should treat her with respect did so. Byakugan active, Hinata focused chakra to the bottom of her feet, vanishing from where she stood and appearing right in front of Menma. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was blushing at the sudden appearance of his love right in front of him, even if she was pissed it only made her look so goddamn hot. His admiration of Hinata's face was short-lived as she powered a palm strike right into his chest, chakra blasting through it and a whisper of blue coming out the other side. Now, as much as Hinata wanted to, she couldn't just off him with her family's gentle fist, but that didn't mean she couldn't hurt him. She sent a large amount of chakra that passed through him without doing too much damage, but still hurt him a great deal. Plus, knowing the resilience of an Uzumaki, Hinata put in a bit extra, knowing she could get away with it. Giving the Uzumaki heir a look of disgust as he gasped in pain, unlike his Ani-san, Menma was spoiled and wasn't used to getting hurt even in sparring. She turned going to leave, knowing by his troubled breathing that the match wouldn't continue. As Hinata left, Menma looked up, seeing the girl of his dream walk away, once again denying his right to her. His face twisting in anger, he was her fiancé, and she was going to treat him as such, even if he had to force her to. With a slither of Kyuubi chakra brought out by his rage pumping through his system, the pain quickly vanished, his violet eyes slitted, and with a burst of speed he disappeared. Hinata ducked barely in time to avoid a kick right where her head used to be. The force of the kick was enough to mess up her hair even with a clean dodge. Seeing he still wanted to fight, Hinata was happy to oblige, sending out another palm strike while his body was still in the air. Menma twisted his body, throwing a punch at the same time she sent her palm strike. The boy's slightly longer arms combined with the momentum he generated while twisting to ensure his fist hit first, landing right in Hinata's face. Hinata flew back several feet before she finally righted herself up. Glaring at Menma once more with the Byakugan active, she had a bloody nose to show for her bout of overconfidence. Yet what mattered to Jutsu was not the love-struck boy, no, the preteen before her was giving an intensity she only saw in her boyfriend. Only unlike Naruto-kun's, this was dark, almost sinister, that it made her stomach churn. Her Byakugan stared into his violet slits that expressed a dark. Menma vanished again, or at least to the untrained eye, and Hinata's Byakugan was far from untrained. She saw every movement from when he channeled chakra to his feet, from when he pushed off the ground. His charge and punch were easy to make out and parry for Hinata, as in terms of speed, Menma was nowhere near Kami's level, and she could easily deal with such straightforward attacks. Her left palm landed on his right wrist, and she tried pushing it away, and at first it seemed to work, but Menma's arm pushed back, overpowering Hinata. He twisted his fist to the side so that the palm-facing side would be pointing at her, and with a swing of his arm from his biceps to his shoulder, he pushed Hinata's parry, nailing her right in the face. Shit. Hinata cursed due to the pain and being overpowered. Unlike a regular person though, her Byakugan kept her side on the enemy, even though one eye was closed and the other not even facing him. From her black and white vision, she could see the fist she just took open, watching, unable to do anything as said hand grabbed her hair, yanking her up. Menma threw another punch with his left hand dead center in the face, followed by one in the stomach. After that Menma dropped her and as she fell. He kicked her in her left ribs, bruising them, but not enough to keep her down. Akami watched with slight worry at how harsh her Itato seemed to be and was about to interfere when Hinata pushed to the ground, throwing out several attacks. The girl was a bit blooded, but more or less alright by how fierce her attacks were. But that mattered little to Menma. He dodged most of them or countered, forcing Hinata's attack to miss or withdraw. Finally, Menma grabbed one of Palm's strikes, stepping in and pulling the arm behind her back while twisting her away from Jiraiya and his One-Sen's eyes. His other arm came up across her chest, his hand unknowingly brushing against her breast, his face was close to hers, his slightly taller height showing along with the difference between his bulkier and her petite frame. He brought his mouth to her ear, making her shiver in disgust as he whispered, "You are mine." At this point the hand that brushed against her clamped down painfully on her breast, hurting her, Menma seemingly having very little idea he was gripping such a tender area. Teary-eyed Hinata wasn't going to stand for this. Only one person could touch her there and no one else. Byakugan blazing, she channeled chakra through her arm, elbowing the pervert in the ribs with an improvised gentle fist, and unlike before she wasn't holding back. He groaned in pain, his grip loosening. Hinata's Byakugan told her that she broke some ribs, and she was quite pleased with the fact. Rearing her head forward, she slammed it into him, giving him a bloody nose and forcing him to finally release her. She was far from done, however, bringing both hands to her sides, palms open and humming with chakra. She pivoted on her feet, turning to slam them both into him with a single thought. Only Naruto-kun can touch me there. Her gentle step twin palm struck, breaking his ribs even more and launching him back with a pulse of chakra. Unfortunately, a light snap reached her ears, and moments after she felt a heavy weight from her chest. She didn't even need to look down the Byakugan, allowing her to examine herself, seeing that her sarashi came loose, her breast bouncing quite a bit, making her kimono show off her impressive cleavage. When Menma managed to stop himself from skidding back, his violet eyes held anger, but that all disappeared the minute he saw Hinata's state. His eyes took on a vague look as they zoned in on her well-endowed jiggling chest as blood started pouring from his nose. Jiraiya's keen eyes also spotted said jiggling orbs, and he pulled out his notebook out to write down every detail he could for his next book. "Oh, Kami, Menma, you sure hooked a good one. The girl's got boobs almost Tsunadeheim level already." He gave a perverse laugh, his black eyes locking on the girl's chest. Menma couldn't take it and became a teenage boy with hormones running wild from such a sight and rushing Hinata like a horny dog. Hinata didn't fail to spot him or his perverted look, and it pissed her off. A reverberating aura of chakra formed around her. "Only Naruto-kun can look or touch me like that, no one else, and especially not you." Water formed around her right foot, seeming to flow with a powerful current as it enclosed itself around it. Sliding said foot to the side, pivoting on the other with a slight twist in her hips. When the horny dog was a meter away, she brought the leg up, slicing through him, and the air was a radiant blade of water, forming as she did that, teared both through him and the ground as it pushed him away. Claws of Jiraiya and Akami were surprised by the sudden reveal of an elemental jutsu from a Hyuga of all things. Both looked on as the attack left a gash in the ground as it pushed Menma along before finally dissipating. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was soaked, his clothes torn from the top of his pelvis and straight up his chest, blood oozing out, showing that he got quite a deep cut, but nothing his healing factor couldn't deal with. Akami worried for her Itato, even though he went overboard during the fight. It was the first time she saw her Itato covered in blood, and to be honest, it scared her. Hinata saw Menma and lamented the fact that her attack just missed neutering the horny boy. She walked off to where her bag is to replace her sarashi, passing Akami on the way, who was about to open her mouth to make her at least say sorry for making Menma bleed. Yet as soon as she was about to say the words her eyes went wide as she looks at Hinata's chest, and even as a girl she thought them impressive. When the hell did Hinata get so big? She put her hands to her breasts feeling them up a bit and letting them jiggle about a bit comparing them to Hinata's which she couldn't believe were genuine considering her age. Spotting Hinata getting some bandages out of her bag she watched her walk over into the forest and realization hit her. Turning to see not one, but two perverts ogling her teammate Akami's hair stood on its end as a fiery like aura enveloped her. You goddamn perverts. Both the old and young pervert shivered as the second red-hot habanero marched over to them just as fearsome as her Kachan was. Miles into the forest Hinata stopped, activating her Byakugan not taking any chances with the village's two biggest perverts. Seeing no one around she started untying her kimono keeping her all-seeing eyes on the surroundings. When she pulled to tighten them however, she noticed a tight feeling. Oh, come on, don't tell me they grew yet again. Taking a deep breath, she finished tying them. If this keeps up, I won't be able to bind them anymore. It's not like she didn't like big breasts as matter of fact her Naruto-kun seemed to really like them and used to get so flustered when they first started growing, but really, they were high maintenance. Well at least Naruto-kun likes them. She thought to herself with a smile, wondering what he was up to now. The thought of her beloved also made her remember the last moment during the spar with Menma and started belittling herself for using her Dragon Slayer jutsu. This is bad. If they investigate and find out it came from Naruto-kun they could find a weakness and put him at a disadvantage. Her technique was just a knockoff of Naruto's, but it was still quite powerful. The free use of an element is very rare even among shinobi and usually seen only in Kekkei Genkai. Naruto's Dragon Slayer magic as Iris called it was basically a unique bloodline, not just anyone can learn it. However, after years of training with both Naruto and Iris she was able to use her extraordinary chakra control courtesy of the Hyuga clan and their bloodline to develop her own version of Dragon Slayer magic one that used the gentle fist as medium for her own elemental affinity which was water. Yet despite having made her own original style she kept it a secret. Even her Aka-san didn't know, because if word got out everyone would question her on it and if Menma found out and had time to form a proper strategy her Naruto-kun would be at a disadvantage during their fight. They were ninja, deception was their ally and weapon, one that Naruto had been using for years to make his siblings underestimate him. Her Naruto-kun was going to win and the two of them would live happily ever after or at least she hoped that would be the case. Finished changing she turned back hoping Jiraiya and the others won't ask her questions about her jutsu. Back with the rest of Team 6 Menma and Jiraiya were nursing bumps courtesy of Kushina's daughter. Said daughter turned to her Itato who had tears in her eyes and gave him a look of disappointment. Menma, you went too far during that fight. I mean really pulling her hair and hitting her in the face enough to draw blood is not how you treat a lady. She told him off, yes he was losing, but that side of him was one she never saw before. It was like he was a different person, going that far against his own fiancé. Menma didn't face her, though more or less ignoring his one-san. Menma. She warned and the boy looked to her reverting to the shy child he once was that used to look up to both his one-e and Ani-san. I just wanted to show her how strong I was and impress her, he said, his voice slightly upset and his eyes It's been a long time since she saw this part of him, the part of him that was still a child and was weaker than he let on. Her Itato who always seemed so vulnerable and needed his one-e. I get that you wanted to impress her, but you went too far you're going to make her hate you like that. The boy had the decency to look down at least, but if only Akami knew that Hinata already hated Menma's guts. With his eyes covered though his violet eyes showed rage remembering how Hinata just dismissed him, walking away from him of all people. You don't understand I couldn't concentrate at first and then she beat me up, I had to show her I was worthy of her. He shouted, hands gripping his pants as he did. Akami gave him a slightly sad look before she put a hand on his shoulder. I get that you just wanted to show off, but hurting her to do it is the wrong way to go. Akami may be a girl, but even she knew how notoriously awkward boys were when it came to girls and romance. Menma gave his one-e a slight smile, glad to know he could count on her. At least it was until he felt pain in his shoulder, as if she was trying to rip part of it off. But just cause she is your fiancé does not mean you can ogle her like you did. The boy started sweating as the pain in his shoulder increased and she gave him a scary smile. Sadly, for Menma, well his one-e-san was understanding for a lot of things, anything perverted was on her shit list and she was going to make sure to beat out any of Jiraiya's less decent teachings. While Akami rehabilitated Menma, their sensei was in his own thoughts. That jutsu she used was water style and quite powerful if incomplete. Menma could have been seriously hurt if it wasn't, but Hyuga never used anything other than their clan style he thought, it didn't match up for her to know an element wasn't that strange, but having combined with her clan style would make her stronger, then she let on. Not only that, but Jiraiya had his information network and was 100% sure no other Hyuga combined elemental chakra with a gentle fist. This meant that unless Hinata was a genius comparable with Minato or a Sannin, she had help from someone outside the clan. Now normally he wouldn't care much, but having an unknown player on the board was never good. The biggest problem was that his student was close to one troublesome piece, and if she learned her techniques from an outside source, what was there to stop Naruto from doing the same? Menma is the child of prophecy, he would never lose to Naruto, but we can't risk letting an unknown variable causing Menma to lose Hinata-chan his light. As the Hyuga girl returned, Jiraiya eyed her up and not in perverted way. He was going to find out just where Hinata's style came from and make sure there was nothing that would get in the way of his student. 2 days later, Hinata was in her room. 3 branch girls were fussing over her as they fitted her into a yellow kimono with red flames on the elbows as well as the knees. They also lined the bottom of the kimono. The obi was a nice navy blue, almost the same shade as her hair. As for her hair, the bangs on the right were held back by a pink hair clip while the left side was left as they were. Hinata looked herself in the mirror, and she had to admit it did look pretty good on her. She especially liked that it was yellow as it reminded her of Naruto-kun. Oh, how she wished he was here instead, and better yet as her betrothed, but her family had other plans in store for her. The servants backed off as her Aka-san came into the room with Natsu pulling her wheelchair. She politely asked them to leave. "Leave us, please." She gave a soft smile. The branch house members returned it with a bow before leaving the room. With the 2 left alone, Hinata rushed into her Aka-san arms shedding tears. "Aka-san, I don't want to do this, I don't love him." Hitomi stroked her daughter's hair. "I know, sweetheart. I want you to be happy with the man you chose. I don't need the Byakugan to tell me you to love each other with all your heart." Her voice was gentle, soothing Hinata, who raised her head to look her Aka-san in the eyes. As she looked back, she could see a fire in her daughter's lavender eyes. "It won't work out like Otu-sama plans." Hitomi wondered where her confidence was coming, and her daughter elaborated further. "Naruto-kun has a bet for the title of heir to the Uzumaki clan, as well as my hand in marriage. During the upcoming Chunin exams, if Naruto-kun beats Menma, he'll retake his place as heir and by the contract be my betrothed. In the event they don't fight at all, then whoever gets further is the winner." Hinata smiled. She knew her beloved would win. She saw him train day in and out, putting his heart and soul to get stronger for Hitomi. It made sense. The exams were proxy for war, and it wouldn't be the first time they had an effect on a clan's political structure. "I wish you luck. You and Naruto-kun deserve each other." Hinata stood up, smiling at her Aka-san with confidence. "He will win. Naruto-kun will never lose to Menma, I promise on our Nindo." Her Aka-san was curious to where her confidence was coming from, having trained with both Naruto and Hinata since they were young, and she knew they were hiding something from her. She thought back to the day when the two began training on their own, the changes they went through, and how hard Hinata tried to keep it a secret even from her. She was sure whatever surprise they had in store, the Namikaze family wasn't going to like it and was in for a big eye-opener. With one last hug, the two left to face the unwanted party and the guest that would be waiting for them. As they left the room, Natsu was there with one other that neither expected to see. As they entered the hallway, the two saw Natsu, and next to her was Hinata's cousin, Niji Hyuga, said to be the greatest genius ever born within the clan. However, despite his overwhelming talents, he was born in the wrong house of the family as the son of Hisashi Hyuga, the twin brother of her own father, who was born seconds after him. Niji was a member of the branch family that served the main household, Hinata's household. Bound to them, Niji told them why he was here. "Hinata-sama, I am here to escort you to the party." Both mother and daughter knew what he meant. Hisashi Hinata's father ordered him to make sure she went. Hitomi sent her child a worried look as Natsu came round to take her chair and left the two cousins alone. Both Hyuga looked one another in the eyes, silence filling the air until finally Niji broke it. "Hinata-sama, I advise against trying to escape tonight. Hisashi-sama has ordered me to make sure you attended the party until its conclusion." His face was blank, giving no sign of any emotion, Hinata matching it perfectly, and it was clear to see that these two were related. Taking a deep breath, Hinata went to speak, but was cut off as soon as she got his name out. "Niji Nai-san, Hinata-sama, you should not refer to me so highly. You are of the main household and should not treat someone like me from an inferior branch as a brother." Hinata glared at him slightly. She hated being treated as if she was a superior being when she wasn't one. This was especially so when coming from Niji, who when it came to the Hyuga secret arts was well above her in terms of talent and ability. "That doesn't matter to me, you will always be my Nai-san. What branch you belong to doesn't matter." She smiled, seeing a light tug on Niji's lips, showing he wanted to do the same before it was replaced by a blank face as he forced his feelings down. Looking his lady in the eyes, Niji gave a slight bow before voicing his own opinion. "I am afraid I have to disagree with you. It is my fate to serve the main house and protect both you and Hanabi-sama. There is no need for you to refer to me differently than any other servant." Hinata's smile vanished as she gave him a cute glare and pout. She didn't need protecting, she was more than capable of doing that herself, plus it slightly peeved her off how he only acts protective when it didn't involve anything that goes against her Otu-sama's wishes. You and I both know that is bullshit. Hinata-sama. Niji reprimanded her. Such unrefined behavior is far beneath you. Hinata didn't back down, instead she got more vocal, expressing herself and the injustices her clan had caused to their own blood. No, you and I know that the clan laws are trash that shouldn't be upheld. If fate really had a hand in it, then you more than anyone deserve to be in the main branch. You're a genius that has surpassed every past Hyuga genius. She saw the signs of a blush develop. Niji had gotten plenty of praise before, but most of it were from fellow Hyuga and family, who, let's be honest, weren't the kind to really show their emotions. The only others were his teachers and his fangirls. Yes, even Niji was cursed by fangirls like the Uchiha. Most Hyuga males were made to suffer because of their handsome looks. Niji turned back to his lady and master, giving her a slight nod. Be that as may, we do not choose who we are born, as he didn't get to finish as his usually shy cousin cut him off. No, but we can choose who we become. Fate is only set in stone if you let it be, it is up to us to change it. Both her and her beloved learned that the hard way. Sometimes fate needs to be changed by your own. Niji gave a sad smile at Izumoto, so kind in ways unbefitting of a Hyuga and so unlucky to have been fated to be one. While admirable, fate is not easily changed, and besides, I am quite content to risk my life for you, Hinata-sama, as I believe that the reason fate dealt me this hand is because it is the duty of the strong to protect the weak. As you said, I am a genius, but while you and Hanabi-sama are quite strong, it is better for the strongest amongst us to be the protector, rather than one of you to take my place. Hinata hated it when he pulled this card, he was so caring that it made it hard, since while most of his actions are forced upon by the clan's law, Niji himself was quite a kind and honest person. Some things simply can't be changed. Your marriage to Menma-sama is one of them, along with my own station in life. Niji bowed, leaving an arm out, telling Hinata it is time to go. She walked past with all the dignity one would expect of a Hyuga. You are wrong. One's path is made by oneself. I won't marry Menma, and one day you shall be free of the burden you carry. Her eyes shined with determination. She would not let fate, as her Nai-san called it, beat her. No, she and Naruto-kun have been fighting against fate for a long time, and in the end, they will be the ones to be victories and maybe, just maybe, show Niji Nai-san that it can be changed. From his bowed state, Niji gave a small smile as he watched his lady leave. If only that were true, if only, he whispered before following 10 steps behind. Entering the room, all eyes were on Hinata, many of the guests calling her beautiful, others stating they were jealous of her, while some wished they were in Menma's place. Hinata's lavender eyes gazed across the room as she listed several familiar faces. The daimyo and some of his relatives were here, lords and nobles of various other lands, the clan heads of all the major clans, and a few of the lesser ones, a couple of merchants she recognized, and others she didn't. Finally, person she came across who she believed to be the new village head of Takigakure, appearing to be hiding away from the rest of the guests. Hiashi stood up, clearing his throat, his spotless white and grey kimono extra fancy with embroidery flames stitched on it and made of some of the best material money could buy. I would like to thank you all for coming to celebrate my daughter's and her betrothed Menma Namikaze's engagement. It is with great pleasure that I introduce you to my eldest daughter, Hinata. Claps echoed all over the room. Hinata rolled her eyes. Of course Hiashi-sama only referred to her as his daughter when he wanted to use her. Hinata walked towards the party, smiling and greeting the guests that she passed. While she did this, Hiashi was giving a speech which she happily tuned out. After all, it was a fact that it wasn't going to be about anything warranting her concern. Finally getting some space from the guest, Hinata was already bored out of her mind. Very few people at these events were tolerable, most being like Hiashi and the others being people she could not be herself with, otherwise it could cause political backlash and the clan head would punish her for anything that puts the clan in a bad light. Glancing around, she wondered if she could make an escape. Sure, Niji was watching her every move like a hawk from a vantage point, but if she timed it right, she might be able to get away before he could chase her down. Formulating an escape plan, her plot was ended before it even began as she felt someone tackle her into a hug from behind. Oh, Hinata found you. Oh, you are probably so happy to be with Menma. The voice was one she easily recognized as Ino Yamanaka, the gossip queen of the village. Hinata suppressed a shiver at her friend's words. Not in a million years would she ever be happy being with that person. As Ino climbed off Hinata, when she turned to face her former classmate, she spotted both her cousin's teammate Tenten as well as the kunoichi of teammate, Yakumo Kurama. All three were in formal kimono dress, though much more casual than Hinata's, and Tenten was in a Cheongsam Chinese dress. Hinata smiled and greeted them, though it quickly became a forced smile as they congratulated her on her engagement. Hinata, congratulations. He is at least somewhat half decent, Tenten said. If only she saw the real Menma, she would take those words back quicker than you could throw a kunai, and Tenten was yeah, Hinata, you're so lucky to have the Hokage's son as your fiancé, Yakumo stated with stars in her eyes as she gazed at Menma from across the room. She was infatuated with Menma, something to do with the yondaime having helped her clan years prior with a seal or something. Since then the young Kurama heir was struck with hero worship syndrome, admiring both Menma and his father as well as having a little crush on the boy her age. Well, not like she cared, if Yakumo wanted Menma, she could have him, well, cruel, better someone that wants to be with him rather than her. Please be free to take him off my hands, she mumbled, though none of girls could hear the already naturally quiet girl's voice. Well, it is hard to believe Hinata is the first one to get a guy, but can't be helped, I mean he was the hero who saved you, you guys were destined to be together, Ino said, giving a wishful look as she imagined her own Prince Charming. Hinata head tilted in confusion. Since when did Menma of all people save her? Looking at the girl she spoke up, knocking Ino out of her daydreaming state. Ino, what do you mean Menma was my hero? She resisted to not spit the word hero, he was anything but that to her, he was more a villain and her tormentor. The only hero she ever had was the lone boy who always protected her and did what was right, even though it hurt him in the end. Ino giggled, waving her hand at Hinata as she responded, giving some news that would shock Hinata. You know how Menma saved you from Kumo kidnapping as kids? She almost squealed. It was so romantic, the boy saving his childhood sweetheart from the bad guys, and now they were a couple destined to get married and live happily ever after. A true storybook romance that wasn't supposed to happen in real life. Hinata's lavender eyes widened in surprise, her mouth opening slightly in disbelief. They thought Menma of all people was the one who saved her when her beloved Naruto-kun went through so much to save her that day. Yeah, I admit, a good catch, not every day that you get saved by your future husband. I wish I could neuter all those Kumo bastards for what they were going to do with you, Tenten spoke up, her hand feeling a sleeve, most likely hiding a weapon that no one could figure out how she snuck in. Oh yeah, I bet Menma was like a dashing knight coming to save his princess, a true hero. Yakumo sent another loving gaze to her idol. The Byakugan princess was getting mad at her friend's words. Sure, they didn't know, but Naruto was hurt so much and she couldn't finish the thought. Instead she gave them a semi-glare, speaking up with a tone that left little argument. For your information, Menma had nothing to do with that, it was Naruto-kun who saved me that night. Her anger leaked in, her friend surprised by her reaction and the anger coming off the usual quiet wallflower. Ha ha ha. Ino laughed, not believing it, surely Hinata was joking and was angry because they kept complimenting her boyfriend. Come on, Hinata, we all know Naruto couldn't do that. Tenten and Yakumo nodded in agreement, the tension between them breaking thanks to Ino, and the two also started to laugh. She's right, Hinata, Naruto isn't anything special and could never fight off a Kumo ninja as a 3-year-old. Technically number 3-year-old could, but it was no secret that Menma held the Kyuubi and was a genius himself compared to everyone else. Pointing across the room, their eyes landed on none other than Menma. Come on, Hinata, everyone knows Menma was the one who saved you. She smiled, still thinking it was a joke. That smile quickly vanished as Hinata showed them why she is the Byakugan princess with a glare that sent a shiver up the girls' spines. The anger and coldness behind her eyes were real without a doubt, and it frightened them. Hinata began to march off, the girls breathing a sigh of relief as they watched her, especially Ino, her gossip queen senses tingling. Something big was going to happen, and she would be the first to get the scoop. As Hinata walked past the guests, she heard many talking about that fateful day, and they all had one thing in common. Menma was always the hero in the story, while the true hero was left unsung. As she got close, she saw the boy talking to some guest, and the words that made her ears shocked and infuriated her even more. So, you saved the Hyuga heiress from a Kumo Jonin, that's so brave and heroic, a random girl said to Menma, most likely a noble girl by her attire with another girl next to her. Well yeah, I just couldn't let my Hinata be taken from me, could I? Menma winked, giving them a confident smile as he played the role of a fake hero, taking all the credit that rightfully belonged to his own. What are you doing? Hinata just barely kept herself from growling. Oh, look, it's Hyuga's princess, we'll just leave you two lovebirds alone, the girl said, winking at Hinata before they left. Menma gave them a smile and wave as they went back to giggling among themselves. Jiraiya made sure Menma knew his version of how to treat a woman. When he turned back to his fiancée, he couldn't help but admire her yellow kimono, it truly made his Haim look like a princess. If it wasn't for the Byakugan glare she was giving, he would happily admire her all night long. I asked what you are doing, she said again, her voice calmer than the first time, but still holding her outrage in its undertone. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki smiled, full of himself. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, I was just entertaining the guests, no need to be jealous. He moved closer to the girl, his face leaning in, as if he was going to kiss her, and Hinata broke out into a cold sweat. I only have eyes for you. As he started to lean in more, he was met by Hinata's palm as she shoved him away. By taking credit for Naruto-kun saving my life. You did no such thing, why are you acting as if you were the one who saved me, when you weren't even there, she told him, her face making her outrage clear despite her voice being quiet enough to keep the discussion for their ears only. Menma waved her off, which only added to her growing irritation. Not like it would change much. Naruto is a loser who can't do anything. No one would believe the story, that he was the one who did it. How do you think it spread around? I did nothing, everyone just assumed I was the one who rescued my girl, because I actually have the talent to do, so he didn't get to say any more as he felt a painful stinging sensation on his cheek along with an audible slap which pulled the eyes of several others. One of the many pairs of eyes were pupilless white that were keenly watching the event taking place. Menma was frozen by her actions. Hinata had enough of playing nice and was going to tell the bastard just what she thought. Naruto-kun almost died saving me that night, I won't let you insult him nor take the credit that is rightfully his. She was shaking. He was crossing the line, and it's about time she made it clear he was nothing compared to her real hero and savior. You only ever get given what was taken from others, never working for anything, always being spoiled because you can't do anything yourself. Her voice was raised and fierce as she put the last nail that did the brat in. My Naruto-kun is twice the man you are, and one you could never hope to compare to. No sooner did she finish, strong hands gripped both her wrists. Lavender eyes crossed with Menma's violet ones. That was only a moment, however, as Menma growled at her, his purple eyes going crimson, his whisker marks that she loved on Naruto became more pronounced. He looked no different from a wild animal, and it scared her. She winced in pain as his grip grew stronger. I wish Naruto had died, then there would be nobody in the way of making you mine, he stated, pulling Hinata close while leaning fully intending to steal a kiss from his Hinata. The Hyuga princess futilely struggled, his grip too strong and growing even stronger by the second as she felt the blood circulation in her wrist cease. Hinata began focusing chakra to her feet, getting ready to use a dragon slayer technique on Menma, but luckily or unluckily Menma was spared as Ino and Tenten came to the rescue. The girls put a hand each on Hinata's shoulders, pulling her away. Now, you two keep it clean, some of us are sadly still single. Ino smiled at Menma, who grunted as he reluctantly let go and left. The mind and weapon mistresses both went to say something to Hinata, but she shrugged them off, leaving herself. Tenten turned to Ino, her brown eyes crossing with Ino's sign once. I think Hinata was telling the truth. She said slightly guiltily for making fun of Naruto before. Ino rolled her eyes. You think we might not have been able to hear them, but unless I'm going blind. Hinata just slapped Menma, and he was far from happy. She put a hand on her chin as she thought. But it doesn't make sense, there's more to this than meets the eye. The Yamanaka stated as Tenten crossed her arms. Suddenly both their eyes opened wide as an epiphany hit them like lightning. The sign, both girls shouted at the same time. It was huge news during graduation, but they all wrote it off as Naruto's going away prank. But what if it wasn't? Both girls looked at Hinata's shrinking back, determination flaring in their eyes to discover just what was going on, and if Hinata's reaction was anything to go by, they were prepared to give the friend all the help. Kumo, however, was having different thoughts, facing the other way as she stared at Menma's strong back. If only I was his fiancé, I would never treat him like that. If only Hinata wasn't around, then Menma could be all mine. A dark version of her own voice said, and she found herself silently agreeing with it. The party was over and luckily, she was able to avoid Menma the rest of the time by talking with the officials and other important people that were there. Though it took a lot of willpower to not scoff whenever her so-called fiancé was brought up. She rubbed her wrists, a dark bruise having formed from when Menma gripped them before. He doesn't know how to treat a lady, she said as she went to get some ointment out her drawer and rub it on her wounds. Knock, knock, she heard from her door. Yes, she spoke. Wonder who it could be at this hour. A male voice came from the other side as Ko, her retainer and bodyguard, responded. Hinata-sama, Hiashi has requested your presence in the dojo. Oh boy, Hinata thought, having a pretty good idea why. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. She quickly got changed into her fishnet top and sparring pants just in case. When Hinata arrived, Hiashi was standing in the dojo. He turned to her, activating his Byakugan. What the hell are you doing slapping Menma in public? Do you have any idea how much shame you brought the clan? Hinata held her ground, her posture showing she was guarded. He deserved it, he was taking credit for Naruto-kun rescuing me all those years ago. Her voice held out strong, not backing down. She learned long ago that being weak only made her situation worse. It doesn't matter. Hiashi shouted, not caring that another boy was taking credit for saving his eldest daughter. It does. How can the clan back up a person who willingly accepts false praise while my real savior who almost died for me goes ignored? Her voice raised, hands shaking. I won't marry Menma, you can't make me. It didn't take 2 seconds after her words left her mouth that Hinata found herself on the floor gasping, struggling to keep the contents of her stomach. Just that. You will do what I say, or I will make you. He barked, having enough of his daughter's rebellion. It was high time she learned that his word was law. Hinata activated her own Byakugan, water shimmering around her hand as she got up rushing at Hiashi. The water around her hand compressed holding an oval shape as she held in her palm. Hiashi showed no worry at his daughter's attack as faster than she could keep up he moved. What her eyes couldn't keep up with her body did. She felt numerous jabs hit her, while forcing her back as several more strikes happened. The final one had Hinata skidding back, landing on her backside as the water in her hand hit the floor and exploded leaving a dent behind. One look at Hiashi was all she needed to know he hit her with the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Her chakra while still flowing was much slower and her body felt like lead. Pathetic. Using something other than the gentle fist. He went to leave, but not before he gave some parting words. You will marry the heir to the Uzumaki clan. If you act up again, I will place the cursed seal on you myself. Hinata was left bruised in both body and pride, but the fire in her eyes did not die and only intensified. I will marry the heir to the Uzumaki clan, but it won't be Menma. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If yes, then make sure to drop 3 red hearts to show your love. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in next